start this morning because of a little bit of early morning rain. I have to say, it is quite cloudy and overcast here, but the forecast is good for the rest of the day once this bit of rain has gone through. I'm Adrian Harms. My co-commentator from Yorkshire is Jonathan Doige, who will bring in a few moments' time. And our third voice, delighted to welcome Charlie Reynolds, cricket journalist, to the commentary box as well. Just a quick check around the ground to make sure the commentary is going out. Thank you, sir, from waving at the back of the Spenkarma Pavilion. So that's good news. I can hear a bit of a buzz on the line. I don't quite know what that is. Can you hear it, Doige?
No. I think you need to go get your hearing tested.
I think there's a bit of a buzz. In fact,
there is.
Yeah, there is.
I'm just joking.
There is, and actually, I wonder if that could be because our battery and our microphone may have gone. So I'll go and put another battery in, and you can describe the players coming out, Doige.
Thank you. There are 11 men in white walking out from the changing rooms, wearing Sussex kits, and a couple of Yorkshire players behind them, with Willow in hand. Good morning, folks. Yes, welcome along from There we go. Let's just cut that off for a moment while Harmsy fiddles about with the huge effects mic. 176 for 7 we left out last night after 49 overs of the Yorkshire first innings, so a lead of 26 with 3 first innings wickets remaining. Jordan Thompson not out on 9. Matthew Revis faced 29 balls in 31 minutes of batting last night without managing to get off the mark, so that'll be an initial aim for him. And well, Sussex of course stuck at it really well with the ball, had Yorkshire in a bit of trouble at 59 for 4, 101 for 5 at one stage. Joe Root showing his class with that 67 before he was LBW to Tom Haines, 88 deliveries and 7 fours. Jonathan Tattersall with a more than useful 26 as well. We'll see how things go this morning. We've got this delayed start because there was a bit of rain around. You wouldn't want to exaggerate that in terms of the quantity of precipitation. It was steady and light drizzle really. It is still quite thick and grey and set in overhead, but I think the forecast for the rest of the day is pretty good now, so hopefully we'll get unbroken play. They're scheduled to take lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock with the scheduled close, 6:30, and a minimum of 92 overs to be played in the day. Here's Tom Haines for the first ball of the day, and that is blocked by the left-handed Jordan Thompson. They've got 2 slips in place, point, a cover sweeper, extra cover, mid-off is Ollie Robinson just shining the ball now, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and also a deep backward square leg. And Harmsy has returned from fiddling with his microphone. Yeah, it's all. The slight worry is, and I'll come back to you after this ball. Haines round the wicket. Thompson pushes into the offside, and that will be the first run of the morning through the covers. Is that the ground staff, Ben Gibson and his ground staff, are sitting down below us. Now, generally speaking, if it's not going to rain, they go to the far end of the ground where the groundsman's hut is. But the fact they're sitting by us just makes me think that they're just keeping an eye, because there is some quite heavy cloud lurking over the downs to the north of the ground. And not much wind. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard are pretty much limped to the mast, really. So let's just keep fingers crossed. The forecast is good. Yeah, Haines over the wicket then to the right-handed Revis, who punches into the offside. Straight to extra cover, and that is no run. Can get in touch with us on the usual thingies, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and at Sporting Lives 1, and Harmsy is on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sports Sussex. In comes Haines, and Revis cuts, flashes hard at this one, backward of point. He'll get off the mark with 4 through third man, and that draws some applause from quite a number of Yorkshire supporters. There are, yeah. I just went for a lap round after they'd announced the start time. Thought I've got half an hour, I'll get round surely. But of course you always get stopped by people who know you, and had a few chats with a few different Yorkshire followers at various points around the ground. So they're here in a pretty reasonable number. We were talking to one of them last night, Matthew. Yeah, in the pub, weren't we? We were. While watching Southampton beat West Bromwich Albion to go and play the mighty Leeds at Wembley next week. I've got to say that because I'm outnumbered by 2 Chelsea supporters here in the commentary box. Here's Haines again. Revis beaten. There's a inside edge, I think. Yeah, Ollie Robinson was right in my line of fire, so I couldn't see that, but the stifled appeal suggested there might have been something like an inside edge.
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson just warming up, just gentle looseners before play started in the last few minutes, while the boundary rope, I should say the rope in the outfield with the tractor, and he hit the rubber stump quite a number of times, so the accuracy you'd expect from an international bowler, as Revis turns that final ball of the over into the onside. 5 runs from it then, 181 for 7, looks a little more healthy for Yorkshire. They're 31 runs ahead with 3 first innings wickets in hand.
Interviews last night, I spoke to Sean Hunt. Good to see Sean, who's actually fielding in front of us in the side. Give him a little wave, but he can't see us. One thing I didn't ask him, actually, he's a 12 handicap golfer, Sean, which is decent, isn't it? So it was good to see Sean, good to see him back in action, taking wickets. I know his parents were here yesterday as well, watching. So well done, Sean. One thing I didn't ask him was about his new haircut, which it's almost into a mullet, I think. So if he gets a load more wickets, I'll have to ask him in the next interview. But it's really good to talk to Sean, and that interview is available on the BBC at Sussex Twitter feed, as Ollie Robinson is going to get underway from the Cromwell Road, and the light's not great, I have to say. Around the wicket, in and bowls to Thompson, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. A shout out for the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open in the Spenkarma Pavilion. If you're a Yorkshire fan here for the first time and lunchtime or tea time want to have a wander, please do. And it looks as if there is the book sale on. They'll be keeping a bit of an eye on the weather, but generally get all the books out on the trestle tables, and they do great work over there raising money for the museum. So if you get time today, go and have a little wander around. It's by the Spenkarma Pavilion. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Thompson again lets that go through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. 181 for 7. The yellow lights on the scoreboard are shining quite brightly, actually, which is an indication that the light isn't the best. I mean, it's perfectly playable, but we don't have the benefit of floodlights here, just for the benefit of Yorkshire folk. Sussex not using floodlights in championship matches this season. Let's just hope that the light doesn't deteriorate. In fact, there are some brighter skies around, so fingers crossed. As Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and Thompson's going to get, I think, a leg by. Let's just wait for the signal from umpire Milnes, and he belatedly signals. That was a very late signal, wasn't it? Keeping the scorers guessing.
Yeah, there was an almost a touch of style about that.
There was, wasn't there?
He wanted to raise the leg very stylishly and gave it a 1-2 and a third particular raise with the hand before he tapped for a third time on the thigh there. Might be a bit of bruising there now.
3 slips, Alsop at first, Clark at second, Coles at third, Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point, Jack Carson in the covers, Cheshire Pujara at mid-off, and Robinson now coming over the wicket to the right-handed Revis. The ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. Sorry, Revis. Need to get my pronunciations right. I got corrected a couple of times. Charlie got it right every time yesterday. In fact, we need to get Charlie back on commentary, because he has this knack, Charlie, of taking wickets. Yeah. So I think if we get Charlie on for a stint now, then maybe when Sussex come to bat, Charlie can have a breather.
Charlie Reynolds. Let's get the pronunciation wrong on purpose.
Robinson. Figures of 1 for 20 in his 13th over. In down the hill, bowls. Oh, and is it caught behind? Well, Sussex think they've got... Well, Sussex were convinced it. Ollie Robinson went past the outside edge on numerous occasions yesterday, and this is not the first time this happened. Well, Sussex were convinced that Revis had got a little nick on that, went through to John Simpson. It's going to be very difficult to tell from the replay. Let's just see this again. Well, it's impossible for us to tell from here. Matthew Revis did look at the umpire, but he was given not out. So there you go. Some you win and some you lose. I think over a course of a season, probably it all pretty much works out. But Ollie Robinson was convinced Sussex had their man. The lead is a useful 32 for Yorkshire, as Robinson is on his way again. Bowls and Revis this time is solidly forward back to Ollie Robinson. It looks a little frustrated as he picks up the ball. The end of a good tidy over from Ollie Robinson, a maiden over. He's now bowled 13 overs, 7 maidens, and has taken 1 for 20. And I would say he hasn't really had the return in the wickets column that probably his bowling has deserved, Oji.
No, probably not. But we know how cricket works. He might end up with 4 for 25 before this morning session is out. Or he might mop them up in the second innings instead. So he's got a habit of some days you bowl well and it doesn't quite happen for you in terms of the figures, and then other days you might not be quite as on it, but you do get a bit of luck on your side.
Yes.
That's life, isn't it?
It is.
So, Tom Haynes bowling to Jordan Thompson, who waits, and Haynes is in. Thompson pecks at that one and just runs it down through third man, and they're going to get back for 2. Cole's out there in the floppy doing the fielding. No sign of either he nor Jack Carson with ball in hand in this one.
Interestingly, speaking to Sean Hunt last night, and we were talking about the wicket, and Sean said they knew that whoever won the toss would, it would favour the bowling side, but felt the pitch would get better as the match went on. So, it'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays on day 2.
Here's Haynes. Thompson turning that one in front of square. Fired back in.
Carson.
No run. Carson also in the floppy. It must be a spinner's thing. Spinner's packed today. Maybe it's just so that the captain notices them a bit more.
Were you a floppy hat man when you were fielding, or were you cap?
It's varied at times over the years, I've got to say. There was a period where I did used to wear a massive wide brim floppy. As Haynes is in, Thompson runs that one to mid-on, and there's no run. Hunt doing the fielding, but it's nice to wear a proper traditional club cap with the club motif on it. I think that's probably the ultimate.
Yeah.
There were periods, of course, Graham Gooch and co, when he was playing for England, started to wear the sort of train drivers, baseball cappy type thing, didn't they? And they were never as nice to wear, I didn't think, as part of the cricket get-up. Haynes just pulling out of a delivery mid-run-up and turning again now to come in past umpire Hassan Adnan, who's standing at the C end, and Jordan Thompson with a solid block of this latest delivery. The ground staff still down beneath us. I can't quite
yes, they are.
tell.
Yeah, they are. They're in the one of the dugouts they use for T20, which look like you do with a bit of a clean, actually. They'll probably get them all sorted out for the T20 that starts here in a couple of weeks' time.
Haynes to Thompson, flicking into the leg side, but Hunt doing the fielding at mid-on. It sort of feels, I don't know about you, but a little better than it did a few minutes ago when you mentioned about the ground staff moving in. But that might be just my brain tripping.
Well, it was a very good crowd here yesterday, nothing like that today, but it could be that people have got half an eye on the weather and they sort of drift in a little later on.
Yeah, more than any 1200 in yesterday, surely. Thompson into Haynes into Thompson, who turns it into the leg side. Carson fielding to complete over number 52 of this Yorkshire first innings. They've added 8 so far this morning, 184 for 7.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Leeds and York and other local radio stations around the county of Yorkshire. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Well done, Jack, for getting us sorted out in here today, so we can watch the replays, etc. So thank you for joining us. A delayed start this morning. Some light rain around Sussex, which is still sort of hanging around. We're not completely out of the woods, but I think the forecast says that it's going to clear up quite considerably as we go into the afternoon. So hopefully no more delays as Ollie Robinson comes running in down the hill to bowl to Matthew Revis, who's forward, plays back down the track, fielded by Robinson, and there is no run. Robinson bowling with 3 slips, a backward point cover. That's Jack Carson, you can hear clapping his hands. Mid-off, Cheteshwar Pujara. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Bit of a natter going on in the slips. Allsop and Clark both with their caps on. James Coles, as Doisy was saying, and here's a floppy white sun hat. And they all go down, and Robinson comes in, bowls to Revis, who's beaten. That's the umpteenth time Ollie Robinson has beaten the outside edge. And the ball rattles through into the gloves of John Simpson. Good carry again, and it was a feature very much of yesterday's play that the carry to the slip cordons during both innings was very good, and to the keepers. And I have to say, I thought the standard of slip catching yesterday from both sides was really very high. Pretty much the only chance that went down was to Joe Root, strangely enough, one that he probably felt he should have caught. Tom Allsop was dropped. It didn't matter any because Allsop was out soon after, but in general the standard of slip catching was extremely high. Robinson in again, bowls. This time Revis lets that one go outside of the off stump taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Sean Hunt is down at fine leg. Danny Lamb is at mid-wicket with hands in his pockets. And Tom Haynes, who bowled the previous over from the C end of the ground, is fielding at mid-on. Completely overcast conditions and very little wind. The flags, for those who don't know the ground, the clock tower scoreboard has the flag of each county, but it's just draped around the mast. There's not a breath of wind at the moment to move this sort of stubborn cloud. Robinson in again, bowls at Revis, is solidly forward foot right to the pitch of the ball, high left elbow, and just punches the ball down the track. And again, there is no run.
Yorkshire have announced a short-term signing, of course, this morning.
Go on.
Vishwa Fernando, 32-year-old Sri Lankan, played international cricket, 299 first-class wickets in a career that began back in 2012. 64 test wickets in 23 matches.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Jack Carlson has moved from his position in the covers, and there are now 4 slips in place. As Robinson is in again, bowls. Oh, good lead by Revis. I don't think that missed the off stump by a hole, by very much, taken by Simpson. No run. The reason for that, Doisy, is that for Championship or is that for T20?
Next 3 Championship games.
Right.
I think there was a hope to get him in for this one actually in the first instance, but that didn't materialise. So Northampton next week at Northampton, and then beyond that it will be Scarborough for the Gloucestershire game, and I think the last one of the 3, Derbyshire at Chesterfield.
In comes Robinson again, down the slope, bowls Revis. He tucks this one down to fine leg and picks up a single, and that's the only run that's going to come off the over. Yorkshire to 185 for 7, Revis to 5, Thompson on 12. Robinson has bowled 14 overs, 7 maidens, taken 1 for 21. So I mean, you're bringing an overseas in. He's going to play Jonathan. Who's going to drop out then? Who's going to make way for an overseas?
Well, it could be any one of several. I mean, there are a few in and out players in the squad. You would think, I mean, Matthew Fisher's obviously nailed on certainty when fit. He's not here today. He got injured in the field against Glamorgan. So whether that just buys more time before he comes back in, or if he's going to be playing as well, it may be that Ben Code has a rest. He's played in every game I think so far. As Haynes is in and bowling there to Revis, that's turned backward of square on the leg side, and they get a single. Revis on to 6, the score to 186 for 7, so 10 added this morning without loss. Yeah, we're kind of just speculating really, and they've made a couple of significant changes to the makeup of the 11 that plays in the last 2 weeks alone. So Moriarty and Best both playing last week, along with Joe Root and Adam Lyth, 4 people who can tweak it, as Haynes round the wicket to Thompson, who leaves, and then this week leaving the 2 frontline spinners out and going with an all-seam attack. So quite what the makeup of 11s will be over the next 3 matches, we're just guessing, but clearly he's going to play if he's signed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
As Haynes comes in and Thompson flicks off the legs square on the leg side, and they get a single. It could be that Jordan misses out. It depends on who's fit and what balance they're looking for in the side. It could be that Matthew Revis misses out. He's missed a couple already this season.
And also, George,
It might be just an extra bowler and one batter.
Yeah.
Fewer.
And sides are going to be juggling now between Championship and T20 to a degree. You've got somebody who's playing 7 T20s, perhaps.
Haynes over the wickets, and Revis leaning into that and then leaving. Yeah, so, I mean, all we can say are the facts, and the facts are that they've signed a player for 3 matches.
Good stuff, thank you for that.
So, Revis waits. Good atmosphere again. I think people will start to build in terms of the crowd number. Now they know that play has got going. Haynes' latest delivery turned to leg by Revis.
We didn't have the benefit because I'd made a mess of the live stream by the time Joe Root was out yesterday. We didn't see that LBW, and we weren't sure was it a good decision or not. I was told on the gate by Sam on the gate, said yeah, he was absolutely plumb.
Well, I think it might have been Sussex who tweeted it yesterday, and I just happened to, like you do randomly, it came up on the feed, and so I watched it back about 9-10 times as the last ball of the over is there solidly blocked. 187 for 7 at the end of the 54th, and it looked fine, the decision to me.
Yeah. And certainly Joe Root, I mean, I think he was just disappointed when he was out. He'd batted beautifully, hadn't he? And in fact, as Sean Hunt was saying, I asked him what's it like to bowl against Joe Root, and he said it was a bit surreal, to be honest, someone I've grown up watching, and there he is. It must be great, mustn't it? You're coming to bowl to one of the best batters in the world. And he thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm a little surprised perhaps he hasn't bowled this morning, Sean, because he picked up 3 wickets yesterday. But I'm sure there is a Sussex plan, and at the moment Ollie Robinson is prowling around at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Thompson, who faced very confidently forward out into the covers. No run. 187 for 7, so the lead is now 37. And these two have added 20 for this 8th wicket. Lots of encouragement you can hear from the Sussex fielders. The light's still not brilliant, and still no sign of any break in the crowd. We had Lewis Hatchett, the former Sussex bowler, in here yesterday. Good to see Lewis. As in comes... and he's played on. Well, Robinson picks up his 2nd wicket. Well, I think Jordan Thompson seemed to play that almost... I have to look at the replay. It almost seemed like he played it into his body and then back onto the stumps. It knocked out the stump. Well, that'd go down as bowled. Robinson picks up his 2nd wicket, and Yorkshire 187 for 8. Let's just watch this again. Round the wicket, Robinson. Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Did it come off his bat onto his shoulder, onto the stumps?
Yeah, he's missing the stumps by a country mile. It's just a short of length delivery, and it took him by surprise, really. And he's trying to pull out of the way of it, and he just cannons it onto his stumps. So
Ollie Robinson picks up his 2nd wicket, and I think, in fairness to Ollie Robinson, he's deserved that. He's bowled well so far throughout this innings. He's beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions. And another wicket goes down. 18 in the match. And the new man who's going to come out is this Dom Leach. Wait for him to... Ben Code. Who made, from memory, Doidgy, runs down here last year. I think there's some lower order resistance. I have a feeling Yorkshire... I should have bought my book from last year. In fact, I've got the my handbook here, so I'll look up. But Ben Code enjoyed himself. From memory, he made 40 odd.
Yes, I think you're right. I will.
I'll check it. I've got it in my... Doidgy's very quick on his... So let's see if I can find it. Sussex v Yorkshire. Here we are. Ben Code made 45 before he was bowled by Jack Carson.
Yeah, his scores against Sussex in 3 previous innings have been 1, 45 and 0.
Right. Robinson, buoyed by picking up his 2nd wicket of the innings, is in, bowls. Hit on the pad, that's allowed appeal. Why have we got a little one inside edge on that? It certainly wouldn't have been height that was the problem. Ben Code was sort of half forward. The ball wrapped him on the pad and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, he can strike a ball very cleanly, and it's often a bit of fun, not for opposing bowling attacks, but fun for Yorkshire supporters when he's out there batting. But he doesn't have a lot of foot movement, and that was a case in point with the very first delivery he faced. Doesn't get a good stride in.
Robinson. And again bowled, and Code drives to mid-off, fielded by Pujara. No run. Actually, looking at last year, Doiji, at one stage Yorkshire were 223 for 8. Finished on 298, and a lot of that was due to Ben Code, who made 45.
Yeah, you can remember the ball disappearing to all parts.
Yes, it was.
Some shots intended and some not quite so.
Yeah, it was very frustrating for Sussex. And Edwards was 19 not out. Christian name?
Mickey.
Robinson in bowls, and there we are. That's exactly what Ben Code did last year. He's just stuck his foot down the wicket and smashed the ball away through the covers and picks up a boundary. First boundary that Ollie Robinson has conceded so far this morning. Yorkshire 191 for 8.
Yeah, not dissimilar really, Jordan Thompson and Ben Code, apart from left hand, right hand, in that if you pitch the ball up to them, they'll do their level best to get their hands through it, and the ball can disappear. You'd say Jordan would be the pick of the pair, clearly, in terms of some of the innings that he has produced, and we know he can produce.
Well, Ollie Robson wants a change in the field. He's still got 3 slips in place. His third man has come a lot finer here. That's Finn Hudson-Prentice down in front of us. Robinson will not be pleased to have hit for 4 through the covers. He's on his way. Bowls, and Codes, takes a step away to leg and has a huge swing, misses it by a mile. The ball goes through to keeper Simpson, and it is a dot ball. End of the over. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 25 for Ollie Robinson, who gets a good round of applause from the Sussex crowd at the end of the over. 191 for 8. Revis is on 6. Code is on 4. I think the weather's starting to improve a little. High time, my time is up, and I'm going to leave you with Jonathan, and for the first time today with Charlie Reynolds.
Yep, as ever with Championship cricket, just feels an interesting period. If Yorkshire are cleaned up now, you think the lead is handy, but no more than that. And they really want to add. If they can get to something like 70, 75, they'll feel a little bit more confident that they can whip out a few wickets, early Sussex wickets perhaps, before they get in front. As Sean Hunt comes on then from this C end, left arm over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Matthew Revis, who's solidly behind it. Punching up to mid-off, there's no run. And Matthew Revis has been out there. I know quite a lot of his deliveries were last night, but he's faced another probably 17 or 18 balls this morning, added 6 runs. He is very much the batter of this pair, first class hundreds to his name, and you kind of want him now, if he's able to do it, to take control of this situation just for these last couple of wickets and try and make something of this. I'm not saying that's easy at all on this pitch, and that's a nice stroke he's just turned into the leg side. It's been chased down by Jack Carson, who makes a sliding stop. Not so sure I'd fancy sliding. Not as beautiful as his outfield looks. It'll be just a little bit of moisture in the top following that rain. You wouldn't want to do your knee or something like that for the sake of a run. They got 2 there, so Revis on to 8. 193 for 8, the lead 43. Hunt bowled really well yesterday. He's trying to clearly find his range early here. And Carson, I should say, has now been dispatched out to somewhere down Brighton way, in front of square on the leg side. And Cole's coming to a catching position at his short mid-wicket. As Revis drops this latest delivery out into the offside, takes on the field, who spectacularly throws down the stumps at the bowler's end, but Matthew was very safely home before that occurred. So another addition to that lead, now 44. Revis on to 9.
The umpires will be upset. They just spent a large amount of the break between the last 2 overs fixing those stumps all up all nicely, and now that's been shattered by that direct hit from Pajara.
Hunt then coming over the wicket, past umpire Hassan Adnan, bowling at number 10, Ben Code here. And Code, as ever, willing to get his hands through that. He will, if he does score his runs in an intended fashion, if you like, then there'll be quite a lot of shots you'll see going through that area. Extra cover, mid-off. Again, evidence there that that front foot doesn't get that far down the track. That was fielded at extra cover. 2 balls remaining in the 56th over as Hunt is in, and there you go. He's hit one straight up in the air, back to the bowler and been caught. So Yorkshire lose a 9th wicket. Ben Code, no 40 or so heroics at Hove today, and the lead still just that 44, and they are now just 1 wicket away from being bowled out.
Well, Revis now really won't have much choice but to get on with things a bit more, I think. He's batted well to stay out there, but just the 1 wicket remaining for Yorkshire. Hunt now with 4 for 64 from his almost 14 overs, which
Dominic Leach making his way out to the middle, number 11 for Yorkshire. And I mentioned his 1-day heroics at York last year. Just let me remind myself of what he came up with that day. Yeah, 18 not out, 15th of August last year, shared in a really good last wicket partnership of 30 odd, I think it was, with Harry Duke. Made 23 against Hampshire as well in the same competition, so he's no mug for a number 11. And he waits, and in comes Hunt. There's a big appeal first up there. The ball's dropped into the offside. They're taking on the field for a single, and they're going to get through for a leg bye. All valuable additions. Having taken the run, which, given it was the last ball of the over and Matthew Revis is out there, was slightly strange. They're now 45 runs ahead, and Dominic Leach is going to have to face the skills and guile of Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I don't think Ollie Robinson will be too upset that they scampered through for a single there. That was perhaps Yorkshire's batsman just slightly losing track of the number of balls left in the over, or just Leach has a lot of confidence in his batting. Perhaps he's trying to prove a point at being left down at number 11. Couldn't have a much better chance to do so against a fired up Ollie Robinson, who runs in now towards us from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls, and that one bounces sharply, and Leach sways out of the way as it flies past his nose.
Get him on back foot. Magnificent.
Well, this pitch certainly hasn't lost any of the bounce that we saw yesterday. Some real carry through to Simpson there.
Sean Hunt's previous best was 3 for 47, so he's best return for Sean.
Career best figures. 4 for 64, Sean Hunt. As you may have heard from Harmsey in the background.
As Robinson runs in again once more, bowls to Leach, who's struck on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal. No more. The umpire not interested. Neither really was the bowler or that many of the fielders.
Good afternoon, John Story, who's listening from Lake Garda, watching and listening from a terrace on the shore of Lake Garda. Great service, guys. Hoping we can finally register a win for a lot of good effort this season so far. Thanks, John. And I've got a map as well. Liam Holgate. young analyst bought me a world map to scratch off where people correspond from.
Robinson bowls now to Leach, who is bowled. He shoulders arms, but misjudges that one rather badly, and is off stump, goes cartwheeling out of the ground. So that will be the end of the Yorkshire innings. They're 195 all out, a lead of 45. Ollie Robinson ends with 3 for 25 from his 15.3 overs. Bowled well and was eventually rewarded with a few more wickets. He was helped by Sean Hunt, who picked up career best figures of 4 for 64, with Finn Hunt's-Apprentice picking up 2 for 23 and Tom Haynes 1 for 16, the final wicket.
Yeah, just looking at that again, just a straight delivery, really angled in, and he just completely got his lines wrong, Dom Leach, and left a straight one. So none from his 3 deliveries, 195 all out in 56 overs and 2 balls, so they lasted a little bit longer than the hosts did, and they've got 45 more runs to play with than their opponents. And well, appreciative applause, I think, for Sussex really for wrapping things up fairly quickly this morning. We've only been playing since 11:45, so 33 minutes I made it to wrap up those final 3 wickets, and Yorkshire haven't really kicked on. They've added a few more. So all set up for a 1 innings match really between the pair of them. We'll take a short breather while the players do, and we'll be back as soon as they come out for the 2nd innings for Sussex in a few minutes' time.
Well, welcome back to Hove, where the noise you can hear in the background is the noise of the heavy roller, which the ground staff are just running up and down the pitch. If you're just joining us, well, this game is moving on apace because Yorkshire have been bowled out this morning for 195. A couple of wickets for Ollie Robinson, who finished with 3 for 25. One for Sean Hunt, who returned career best figures of 4 for 64. And Sussex about to start their second innings. The weather seems to be improving. We had a delay of 45 minutes today because of light rain. It was no more than that, really. We've still got 82 overs to be bowled today, and when you look at the way this game has gone, Charlie Reynolds sitting next to me. I mean, let's hope it doesn't finish today because you know, a lot of folk have come down from Yorkshire as well. But I mean, frankly, it's not inconceivable, you know.
A bit better than they did in the first innings, if we are going to get it into a third day. I would say they've got 45 runs to make up after Yorkshire's effort with the bat, so well, they could do with the fast start they had in the first innings, if not the remainder of that innings.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, partnership between 42 between these two for the first wicket yesterday. In fact, the highest partnership of the match was 58 between Joe Root and Johnny Tattersall. As it's going to be Ben Code who's going to come running in. The light is much better now than it was at the start of play. He comes running into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark, who lets that one go, taken by Tattersall. And there is no run, and immediately Shan Masood is on the attack, as you would expect, with 4 slips, a point cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Those cars are just starting to move across the ground, which is good news, and hopefully a lot of club cricket today in Sussex, and hopefully everyone's going to get a game. Which would be good news. In comes Code, bowls, Clark is forward, defends onto the onside, and there is no run. We'll be going to an update to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments, but we'll wait for that to happen. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the Championship, Northamptonshire 377 for 6 at Derby. Rob Keogh making 100 there, 102, he's now out. Gloucestershire piling on the runs at Grace Road against Leicestershire, 472 for 4. Code around the wicket, bowls, and Clark looks to flick that away down the leg side, doesn't connect, and it's well taken by Tattersall, diving away to his right hand side. Cameron Bancroft 160, Ben Charles with 126th. James Bracey going along nicely, he's 35 not out. Gloucestershire with a win last week, their first win for the best part of a couple of years. And it's amazing in this division what a win will do. Just 20 odd points separated first from 7th at the start of this game, in which I think it's going to be a very tight division. Code around the wicket, bowls, Clark is solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. The other game in Division 1 is down in Cardiff, where Glamorgan were bundled out yesterday for just 183. Middlesex in reply going along very nicely, 141 for 1. Mark Stoneman 83 not out. Sussex with a visit to Lords next week. And indeed, Paul Farbrace said ahead of these games against Glamorgan, Yorkshire and Middlesex that Sussex will have a far better idea of where they are after these 3 games. In comes Code, bowls, and Clark hammers that down the ground for 4 runs. Slightly over pitched, and he absolutely smashed that through mid-off for 4. He meant that, Charlie.
Certainly did. Code looking angry at something, presumably himself. That one was a bit of a half volley, but absolutely dispatched by Tom Clark.
It was.
Well, more of that needed from a Sussex supporter's point of view, would imagine.
Code in again, bowls, Clark forward into the offside, and there is no run. Georgie has raided the biscuits, but we'll forgive him because he's going to make the coffees, which is very kind. I shall give you my jar of decaffeinated coffee, Georgie. And he makes it off. End of the opening over. Sussex are 4 without loss, all those 4 runs to Tom Clark. Very briefly in the first division, Ali Orr made a very good 100 last week for Hampshire, but not today. He's out for a duck. Hampshire 26 for 2 and applied to Notts 235 at Trent Bridge. Durham 56 for 2 and applied to Lancashire's 357 at Blackpool. Warwickshire 395 for 9 against Essex at Chelmsford. Ed Barnard, one of my favourite cricketers, 163 not out. He's been terrific for Warwickshire.
Hundreds in his last 2 games.
Yeah, he has. He's such a good player. Somerset 500 for 8 against Kent at Taunton. And Surrey 21 without loss, leading Worcestershire by 107. Worcestershire but up for 128 with 5 wickets there for Dan Worrell.
As Jordan Thompson comes in now from the C end, and that one's defended by Clark into Haynes into the offside. I knew I was going to get these top order Toms
there we go.
tangled up.
I'll just take over if you don't mind, Charlie. We've just got an update to give to the listeners in Kent and Sussex. In fact, it's 6 wickets for Dan Worrell.
It's the second day of Sussex's game at home to Yorkshire in the county championship, and Adrian
And this game is moving on apace here, and in fact, as I talk to you, Stephen, a wicket has been taken. Tom Haynes, a short delivery, looking to pull the ball for 4 runs. He skied the ball off an outside edge, and Tom Haynes, the Sussex opener, is on his way for a duck. Out first ball. Sussex are 4 for 1 in their second innings. That after Yorkshire were bowled out this morning for 195. That's a lead of 45, but Sussex already 4 for 1 in reply. Down at Canterbury, they've been on and off for rain this morning, but Somerset continuing to make hay against Kent. They're 506 for 8 in their first innings. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey bowled out Worcestershire for 128 this morning. Dan Worrell taking 6 for 22 in reply. Surrey are 22 without loss. That's a lead of 107. I have to say that that wasn't a great shot by Tom Haynes. Sorry, it was his second ball. I do apologise. Was it a second ball?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I got him confused with the other Tom of the first
Yes, of course you did. I said first ball, so that was incorrect. I mean, I haven't seen. We're going to see the replay again. Here we go. Well, he's looking to pull it away, and he's got a leading edge, isn't he? And he's caught by Shan Masood.
Yeah.
That's not the start that Sussex wanted. Crumbs. We've had 4 wickets already this morning.
Well, I was going to say that I thought Jordan Thompson might be on a bit of a short leash after he was slightly costly in his opening overs in the first innings, but a wicket from his second ball, that'll give him some confidence, and presumably his captain some confidence in keeping him on.
Yeah, see, well, they went around the park, didn't he, his opening spell? Crumbs, it was only yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. As he comes in now for the third ball of the over, Allsop's first, he's on strike, and he defends that as it rolls out square on the offside. And there's no run, it's fielded by the man at point.
Thank you to Jonathan for bringing in the very nice looking cup of coffee, which is very kind. Used it as an opportunity to get to the back of the box and help himself to the cookies, which are diminishing at a fairly fast rate this morning. Light's good now, Charlie. I think, with fingers crossed, we might be okay.
As Thompson charges in from the C end, now Allsop leaves that one somewhat extravagantly, steps all the way across his stumps and hoists the bat and gloves out of the way. Got a technique with quite a lot of movement to it.
Come on, Geordie is the cry. So Sussex are effectively minus 41 for 1. Yeah.
It was helpful that Sussex got out for 150 in the
I
first innings,
couldn't agree more, Charlie.
It makes the maths a lot easier. As Thompson comes in again once more, and Allsop is back resolutely and just pushes that down the pitch to the man at mid-on.
Well, someone needs to get their head down here for Sussex. It needs to show the concentration and the application that Joe Root showed yesterday. Clearly there's something in the pitch for the seamers, but Root, he picked up the ones, he picked up the 2, he battled away, didn't he? And that's If Sussex really do need some of that, because they're in trouble here. Another 80 overs to be bowled today.
Here's Thompson for the last ball of the over to Allsop, who just pushes that down into the offside. That'll be the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden from Jordan Thompson, so it couldn't be further from the start he made in the first innings. Yorkshire have Sussex 4 for 1 in their second innings. They still lead by 41, and this game rumbles on.
Yeah, 21 wickets in, you know, sort of a day and half a session, really. And I still meant it'd be interesting to get the views, you know, when this game finishes, whenever that might be, of the coaches and the players in terms of the pitch. I mean, clearly there's good bounce to the pitch. We've seen so many balls carrying through to the slip cord, and you know, the odd one kept low yesterday. But I don't, you know, my opinion from here, I may be completely wrong, is that, you know, it doesn't seem like a minefield. I think there's been some indifferent shots. Ben Code is going to come into bowl to Tom Clark. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Clark lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall, and there is no run. But there's scoreboard pressure here for Sussex, aren't they? I mean, they're behind the game. I know it's only 41 runs behind, but in a low-scoring game, and the pressure is really on.
Well, yeah, that that shot from Haynes, I was going to say, we've seen a lot of batsmen out caught behind the wicket, but that one was just a poor shot, really.
Yeah, it was a poor shot. I think Tom will know it was a poor shot. Sussex already 1 down. 4 slips in place. Joe Root having a natter away to Johnny Tattersall. Adam Lythe in conversation with Finlay Bean as Ben Code is in. Bowls. Clark drives firmly to extra cover, fielded there by the Yorkshire skipper, Shan Masood, and there is no run. Lunch today is at 1:10. If you're listening around the ground and thinking, oh, I'll go and get my lunch at 1 o'clock, well, don't, because it's not till 1:10. Tea is going to be at 4, and the close will be at 6:30, or when all the overs are bowled. I imagine the way things are going, after 6:30 we'll still be playing, if we're still playing. In comes Code, bowls. Oh, Clark's beaten. That's a good delivery by Ben Code. He was sort of groping forward, was Tom Clark. And there is no run, 3 dot balls. Yeah, the blue seats at the fire are going. Charlie's absolutely right. There are 4 people sitting in one of the temporary stands that are put up for T20, but they're all completely separate from each other. Nothing wrong with that. Perhaps they just want their own company. They want to sit and chat to someone throughout the day.
They've made it clear they don't want to be associated with each other.
They have, haven't they? Yeah.
But I think, you know, each has got their preference. Someone wants to be on the front row, someone wants to be on the back row, and
yeah, totally.
Someone likes being on the aisle, in the middle.
Yeah, and it's sometimes quite nice just to watch the game on your own, and you don't want someone chatting in your ear. And as I say, everybody to their own. The light has just got a little dimmer. It's fine, but it's a little dimmer. In comes Code, bowls, and Clark pulls, and that's a good shot by Tom Clark, and an excellent piece of fielding, diving away and prevents a boundary. That really is good stuff, fielding on the leg side boundary from Dom Leach. He was around very quickly, sprawling save, and it prevented a certain boundary. That was very athletic from Leach, literally down in front of us, sliding across the pristine turf here at Hove. I mean, the outfield does look absolutely fabulous. There's very little excuse for a misfield here at Hove. Looks like a carpet. Code in again, bowls. Clark solidly forward, punches into the offside, no run. Tom Clark in need of runs, really. He made 16 in the first innings. He made a half century here against Gloucester, but other than that, he's struggled at the top of the order. I don't think it's his natural batting spot, Tom Clark, but he's been asked to do the job, and it's been hard work early season. Let's hope from a Sussex point of view he can be in the runs today. In comes Code, bowls, and he's caught. Oh, that's a poor shot. That's a poor shot. I mean, again, from here, do you say that did the ball stop on him a little? I don't know, but he's driven through the ball without a huge amount of conviction, and the ball has just flown very comfortably into the covers, and Sussex in all sorts of trouble. 6 for 2. Clark has gone for 6. It's not been his day today, nor Tom Haynes. Well, we did say when this innings started, it's not inconceivable this game could be over today, and I hope for all the spectators and the folk who have come down from Yorkshire it isn't over today, but someone from Sussex is going to have to get their heads down. I'm looking at the man coming out now, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's playing his last game at Hove before he goes back after this run of 7 county championship matches. And you feel a huge amount now depends on Pujara.
Certainly does. Yeah, that ball, I don't know whether Clark just got his timing all wrong, basically. I think it was there to be driven, but all he could do was chip it to the man at cover, and Sussex really in a bit of trouble now.
Let's watch it again. Well, the catch was taken there by Matthew Revis.
Got the pronunciation right.
Yes, well, every time I get it wrong, I get a glare from the other end of the commentary box from my friend from Leeds, who's rapidly becoming not a friend. In fact, if we were friends reunited, we'd have broken up by now. No, I don't mean it.
Well, it's going to be Jordan Thompson to continue from the C end. He's bowling to Alsop, who's yet to score. That has changed now, though, as Alsop just pushes that one into the offside, lent on that one nicely. They're going to come back for a couple. So Alsop has 2. He takes Sussex to the not so salubrious 8 for 2. They're still trailing by a healthy amount. My maths is
37.
37. I don't know why I
We'll
called attention to the fact that
we'll get Charlie and Abacus.
that I hadn't done the maths. As Thompson comes in now once again to Alsop, who just works that into the leg side, but it's all along the floor to the man at mid wicket, and there's no run. So Thompson much more accurate so far in this innings, and already with his first wicket.
We'll do it in language you understand. So 45 cookies, take away 8 cookies. You eat 8 cookies, Charlie. How many cookies are left?
Don't take any notice of him, Charlie.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who is forward in defence, and that one comes squarely off the bat to the man at point. There's no run. The score remains 8 for 2.
Yeah. I mean, I'm aware, Charlie, it's very, very easy from in here to sit and say what's happening. I mean, we've had 22 wickets in a day in a session, which suggests that no one has found batting particularly easy on this pitch. I think that has to be said.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls, and Alsop's solidly there in defence. Do you think that perhaps after Sussex got off to such a good start in their first innings, they thought, well, maybe just. And the fact that no one's really got in for an extended period of time, that maybe they just thought, let's have a go, let's try and, while the ball's hard and the bowlers maybe have yet to find their rhythm, do they just try and go for it? I mean, obviously it's backfired rather horribly, but...
Yes, it has.
Maybe that was the plan, I don't know. As Thompson runs in once more from the C end to Alsop, who is again there in defence, there's no run.
I mean, the standout innings in the match has come from the world-class batter in the game, who is Joe Root. But what I would say, and what Jonathan picked up on commentary, was the fact that Root was, as the way that he plays, he picks up the 1s and 2, he kept the scoreboard moving along, and he showed huge application. Now, I'm not saying that others haven't shown the application, but he showed you can make runs here. Now I know he's a world-class player, as is Pujara, but it needs a bit of that from Sussex.
As Thompson comes in now for the final time this over, Ziani bowls, and that's worked nicely off his pads by Alsop. He's just going to pick up a single out to the man at deep backward square leg. Takes the score to 9 for 2. Messes up Thompson's maiden, but he still has the figures of 1 for 3 from his 2 overs, so don't be complaining too much.
Yeah. And just with those 2 dismissals, I say it's very easy from here. And with Tom Clark, he looked like he was through the shot zone. And they do talk about the ball stopping in the pitch. Maybe that happened on that occasion. Difficult to say, or was it just a poor shot with Tom Haines? Did he need to pee that shot early on? I guess when the ball races to the boundary, Charlie, Tom Haines smashes that away for 4. We say great shot.
Yeah.
And I'm well aware that it is a fine line between the two, but I just get the feeling it's a sort of pitch where you've really got to graft for your runs.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of shots just racing away to the boundary.
No.
Even when Root was in, he wasn't, timing it to all parts. It seems to be more of a kind of accumulate, take the singles here and there. And
Totally, yeah.
Be proactive in that way rather than kind of trying to smash boundaries.
Pin code around the wicket, in and bowls, and Allsop is forward, plays into the offside to point. There is no run, but all is not lost for Sussex. They just need to show that application, but they are behind the game here, 9 for 2. If you're just joining us, an extraordinary morning. I mean, we didn't start till 11:45 because of some light rain. The Yorkshire innings, which began this morning on 176, added 19 more runs. Ollie Robinson then picked up a couple of wickets. Sean Hunt, the other, to finish with career best figures of 4 for 64 as in comes Code, bowls, and also very nearly plays on. He was forward and the ball dribbled behind him, very nearly hit the leg stump. But there is no run. Then in reply, Sussex, with a deficit of 45, are already at 9 for 2, with both openers back in their pavilion. If you just joined us, I'm Adrian Harms, Charlie Reynolds, journalist, sitting next door to me, cricket journalist. Jonathan Doige, the regular Yorkshire commentator, will be back with us shortly. As in comes Code, round the wicket bowls, Allsop is forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 4 slips in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep backward square and a leg slip, which is interesting. Jordan Thompson in there.
I think maybe some of Haynes' thinking as well was that Sussex did get after Jordan Thompson early on in the first innings, so maybe they hoped to do that again. Obviously it didn't really work.
Code in, bowls to Allsop. He's up on his toes and punches that away through the covers. Nice looking shot by Tom Allsop. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs and they'll settle for 2. Nice shot. Allsop goes to 5 and Sussex to 11 for 2. Here on BBC Radio Sussex. Other BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Don't forget every ball of every game in every competition via the BBC right throughout the summer. Bidden Code is running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, down the slope past umpire Adnan bowls to Allsop, who's stoutly forward and plays that defensively into the offside. And there is no run, fielded there by Matthew Revis. There's a little hum around the ground, Charlie. Perhaps people are just thinking, it's a lunch, 20 minutes, right on. But people absorbed in the cricket, and the majority is a good following of folk who've come down from Yorkshire. Great to see so many visiting fans, but I'm sure the vast majority are hoping Sussex are going to make a bit of a fight of this. In comes Code, bowls, and more runs here for Allsop. He plays that firmly away through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs because racing around the boundary is the speedy Dom Leach, who gets around quickly, prevents anything more than a couple of runs. And Allsop goes to 7. Sussex are 13 for 2, with Clark for 6 and Haynes without scoring, already back in the pavilion, and by our very poor maths. Charlie, I reckon Sussex are effectively minus 33 for 2.
Well,
and I'm going to make way for Doige. She's making faces at me.
It's going to be Jordan Thompson to continue from the C end. He's bowling to Pujara, who will be facing his first ball of the innings. Just scratching his guard in the crease.
Armsy, he's an absolute legend. He gave us all the pep talk before the innings started. Right, okay, me and Charlie do the first bit, and then me and Doige will finish off the last 20 minutes. So I gave him the nod, and then he forgets, and he's decided to give the cans up now for the last 20 minutes.
As
Genius.
Thompson comes in now, while to Pujara, who extravagantly shoulders arms, rather. Lets someone go through to the keeper, just wide of his off stump.
Bless him if he gets. We were saying yesterday, names. We've got to that stage where we know people's faces, but, you know, unless they're directly related to us, remembering names is getting to be a problem. You have the same, Charlie?
Uh,
You're a long way short,
I
aren't
hope
you?
not. Not yet. As
Do you have the same, Bob?
Thompson comes in now, balls to Bajara, who's forward in defence, just pushes that into the offside.
I thought it was called Dave.
Yeah, I think everyone has that problem. Don't worry. Happens to everyone.
Thanks, thingamajig.
Thompson at the top of his mark, turns and bustles in now past the umpire, and Pajara just clips that nicely off his pads. It's going to run away for 4, I think, unless it comes up on the damp outfit. No, in fact, Dom Leach has sprinted after that and hauled it in, and Sussex have to settle for 3. So Pajara's off the mark. Sussex moved to 16 for 2, a sign that perhaps after that rain this morning, the outfield's not quite as speedy as it might have been. So Dom Leach has been electric in the field this morning, or this afternoon, I suppose, technically. Doesn't really feel like the afternoon until after lunch, though, I always maintain.
Maybe we should get the whoever it is who does the clocks to recognise that.
As Thompson comes in now and bowls, and also just defends into the offside. I assume it's some sort of national pedantry department that we need to write to. Offices might be in Yorkshire, I don't know.
Happening well. More of it.
Thompson will be continuing from the C end. He's running in again to Allsop, who's poised and ready and squats forward in defence, just pushes that down the pitch to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Well, this has been better from Jordan Thompson so far, Doiji.
Yeah, just a bit too straight with that delivery earlier on in the over, but he's been much more on it, as it were, from the start this time. Good to see.
As he runs in now for the last ball of the over to Allsop, who leaves that one as it flies over his stumps. So there's no run. That'll be the end of the over. Sussex are 16 for 2, with Bajara on 3 and Allsop at 7.
There's a few things at play when you're in sort of Jordan's position. You know, he came in 2019. He was quickly thrown the new ball, having another change now. Armsy's had enough. Charlie boy, get yourself off, lad.
Well, I just thought, having said what the rota was, I ought to stick by it, really. So, Charlie bit with us straight after lunch, and also lunch is just around the corner, and there was a queue yesterday. So.
Charles almost taking his last breath at this point. He's been on so long this morning. But as I was saying, with regard to Jordan, you know, you've got to kind of think about it from his point of view, and I'll expand on that in a sec, because as I do, doubtless Ben Code will push off into his run-up here with 4 slips and a short leg in place. Bowling to Pajara, right arm over the wicket. Pajara pushes this one into the offside, where Jordan Thompson aptly comes forward to field. So he gets in the side, and you know, he's given that early opportunity that players have, but he's sort of in and out in the early stages. Wrong microphone. In and out in the early stages. Where's Brian Ricks this morning in the commentary box? Or Basil Faulty? As Code comes in again, and Pajara waits, and this time he's beaten by one that nips on him. Puts him in the midriff in a difficult position, and there is no run. So yeah, Jordan then gets thrown the new ball because of that. He gets in the side unexpectedly in COVID year, because Matthew Waite gets injured the day before the first match at Durham, and then suddenly he's a new ball bowler. He's got to make himself into that all of a sudden. He's done that quite a lot. He's been reliable in the sense that he's durable and keeps on playing. Just wind up the key at the back and he'll keep going. Well, Jordan, as Cody's in, that's turned around the corner down to Revis coming in from backward square leg boundary. 1 run to Pajara. And then he's a bit more in and out of the side again in recent times. You know, yes, he's not been consistent enough with the ball, or as he would have nailed that place. Matthew Fisher's come back in. He's played for England. He clearly gets priority when he's back and playing. So he gets the new ball. Tomo either out of the side or further down the pecking order, and then expected to come back and bowl with a new ball again when needed, having missed out on a match last week. Here's Code bowling this time to Allsop, who drops it back into the pitch, and there's no run. So it's a little bit in and out as well. I'm sure there are people listening saying, well, as a professional sportsman, he needs to be able to adapt to that. And I think he's proved to be pretty adaptable so far. But also, just like you doing any job, whoever you are listening, in any walk of life, if you're changing and chopping every week, that's not going to be that easy to adjust to either, is it? As Code is in again, and Allsop punches that one back to Ben in his follow through.
He is an all-format player, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Thompson. He gets picked up in the 100.
Yes, he has done.
Yeah.
Had a good gig at London Spirit, didn't he? I think. He's been off elsewhere as well. Here's Ben Code round the wicket, also leaving one wide of off stump to complete that over at 17 for 2, which in reality, Charlie will tell us, is...
Come on then.
Minus...
28.
28 for 2.
Yeah. I can't stress how important this partnership is, really, and certainly with Pujara, you feel that, I know you can't hang your hat on any particular player, but if you're looking for someone to play a long innings, a big innings, Charlie and I were saying, Jonathan, that Joe Root seemed to side up the pitch pretty well, didn't he? He decided the way that he needed to play on this pitch, so you can score runs, but Pujara is so important for Sussex. In comes Thompson, bowls to Pujara, who's forward, punches that back down the track, and there is no run. Of course, there are other players in the side who can make runs. Sussex do bat deep, but if you're looking at someone who's going to stay out there for a long time, if Pujara were to go early, I think Yorkshire really would feel the door was open. Not that it isn't already. At 17 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds and Sheffield and York. Shad Masood is just suggesting maybe a fielding change to Jordan Thompson. They've just moved Leeds just a little wider at mid-on, as in comes Thompson. Pujara facing with the offside, no run. You weren't on commentary when you saw the 2 wickets go down. What did you see the 2 wickets? What was your take on those shots, Doidge?
Neither of them were very good ones, were they? Really?
Yeah. We wondered if the second one, whether it did stop on him a little bit. I mean, possibly. It's very easy to say from him, but for me, it looked like he didn't fully commit to the shot. Would that be fair?
I think so. There's been a lot of that in the dismissals, hasn't there? There's only Adam Lythe who really threw his bat at the one he got out to yesterday.
Thompson in bowls. Pujara lets that go. Pacey delivery that's taken by Tattershaw around his midriff, and there is no run.
I think the first wicket, 4 for 1 already, 40 odd behind. Yeah. As soon as he played it, he just turned and knew, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, it's shot select. As I say, I'm always very mindful that for me, you're thinking, well, it's all very easy. But I just wondered that early in the innings. If it goes for 4, we all say great shot. So there are fine margins. Thompson in bowls to Pujara, who's right in behind this, plays it back down the track. There is no run. Brighter skies coming in from the east, which is good news. Sorry,
you wouldn't want to be chasing 200, I don't think. If Sussex get 245, I reckon that'll be. Then that's a pretty tough chase, I think, given conditions.
And that's a long way off. A long way off. Sussex have got to battle away here. Sean Hunt was saying last night he thinks the pitch will get easier. That's what Sussex need to hope. In comes Thompson bowls. Pujara lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Tattersall, and there is no run. They're bowling well here. Yorkshire, they're giving them very little to hit, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's much better than that first 20 minutes yesterday.
Yes.
And if they did lose this game by a few runs, then you'd have to look at that first 20 minutes and just think there were too many gimmies And that's one of those little periods in the match that you'd look at and say, we could have done that better. But they've, credit to the pair of them here. They've both been on it from the word go. 17 for 2 off just one ball shy of 8 overs is a pretty good return, I would have said, for your opening pair.
3 slips and a gully go down, and Pujara lets that leg delivery from Thompson just pass by outside the off stump. Pujara comes down and does a little bit of gardening. Well, it's a reassuring sight for Sussex. He spent some time at Yorkshire, Chetishwar.
He did, yeah. Not the most successful period of his career, I think it'd be fair to say.
I haven't had any emails this morning, which is fine. Often we don't at weekends.
No, we don't. I'm the same.
It's very, people probably got other things to do. They're probably playing cricket or.
I think people just use us, to be honest with you, Harms. It's not on, is it really? They just use us during weekdays to have something while we're pretending to work.
Well, that is true, actually. We do get a lot of people. The chap we speak to last night, Matthew, said he listens in the office with the headphones in.
But then when it comes to a weekend, they want to go off and do something else. I mean, it's just not on, really. His code's in again, and that's Allsop pushing back up the pitch to him. And there's no run.
If you'd like to send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or BBC West Yorkshire Sport@gmail.com. Be nice to know we've got some company somewhere.
So Allsop waits, and Code trying to get another delivery spot on here. 1 for 11 for him so far. Round the wicket, at the stumps, and Allsop just slightly back and across. Gets fully behind that. Root at first slip, Lyth at second. Bean took a good catch in the first innings at third, and George Hill at fourth. Matthew Revis at point. Yawning gap then round to Shan Masood, who's positioned just about on the wicket ends at extra cover. The only man in front of the bat on the offside. Short leg crouches and waits. Will he get an opportunity here? Well, not for a catch, but he does dive to his right, James Wharton, as the ball goes beyond him. A single into the leg side for Allsop. That takes him on to 8, and 18 for 2, and they'll just want to grind out as many as they can here. Both sides on the scoreboard with 3 points apiece from their bowling in the first innings. No more bonus points available. Neither able to pick up batting points, so it really is vital to both their pretensions of promotion to Division 1 that they take winning points here to go with those 3 bonus points. That'll make 19 for the match. Just keep them creeping up in Yorkshire's case on the top end of the table, or out top as far as Sussex are concerned, as Pujara gets solidly behind this one and pushes to Jordan Thompson at mid-on.
Difficult job, isn't it, being a groundsman, because nobody wants to see a wicket where some of the early games of the season were dreadfully dull, weren't they? Sides racking up 600 and sort of 14 wickets in the match and that sort of thing. I don't think that's great for county cricket. It's very, very difficult. Clearly, this looks like a result pitch.
Here's Code again. Pujara, once more watchful, solid.
Look at this field. Look at this field, Doige. I mean, what, they've got 2 short legs, 4 slips.
Yeah, and it's good to see fields like this, isn't it? It's much better than when they're spread all over the place.
Well, yeah, and
there's some direction to what's going on out there.
Yeah, and this is absorbing cricket now. Purists might say, well, the wickets have become too easy to come by. It's too much in favour of the bowlers, but it's.
Code again. Pujara pushing forward at this big appeal. It was both pad and bat.
Yes, I wonder if that was
pad
pad
first.
first.
Did feel like pad first, yeah. And I said that, just sort of felt that way. We're behind the batter.
That's the previous delivery.
We'll get a second look at it and make an assessment. No doubt that was the end of the over, and it was turned down, so it won't matter what the replay suggests, really. End of the over, 18 for 2.
But is that a fair conversation to have, Jonathan, about some of those early games were dreadfully dull? I know there's this debate about the Kookaburra ball, and some say, well, you've got to, that bowlers need to work hard for their wickets. But I don't think they were particularly entertaining games of cricket, and I'm not saying that they're going to be games that have the crowds queuing around the block. So this is a more entertaining game. The problem is it's going on at such a rate of knots. Thompson running into bowl 2. Tom Alsop is in. Bowls. Alsop lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall, and there is no run. Sussex 18 for 2, trailing on first innings by 45 after Lancashire bowled out this morning for 195, adding this morning another 19 runs. Sean Hunt, career best return for him, 4 for 64. Ollie Robinson picking up a couple of wickets, 3 for 25 in his 15 overs. And then Sussex trailing by 45, losing both openers with only 6 on the board. Thompson in. Bowls. Alsop defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Cheers, Charlie. Charlie's going to get first in the lunch queue. Yeah.
All right for some.
Yeah. Thompson wanders back to his mark. Give you a quick update on other games in the second division before we go to lunch. 3 slips and a gully. Point, extra cover, mid-on, short leg and a fine leg as Thompson is in. Bowls. Also drives handsomely. Oh, that's a very good bit of fielding by Shan Masood in there at extra cover. That had 4 runs written all over it. It was right at the meat of the bat from Tom Alsop. Sort of shot you hit and you think, oh, that's 4 runs, but it's a very good bit of fielding. He can't prevent the single, but he certainly cut off a 4. Alsop goes to 9, the total to 19 for 2. So around the country in the second division, Northamptonshire 409 for 8 at lunch against Derbyshire on day 2. At Derby, lunch in Cardiff, Middlesex in a very strong position. Glamorgan bowled out for 183, Middlesex 170 for 1 at lunch. Thompson in. Bowls, and Pujara works this through square leg. I don't think this will go for 4 runs, but he certainly will pick up a couple. Will Pujara fielded out on the back. The fielder elects not to throw the ball in. Why is that, Doige? Has he hurt his arm or something? He didn't hurl the ball in, he said threw it to the fielder, I think it was Matthew Revis.
Yeah.
It was Ben Code who actually fielded the ball, but he decided not to hurl it in.
Don't think anything sinister in it, no, just save your energies
Save your
for bowling.
Mark Stoneman goes to lunch, 99 not out. Max Holden on 20, so Middlesex going very well down in Cardiff. Thompson in again. Bowls to Pujara, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. In the other game, Gloucestershire continuing to pile on the runs at Grace Road. 527 for 4. Centuries for Bancroft and Charlesworth. James Bracey, 59 out at lunch. Graham Van Buren, the skipper, is on 40. So that's everything in the second division, which is where our main interests lie. We probably will get another over before lunch as Thompson is in again. Bowls to Pujara, who lets that go. Well, you can only think that was a good lead because Jordan Thompson's got his hands on his head. End of the over, 21 for 2. Pujara 6. Alsop is on 9. Jordan Thompson has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 9. Very quickly in the first innings, Warwickshire bowled out for 397 this morning. Another 100 from Ed Barnard, who's having a terrific time at Edgbaston. Eventually out for 165. Michael Burgess making 108, formerly of this parish. The wicket-keeper, a good recovery by Warwickshire at one stage, were 104 for 6. So that is some effort to get to 397. Durham 78 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 357. Hampshire 61 for 3 in reply to Notts 235.
Alsop facing Cody round the wicket and successfully, solidly behind that. No run. Edward Harland, good afternoon to you. Said Jordan Thompson dismissal when with the bat looked like it hit his left wrist. Good job, he's a right arm bowler. Malcolm Palmer didn't want Jordan Thompson to open the bowling, but that one didn't read well, and he corrected himself once Jordan had taken the first wicket. And Code is into Alsop again, who's got a tickle on this one, down towards our commentary position, bobbling over the rope now and cracking into the covers. 4 runs just before the lunch break will be welcome for Alsop. 13 to him, 25 for 2. Matthew Sumner says you do have company, currently in the office on a weekend revising for accountancy exams, but watching the cricket on the second screen. Far more interesting than accountancy law.
We could do with an accountant to work out the deficit, or Charlie could.
He's hoping for Pujara's wicket before lunch. As Cody's in again, Alsop solidly behind this one. No run. Russ Harker in Berlin says Yorkie's looking at pole position right now, but how many times have we said that before? It would be nice to leave the South Coast with the points in the bag, but this could still go either way. And something to do with the T-boy.
Look at the sunshine, Georgie. It's good news. Bit of blue sky above the ground.
Here's Codin again, and Alsop behind this one, just dropping it into the offside. He thinks about a run, but Pujara doesn't fancy it. Refereean says if we can get Cheteshwar soon, then the door would be definitely Pujara. Handing Ian his coat. And that's just about it for this morning session. 2 deliveries remaining. Big fight tonight, of course. Zeke against Tyson Fury. Big fight on here as well. Code, ooh, that's not so far from clipping the top of off stump as Alsop plays an exaggerated leave. I'll have a look on my replay. Let's see what that was in terms of distance from the stumps. But hands on heads all around in the Yorkshire cordon. Johnny Tattersall not given to drama. And his cap off. Oof. Yeah. He took it a long way down the leg. So he's nearly halfway across the next strip by the time he takes it. That's how much it did after it pitched. Final ball of the session pushed into the onside. So at 1:12 on day 2, after the rattle of 5 further wickets this morning, Sussex leave the field of play. Pujara on 6, Alsop on 13, 25 for 2. And that is 20 runs behind what Yorkshire mustered in their first innings, 195 all out. An interesting afternoon session to follow what's been an interesting morning one.
Yeah, it certainly has. And I think we have to say, perhaps the obvious thing to say, that you feel the Back to Hove for the post-lunch session. The Yorkshire players are gathered eagerly over by the pavilion, waiting to come out. The umpires are just coming down the steps of the pavilion, and the Yorkshire fielders Doige. I'm Adrian Harms, by the way. I should introduce myself, from BBC Radio Sussex. Jonathan Doige from BBC Radio Leeds and other BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Charlie Reynolds will be back with us in a moment or two, time to carry on the commentary. But Yorkshire will be feeling very pleased, Jonathan, with the way that they picked up these 2 early wickets, and Sussex under pressure here.
Yeah, they're clearly under a lot of pressure, 20 behind still with those 2 down. But you wouldn't want a sizable chase either, given the low-scoring nature of the match so far. So, you know, anything more than has been scored, if you like, anything north of 195 as a chase, I think would be pretty tricky. There's some theory that the pitch might improve as play goes on, and although we did get a bit of sun just before lunch, they'd want a fair bit more of that, I would think, would the Sussex batters here. It's cloudy again at the minute, but bright, cloudy and bright, I think it's fair to say.
Well, it certainly is, and much, as far as I can see, depending for Sussex on Cheteshwar Pujara. He's absolutely key here for Sussex. That's not to say that others can't make the runs, but Sussex really will be looking for Pujara on what's probably his last appearance of the season here at Hove, as he makes his way out with Tom also. So I'm going to leave the commentary with Jonathan Doige, who's going to be joined by Charlie Reynolds.
Hassan Adnan going to square leg, and David Mills now headed back to us at this C end. And Cheteshwar Pujara 6 not out, Tom Alsop 13. 11 overs into this Sussex second innings. They're 25 for 2 then. George Hill seems to be flexing as if he may be unleashed in the early part of this afternoon session. Jordan Thompson, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9, was much better in that little spell before lunch than he had been in the opening spell at the start of the match. And Ben Code, well, you can just about set your clock by him really early on, and even he was a little bit on the friendly side, shall we say, in his first couple of overs yesterday, but 6 overs, 1 for 16 before lunch. And it is going to be George Hill from this C end. Charlie Reynolds alongside for this first spell of commentary, and Pujara is going to take this first ball of the session. They've got Tattersall behind the stumps, Root at first slip, Lythe at second, Finlay Beans come out in a cap at third, and who is fourth slip? Jordan Thompson, I think, by the looks of things. And in comes Hill then, right arm over the wicket. Pujara solidly behind this, turns it into the onside for Leach to field. No run. Revis also out there in the floppy at point. Masood has gone as usual to mid-off. James Wharton is under the helmet and just making sure the box is in the right place. At short leg he'd be 2 strips away from the batter, and then Ben Code, the only other Yorkshire player out there, is down at long leg, a few yards in from the boundary as Hill comes in again. Now then, this could be a chance here. Oh, it was a chance. Pujara gets one off the shoulder of the bat, and I said James Wharton was about 2 strips away. Had he been 1.5 strips away, he catches that, I think, but he can't quite get there, or if he did, he couldn't quite reel it in. That would have been a massive early blow in this session for Yorkshire. The ball just took off and looped up in the air, and Wharton desperately groping forward to try and catch it, couldn't quite reel that in. Those who've got the benefit of pictures will see it again, but it really did take off, and I think he might have got just underneath it. Pujara has now dropped the bat and his gloves and has called for some assistance. Looks like the left hand, so in his case the top hand that it's caught. No surprise that it caught the top hand with where it went, and so we're going to have an immediate stoppage here. What did you make of all that, Charlie?
Well, yeah, I think you're right. If the fielder had been a little bit closer, he would have snaffled that one up. It looped high in the air, but the end result could be almost as bad for Sussex if Pajara's done his hand some damage in the process. They'll be hoping he can carry on batting. Physio out there now looking at the hand of Pajara.
Yeah, so eventful start to another George Hill spell here. He struck early, of course, yesterday. Picked up 4 for 22 in the end, but those 2 early strikes really did set with the wheels in motion as far as the Yorkies were concerned. Will Pajara be able to continue here? He's receiving a bit of physio. Looks like it's the outside of the little finger that has taken the blow, and as we saw, those who could see it, those who couldn't, it just looped up in the air, and it's, in terms of its position dropping, it was within the first strip to the immediate leg side of the batter, probably about halfway along that. And as I mentioned, James Wharton under the helmet at short leg, or maybe you call it not quite that short leg, because he's 2 strips away, and he'd obviously got that split-second reaction time to realise where the ball's going, then move himself, and he dived full length. And he's also very tall, James Wharton. I think he managed to get his hand to it, but couldn't cling on. Pajara then ready to roll, and here comes George Hill to bowl to him, and wouldn't you know it, after that nearly cost him his wicket the ball before, he gets a nice friendly half volley outside off stump and strokes it away beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs.
Well, if he was feeling any ill effects after that blow to the hand, he hasn't shown it there. That was a lovely shot, just all along the ground, straight to the boundary.
What has George got in response? We're about to find out, because it comes in past Milnes. And there's an appeal for LBW here. And plenty of confidence behind it, seemingly, as he's looking to turn that into the leg side. You could hear the big thud as it struck either pad or thigh pad. It certainly wasn't sufficient to convince David Milnes that it was worth raising the finger for.
Yeah, I don't know whether I just imagined it or whether there was a bit of a woody sound to that thump. I don't know.
A few questions, bit of height, bit of whether it's going down or not as well, irrespective of wood or not. And there's some more wood. This time he's pitched it right up there on leg stump, and that's been flicked away. Beautiful shot by Pajara. So well, all sorts going on in this over. A delivery that nearly cost Pajara his wicket, an LBW shout, and 2 boundaries from a couple of George's more friendly deliveries. One to come at the end of his first over in this second innings then. 33 for 2 now. So Hill into Pajara again, who's solid behind that one, and punching to Leach at mid-on to complete over number 12 of the Sussex second innings at 33 for 2. And by my reckoning, that means they trail by 12.
Yeah, that seems to check out, maths-wise. I know you've been coming to me
Thank you very much for maths advice.
Yeah. Maths advice all
Private
morning.
tuition during the lunch break.
Well, on paper that was an expensive over from Hill, but it was one that nearly claimed the vital wicket of Pajara on 2 separate occasions, so a good start really from a Yorkshire point of view. And no surprise that we're going to see Ben Code from the Cromwell Road end to start things off this afternoon. He's got 3 slips and a gully to Allsop, and a man at leg slip and short leg. He's in now and bowls, and Allsop just pushes that into the offside. There's no run. Was brightening up a bit. Well, there's a rather ominous black cloud high above us to our right. I don't know quite which way the clouds are moving though, as the flags are completely limp either side of the scoreboard, as Code runs in now to Allsop, who just works that off his pads. It's almost straight to the man at leg slip, and in the end it runs away for 4. There was, I don't know whether that bounced just in front of the fielder there, but not the most convincing strokes from Allsop.
No, was it a chance to Matthew Revis?
Let's have a look at the replay now. I think it bounced just in front of him.
Yeah, I think he's sort of...
I think he'd be more annoyed not to have stopped it than anything.
Yeah, diving to his right.
But you can see the value of that man being positioned at leg slip as Code comes in now, bowls, and Allsop just defends that one, and it's collected by the man at short leg, and there's no run. You can hear the cry of some seagulls in the distance. Code back to the top of his mark, running in towards us down the hill. He's played by Allsop slightly airily into the leg side, where it bounces just before the man at short leg, so not the most convincing of defensive strokes. Once again, we've seen some good bounce in this game from the pitch, and Allsop didn't quite get on top of that, and his skipper Pajara comes down the pitch and just has a little word with him. Code turns at the top of his mark, paces in, bowls, and Allsop plays that off the outside edge of his bat, but safely along the ground. It's wide of the slip cordon, and they just scamper through for a single, so the score moves to 38 for 2. Allsop's on to 18. Pajara, the man on strike, with 14. As the field alters somewhat for the right-handed Pajara. There's going to be three slips and a gully. There are 2 men under the lid at short leg, and a sort of a lot of backward short leg. I don't know if it, as Code comes in now, bowled to Pajara, who's down forward in defence, and there's no run. That'll end the over, so Sussex 38 for 2 still.
So, how many behind? 7.
7, yeah.
Allsop on 18, Pajara on 14, so doing a good job, this pair, of raising the bar for Sussex. 6 for 2, of course they were at one stage. The 2 men dismissed. Tom Haynes caught Masood bowled Thompson without scoring. Tom Clark caught Revis bowled Code for 6. George Hill to continue from the C end, 4 slips in place. Bowling here to the left-handed Allsop, who shoulders arms to that one, as Charles says. Fairly sizable grey cloud overhead is drifting towards us, so kind of heading south. Forecast I saw on the BBC breakfast news this morning suggested that there wouldn't be much of this in the afternoon, and it would all have moved on, and we'd have quite a nice bright sunny remainder of the day. Hill in. Has he got a nick on this? Ooh, not so far off. There's a yelp in anticipation from those in the cordon. It goes through to Tattersall, but also in that sort of danger position of playing with an angled bat there. Probably about 45 degrees or thereabouts as the ball went by. Hill almost striking for the first time in the second innings. Yeah, playing away from his body. Allsop, who waits as Hill comes in again. This time, with that previous shot in mind, perhaps he's much more circumspect in defence. Masood doing the fielding.
Yeah, he was close to playing at that one also, but he did pull off a masterful switch from attempting to play the drive into playing it as if he looked like he was leaving it, trying to fool, I don't know, himself perhaps as much as anyone, that he never intended to play at that one.
Here's Hill again. Also tucks up this time, plays off the hip to Walton, who's gone in front of square leg. No run. Just checking in, see what my boys are doing today. Back up in the north. See if we can find a score as Hill comes shuffling in. Oh, also with a bit of pad and a bit of bat involved. Top ball played out into the offside. Yeah, 12:30 start it was up there. Oh, theoretically it can't have been, because they haven't actually started yet. Maybe a bit of rain around as Hill is in, and that's played with an open face by Allsop out to point where Revis fields, and there is no run. That's the end of the 14th over. Pujara 14 himself, Allsop on 18, 38 for 2. Sussex with Hill 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 in this second innings so far.
Bit of chat between the two batsmen in between the overs as Allsop and Pujara now move to their respective ends. Code's ready to bowl and he thunders in now down the hill as Pujara forward in defence. Yorkshire persisting with 2 men under the lid at short leg, 3 slips and a gully, and a man at mid-off and extra cover as Code moves to the top of his mark, runs in again. He bowls and Pujara just works that nicely off his pads into the leg side. Is it going to get all the way to the boundary? No, it's not. It's hauled in by the man sweeping out on the leg side, and they just settle for a couple. So Sussex 40 for 2, the deficit just 5 now, closing in on parity. And with Pujara there, their hopes still remain as Code runs in again and bowls, and Pujara just pushes that forward in defence. There's no run.
Interesting that James Walton has now taken up a position to Pujara at short leg, which is about half a strip closer than he was at the other end when George Hill bowled that delivery that looped up off Pujara's glove. Or shoulder of the bat perhaps.
As Code runs into bowl and Pujara just pushes that into the leg side off the slight inside edge of his bat, but it's safely along the ground and there's no run. Who's the second man under the helmet at sort of second short leg?
The skipper.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say, is that sort of the reverse order of, you know, if the least senior player has to go in at short leg. I didn't realise that then the captain himself is.
He's running out of fielders to go in.
Yeah. As Code comes in now and bowls, and that one's left well alone by Pujara outside his up. You said that Finlay Bean often has been the man under the helmet.
Yep.
I thought maybe he'd be, you know, sort of. You go down the list of people that have escaped that position.
Yeah, I mean, Finlay's a wicket-keeper, so he's a good grabber at slip and at short leg when he gets opportunities. But who really wants to put the hand up and go and field at Boot Hill?
As Code runs in now, bowls, and Pujara's very solid in defence, and that's the end of the over. Sussex 40 for 2 with Pajara on 16 and Alsop 18.
Yep, so another interesting little spell. We've had, what, nearly 20 minutes of play since resumption. And Sussex have moved from 25 for 2 to 40 for 2. So very useful runs. They're not far from getting back in front in this contest for the loss of 2, and it could have been worse. Not there yet though. Alsop waits as Hill comes in, and Tom shouldering arms to that delivery wide of off stump. Dom Leach just going through a few stretching exercises. Number 8 on his back at mid-on. Took a wicket in the first innings. First appearance for some time in red ball cricket for the county. George Hill coming in again then. Alsop punching this one. No further than Masood at short extra cover. No run. We've got a bit of goal action going on round and about on the periphery. I'm going to say they've been quite polite and not so noisy. But their presence clearly so close to the coast is usually felt down here. In comes Hill again, and Alsop solid and behind that, and there's no run.
I think they've been subdued by this Yorkshire performance.
Yeah, I always think it's interesting that batters will step away when somebody moves behind the bowler's arm. You do often get a bird or a gull flying by when a bowler's running up, and they never seem to bother about that.
Well, maybe they're white, so they just, you can see the ball against them.
Hill in. Ooh, Alsop pushing at that one, which left him. Good delivery through to Tattersall. No run.
Come in for a T20 or a 50 over game, and the batsmen are constantly blinded by the... No, I don't know. Maybe they paint them for the limited overs. Just having a look over his right if there was something going on behind him. He comes in now. Ooh, Alsop again looking to steer that into the leg side, I think, and ends up pushing it into the offside where Masood does the fielding. There's just a little feeling in this over that something might happen. One ball remaining. Yeah, he did well in the end, I think. He adjusted at the last minute, but it got a little bit squared up by that. His technique does seem to...
Here's Hill again, and Alsop this time opens the face and runs it backward of point. Revis makes a good tumbling stop and returns the throw to the non-striking end, but they get through for 1, so Alsop will retain the strike on 19, Pajara on 16, 41 for 2, the deficit now just road end.
Well, this has been a more sensible approach, I think, from Sussex so far this session. We've just seen them just trying to accumulate slowly, take the 1s and 2s when they're on offer, and just chip away at that deficit. Almost level now with Yorkshire's first innings score. As Code will be the man to continue from the Cromwell Road end. He's got 3 slips and a gully, and that man Wharton under the helmet at short leg as he's in now and bowls, and Alsop just lets that one fly through wide of his off stump.
David Milne call that a no ball? I think he's called that a no ball from square leg.
On what? On
3, what is he saying? 3 behind square? Was James Wharton backward of square at short leg? They've got Jordan Thompson at leg slip now, and Dom Leach down at long leg. That wouldn't be the greatest if that was the case.
as Code comes in out of bowls to Allsop, who clips that nicely into the leg side. They're going to run a couple, I think, only, as Revis holds it in about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. But nicely worked off his pads there by Allsop, who moves to 21. He's taken Sussex level with Yorkshire at 45 for 2, so they're effectively 0 for 2. But that's quite an improvement on where they were earlier in this innings, as Code runs in again, bowls, and Allsop thinks about playing that and then drops his hands and bat sharply out of the way, and it sails through at a good height to the keeper.
Yeah, it was a no ball for 3 men behind square leg.
That's a schoolboy, isn't it?
It's a schoolboy error, it is indeed. I guess really, if you've got Dom Leach at long leg and Jordan Thompson at leg sleep, you're kind of looking at short leg and saying you've got to make yourself yourself in front of square. They're clearly behind it, the other two.
As Code comes in now, bowls, and Allsop leaves that somewhat extravagantly outside his off stump. He stepped right across to cover them as suddenly a flurry of seagull action down to our right. Some rather disturbing squawking sounds as well. I don't know whether they've cornered a local parakeet or something. Probably not.
There are many local parakeets.
Well, you know, South Coast. It's balmy down here, isn't it? As Code comes in now, bowls, and Allsop clips that nicely off his pads. He's going to race towards the boundary, but that man, Dom Leach, who's been athletic in the field so far this innings, hauls it in, and they just pick up a couple. So Sussex 47 for 2. They're 2 runs ahead.
2 for 2, game on. Afternoon to you, Lily, who's out there in Kefalonia watching and hoping that Ben Code takes 5 wickets.
As Code runs in now, bowls, and that one's driven hard by Allsop into the offside. It's going to run away before, despite the best efforts of the fielder. That one was there to be hit, in all honesty, and Allsop lent into it very nicely. He's going well so far with 27. The Sussex half century comes up. They're 51 for 2. Is that the same person in Kefalonia that we've heard from earlier in the game, or are there multiple? Is there a sort of Yorkshire enclave in the region?
Supporters all over the world, Charlie. You should know that more than anybody. You know, even in South London.
As Code comes in now, bowls, and that's clipped nicely by Allsop into the leg side for 1 as the over ends. There's some quite loud
But a lifeline, Spandau Ballet,
in my,
number 7,
in my
1982.
Yeah. As I better hand over to Adrian Harms.
No, we'll let them two do that. I'll hand mine to Charlie in a minute too.
Sorry about that loud. Just looking at one or two scores around the country. Zach Crawley's in a dreadful trot of form, isn't he? He was out for a first baller today. Down at Taunton for Kent 8 for 1. Somerset having made 500 and lots. I don't know what he's averaging. It might be worth looking up actually, but he's really struggling.
I'll have a look at that for you while I hand my canvas to Charlie.
In comes Hill, bowls to Allsop, who drives, fielded a short extra cover by Masood, and there is no run. The other interesting scoreline I was looking at was the score at Leicester, where Gloucestershire are 609 for 4, and there've been 71 extras. 71 extras, 12 no balls, 2 wides, 12 no balls, 1 wide, 23 byes, and 22 leg byes. We can't help leg byes, but byes. In comes Hill, bowls to Allsop, works it into the offside, no run. So
on the no balls as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a cumulative total of 24. I think that means there were 12 no balls. 1 wide, 23 byes, but 71 extras. That's a lot of extras. I was thinking, crumbs, who's on 71? I noticed Graham Van Buren is, but also the extras are. James Bracey honing in on a fine player. He's on 92. We'll run through the other scores perhaps at the end of the over. In comes Hill and Bowles. Also covers up plays to mid-on. And there is no run. Oh dear, here comes that music, and that is ridiculously loud. I tell you, I'm going to... Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, better get this Surrey score ready. Oh. Yes, hi Cameron. Sussex are fighting back here at Hove. They're 52 for 2 in their second innings. It means they lead by 7, so effectively 7 for 2. Tom Alsop is on 28. Chetishwar Pujara is on 16. And you feel an awful lot hangs on Pujara making a really big score here. But these two going along very nicely. That was after Sussex were 6 for 2 at one stage. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes both out. Haynes for a duck, Clark for just 6. Earlier on, Sean Hunt picking up career best figures of 4 for 64 as Yorkshire were bowled out for 195 this morning. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey batting themselves into a very strong position against Worcestershire. Worcestershire bowled out for 128 earlier on today. Dan Worrell taking 6 for 22. Surrey in their second innings making a much better fist of things. They're 78 without loss, leading now by 163. In comes Hill. Bowled, also lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall, and there is no run. Doige has just... yeah, so there we are. So Zach Crawley in 2024 scores, these are presumably championship scores, Doige. 5, 4, 41, 1, 6, 10 and 0. 67 runs, he's averaging 9.5. I mean, he's a fine player, isn't he? But you crumbs, you don't want to be going into a test series with a trot like that, do you?
No, not ideal.
No, it's not. Well, it's gone a little bit under the radar, hasn't it? But, I guess these things must start to affect your confidence a little bit, doesn't it? Because people will say, oh, crumbs, that's not great, like we are. So, there we go. Meanwhile, back here at Hove, where the cloud seems to be increasing. I've just went and sat outside for a little while, actually, chatting away to some of the people at the... Have you been to sit up here, Doige? All right, well, if you don't tell anyone, I'll let you know how you get up there. I'll give you the code to the door. You must, when you've gone through, you must tear it up and throw it away. In comes Thompson, played into the offside by Pujara. Sorry, Charlie, I've pinched your over.
I don't mind.
Which is very, very poor of me.
Nice to mix up the ends.
Thompson wanders back. Well, at least Sussex are putting up a fight of it. I rather did fear at 6 for 2. I was thinking, oh, crumbs. And then Pujara got wrapped on the fingers, didn't he, a couple of overs ago, and I thought, oh dear, last thing we need is Pujara to be injured. In comes Thompson, down the hill bowls, and Pujara plays onto the onside. No run. I would imagine, a player like Chetishwar Pujara is really relishing this, like Joe Root probably did yesterday. The best players want to play, in perhaps the toughest conditions, and I'm sure Joe Root relished it, and I think Pujara probably is as well. Yeah,
this does seem like a situation that's tailor-made for someone of his talents and someone of his... I mean, these are the innings that he plays very well.
Thompson in bowls, and Pujara clips nicely away through mid-wicket. More runs here, at least 2, quite possibly 3, maybe even 4. It's just going to be hauled up inside the boundary, but Pujara comes back for a third run. Lovely looking shot. He goes to 19, Sussex to 55 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Leeds, Sheffield, York and other local radio stations in Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Charlie Reynolds and Jonathan Doige, who's just gone off to, I don't know what actually, I don't know if he's gone to sit outside or whatever. He's very keen on his steps, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was very pleased to say he'd done 7,000. He was a bit sort of no, wasn't he? I've done 7,000 steps as he arrived this morning.
I never really know what that means.
Oh well,
what is this? Give it to me in real distances.
Yes. In comes Thompson, comes in and bowls, and Alsop defends. Down in front of him, there is no run. That's a great point, Charlie. I think I might say this. Well, 7,000 steps. Okay, what does that mean? If you walked, you might have done 7,000 little steps for all we know. But anyway,
1 foot in front of the other.
Yes, he's gone off to do some more steps, so we'll pull his leg when he comes back. Sussex fighting away here. These two have put on 49 for the third wicket. Oh no, he's back now. He's in there. Look, he hasn't done many steps.
About 7,
Yeah.
if that.
In comes Thompson, bowls, and Allsop back on his stumps. Plays it down the ground. They're going to pick up a single, and that'll be the 50 partnership between Allsop and Bajara. And a very good partnership it's been too. Not easy, particularly in that post-lunch session. 50 and 96 balls in 65 minutes. I'll tell you how tough it is. And good applause from the Sussex crowd, who have sort of belatedly realised that it is a 50 partnership, and giving plenty of encouragement to Bajara and Allsop. 19 Bajara, 29. I'll just rattle through these scores actually as we get towards the end of the over. As Thompson in again. Bajara defends right in behind that, plays it onto the onside. No run. Sussex 56 for 2. Bajara 19. Allsop 29. Thompson 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Elsewhere, Northamptonshire making 422. Derbyshire already 20 for 1 in their reply. David Lloyd, the man out there for 8. Middlesex piling on the runs in Cardiff. They're 200 for 1 for 2. Mark Stoneman 115 not out. They're leading Glamorgan by 17 runs. Gloucestershire 610 for 5 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. They're all the scores in the first division. In the second division, Essex 35 for 2 after Warwickshire made 397. Centuries there for Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess, formerly of Sussex. Durham 129 for 3, responding to Lancashire's 357 all out.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and Allsop lifts his bat well out of the way as it flies past his outside his off stump.
I thought that might mean that Ben Stokes is batting, but he's next in for Durham up at Blackpool against Lancashire. Hampshire in trouble against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, having a pretty miserable season, Hampshire. 68 for 4 after Notts made 235 yesterday. Kent 8 for 1, Somerset 554 out, all out now raining in Taunton. And Surrey 79 for 1, leading Worcestershire by 164.
As Hill comes in, bowls, and Allsop pushes that into the offside. They consider a quick single, but they wisely opt against it as Revis was swooping in from backward point.
A couple of Sussex players may be in action for the Netherlands today. It's the men's international T20, Netherlands against Scotland. All preparations for the World Cup. Scott Curry, who plays down here at the Sussex, I'm pretty certain is in the squad. Scotland's first match in the World Cup is against England in Barbados, so what an occasion that'll be for Scott if he's picked. Charlie Tier may be picked as well.
As Hill is in bowled, and that one's played fortunately by Allsop off the outside edge. It beats the slip cord and it flies. I don't know whether it bounced just in front, but it was safely through the gap anyway, and they come back for 3, but that Allsop not in control of that shot. That's about the first full shot we've seen him in for some while.
Yes. He's batting very nicely. Well, I wish I hadn't said that now. We'll keep an eye on the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well. The Southern Vipers in action today against the Blaze down at the... I don't think it's called the Aegeus Bowl anymore, is it, Charlotte?
Utilita Bowl.
I can't keep up with all these names.
No, I don't even know what they are either. No. I knew what Aegeus were. I think they were insurance. It's always, it's usually insurance, isn't it? As
yeah.
Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one strikes Pajara on the pads, but not in front of his stumps, and there's barely even a appeal from behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, when you get... I mean, the trouble is when grounds seem to change their sponsor a lot. I mean, we're down here with the Albion, it's the Amex.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sort of change Amex one week, something else the next week. So it's quite difficult. I find it quite difficult to keep up with it all, to be honest.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Bajara, who lets that one through outside his off stump, and there's no run. Tom Allsop just waving to the dressing room for something. It's a new pair of gloves. There's a chat between 3 of the Yorkshire fielders. Shah Massoud in conversation with Adam Lythe and Joe Root as experienced teammates in the passes on whatever they decided in that little conference to George Hill. Still in conversation with his skipper at the top of his mark. And now that chat has yielded a change in the field. There's a man coming in to square leg and a man moving into mid-wicket. So adding some bodies on the leg side as Hill comes in now, bowls to Pujara, who drives smartly down the ground. That is going to run away for 4. That was a lovely shot. He just took a big stride and leant all the way into that one and stroked it down the ground for 4. So Pujara moves to 23. He takes Sussex to 63 for 2. And an emphatic end to the over for the home side.
Shot of the day, that for me.
Certainly was, yeah.
Charlie, what a beautiful shot. Let's just see that again. Look at that. That's just magnificent. And you talk about an off drive through sort of extra cover mid-off. It's just a beautifully played shot. If you were sort of putting together a coaching book on how to play that shot, that would absolutely be it. That was magnificent. I noticed quite a few more people coming in at lunchtime, actually. Just, perhaps I bumped into a gentleman upstairs who said, he wasn't sure about the weather, but then, saw they were playing and, looks like it's going to be okay-ish. I mean, it's still very cloudy, very overcast. I thought the sun was meant to come out this afternoon. There are sort of just a hint of some blue.
Of blue sky.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson comes in down the hill to bowl to Tom Alsop, who's forward stoutly, defensively, plays to short extra cover. And there is no run. 63 for 2. For that you need to take off 45 and you get the lead, which is 18 at the moment. Still an awful long way for Sussex to go. But at least they're making a fight of it. And as I say, when it was 6 for 2, everyone was thinking, including us, oh dear, this doesn't look good. And Sussex are still, let's be honest, Yorkshire's still very much in the driving seat. In comes Thompson, bowls, Alsop lets it go. Oh, we've had lots of emails in. We hadn't had any emails for quite a while, but Kaz in Burgess Hill has got in touch. She says, I couldn't make it down today, but hoping it at least goes to 3 days so I can be back down in Hove tomorrow at one of my favourite places. And she's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Kaz, for sending an email in. That's very kind. Well, let's hope we are here tomorrow. And if we are here tomorrow, who knows where this game might go. It could be very interesting. In comes Thompson, bowls to Alsop, lets it go. Taken by Tattersall, no run. David's in touch from his balcony in Marbella. I'm watching the stream and listening to the commentary. I'm also cleaning the apartment as I fly home to the UK tonight. Cleaning.
Well, yesterday we were saying that, perhaps there wasn't much difference between Marbella and the glorious sunshine of Hove, but I think probably rather be in Marbella sunwise today.
Yes. Thompson in bowls. Alsop plays onto the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Neil has been in touch. He says, good morning from Pennsylvania. How about that? He says, I'm having a line in relaxing to the commentary. We'll probably listen again from the gym a bit later. But it's great to hear the sounds of the game. Yes, lots to do later today. Tomorrow is my cricket day, turning out for Amwell Valley Cricket Club from New Jersey at the beautiful Merion Cricket Club in Philadelphia. Keep up the good work. Oh, Neil, thanks for getting in touch. I wonder if you've probably been in touch before, Neil, in which case I apologise. In comes Thompson, bowls. Alsop defends with a high right elbow, punches to extra cover. And there is no run. I'm presuming you live out there. I don't know if you're formerly of Sussex or the reason for you living out in Philadelphia, but thank you for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. Susan Griffiths was listening, or is listening. Oh no, she says, I'm listening to it at the moment, but not for long. I'm on my way to adjudicate auditions for the Strasbourg National Opera Children's Choir. As in comes Thompson, bowls, Alsop defends, there is no run.
As many of our listeners are, I'm sure.
Yeah, I hope there's still something to listen to, she says. So there we go. Thank you, Susan. So all the way over in Strasbourg. How lovely to have Strasbourg and Philadelphia. That's because we said I hadn't had any emails. Perhaps people are feeling a little sorry for me. Richard Linfield's been in touch. He says, listening while making goat's cheese tarts in Patcham. Both my sons are working in catering at the ground on plate waiting. The other in Greggs. Hope the game goes into the third day so they don't lose any shifts, says Richard. Thank you, Richard, for getting in touch.
Well, I wonder if it was one of his sons who
served
me my chips
there
at
we
lunch.
Are. Well, yeah, I'm sure.
I know you opted for a much healthier.
I did. I opted
I
opted for the full apple wrap, which was actually very nice. More emails as well, which I shall read in a moment, Charlie.
It's going to be Hill to continue from the sea end, running up the hill away from us. He's in now on bowls, and Pujara digs that one out smartly on his middle stump, and it just rolls down the pitch to the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
John Cantwell has been in touch, and he says, since you asked for emails to confirm you have listeners, this is John from New York.
Oh, right.
Just saying how much I'm enjoying your coverage today. I'll be going to the return fixture at Scarborough in August with my brother, who is a Sussex member, and sister-in-law. Best regards, John. How lovely. People getting in touch.
We should complain that we're not getting emails more often as Hill comes in now. Bowls, and that strikes Pajara on the pad. It's a huge appeal from behind the stumps, less enthusiastic from the bowler. I think Pajara, well, he both took quite a long stride down the pitch, and I think possibly across his stumps. It might have struck him outside the line. The umpire never really looked interested.
No, he didn't.
I couldn't see the back of his head, so I'm not quite sure what I'm basing that on. But
I might see the replay of that in a moment.
I don't think Hill was as convinced as the slips were. Oh no!
It's a good shout.
It was a better shout than I thought.
Yeah, it was a good shout.
Perhaps there was some inside edge. I mean, that's the only.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't have been surprised if it was given.
No, on replay that looked fairly central as Pajara this time finds the middle of the bat to defend it with, and there's no run.
You've been to New York, Charlie?
I have, yes. I was considering going for the T20 World Cup. There are some games there, although it turns out they're not really. If they're quite far outside New York, so it's not quite the.
Are they?
I mean, I suppose there wouldn't be much hope of a cricket pitch in Central Park. But that would have been nice.
Well, it'd been awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But Hill comes in now, bowls, and Pajara just clips that into the leg side. It was slightly aerial for a while.
It was. Yeah, it
Yorkshire
was.
might be ruining the fact that they've taken that man who was under the helmet at short leg for quite some time to Pajara. They took him out, and that one would have gone straight into his. Well, he could have caught it in his mouth.
Yeah, I think he was just looking there, George. Let's say, if only you were a little closer. Yeah, I think they've got. Are they almost building the stadium?
Yeah, I think they've built a sort of temporary. As Hill comes in now, bowls, and Pajara firmly in defence. They built a temporary stadium, I think, or sort of like you've seen the enormous sort of the thing at Old Trafford.
Yes.
That temporary stand.
Yeah, I know.
I think along the lines of that.
Yeah, what do they call that stand at Old Trafford? The party stand or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a remarkable piece of engineering, if a little terrifying. As Hill comes in now, bowls, and Pajara leaves that one well alone. It skids quite low through to Tattersall, but safe enough, and that'll be the end of the over. Sussex still 63 for 2 after that maiden. Pajara, well, a little bit of a false shot we saw, but he got away with it.
So when you went to New York, was that to visit friends, or was that a?
It was. Well, yeah, for a holiday, but I did see some friends there as well.
Lovely. The sun's coming out.
At last.
Sun in Marbella, and now sun here at Hove. Ian Arbour has been in touch. Hello, Ian. He says, I think I heard you say one of the overseas players to arrive is an opening batsman. If so, when does he arrive, and how long is he with us for, says Ian Arbour. As in comes Thompson drives, as Allsop drives to mid-on, and there is no run. 63 for 2. Yes, there is a new because Pajara goes after the game at Lord's next week, is my understanding, unless the club tell me that I'm wrong. And the new man coming in is Daniel Hughes, who I gather is an opener. I don't know an awful lot about Daniel, but he's going to play both Championship and T20. And will presumably play in the Championship once that resumes after the first batch of T20s. In comes Thompson and bowls. Allsop defends stoutly to mid-on, and there is no run. And my understanding is that Daniel will be with Sussex for the rest of the season. So right through until the end of September. I did notice bowling on the outfield at lunchtime was Nathan McAndrew, the all-rounder, who was here last year. And he will be, in terms of championship terms, he will be replacing Jayden Seals, who will go off after. Jayden is due to play some T20s, but he'll be going off to join the West Indies, I'm sure, for the Test series. Thompson in bowls, also defends to mid-off, and there is no run. So that's the news with Daniel, and I expect we'll see him first in the first T20 of the season here on the 31st of May. Make sure you get your tickets for the first game, Friday night, Hove. Always great fun. Get some decent weather and come and have an evening at the cricket at Hove. I can see the volunteers from the museum are sitting behind their trestle table over there. If you want to have a wander around the museum, please do today. Have a look around. In comes Thompson bowls on a nice looking shot by Tom Alsop, who's looking increasingly confident. That was a nice looking shot, punching the ball through mid-off and coming back for a third run. Nicely played by Alsop. He goes to 35 and Sussex go to 66 for 2, which means their lead is now 21 at the end of... Is it? No, it's not the end of the over at all. We're talking about they only had 4 balls. That the field is changing over. Stuart Glover's been in touch. Hello, Stuart. He says, "Hi, Adrian and team. I'm watching from Laos. I've not. Have you been to Laos?"
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't been to Laos either. He's a regular listener, is Stuart. He says, "I'm watching and hope we put on a reasonable total to try and get a result. Back-to-back defeats won't be good for morale." That's for sure. In comes Thompson again, bowls to Pujara, who drives handsomely. More runs here. That's going to run up the hill. I'm not sure it's going to make it all the way to the boundary for 4. They're chasing away between the wickets. Pujara's very quick, belying his years. He comes back for a third run. Very good running by Pujara. Just putting Yorkshire under pressure there with that shot. Chasing away and make sure he got back for the third run. Lovely shot. Pujara goes to 26 and Sussex to 69 for 2.
Yeah, I think the man diving at mid-off just got a little
Yes.
fingertip on that, otherwise that would have been racing away for 4. Lovely shot from Pujara.
Yes. Ian has been in touch. Oh, hang on a moment. In comes Thompson round the wicket bowls. Alsop lets that go through to keeper Tattersall, who takes it round about his midriff. There is no run. End of the over. Jordan Thompson, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. Sussex 69 for 2. Alsop 35, Pujara on 26. Partnership between these two is now worth 63. The Sussex lead by 24, so effectively 24 for 2. Ian's been in touch from balmy Kemp Town in Brighton. And he says, "I'll be joining Kaz from Burgess Hill in the So Legal Lounge tomorrow if we get a third day. Yesterday was a treat. Bumper crowd. Enjoying the commentary." Thank you, Ian. Yeah, it was a bumper crowd yesterday. Really good.
Yeah.
And not bad today. I think a few more people have drifted in as they've realised the weather forecast was suggesting earlier in the week that today was going to be a washout. In fact, one of the journalists next door, just break off for a moment. Over to you, Charlie.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Pujara, who is onto the back foot and just pushes that in defence down the pitch.
He's a big Bolton Wanderers fan who are playing in a playoff final at Wembley today against Oxford, and he was saying, well, if it rains, which is forecast, well, might be able to go. But that was certainly what the forecast was suggesting, that it wasn't going to be at all good today. But it's turned out much better than expected, and I think tomorrow is pretty clear and into Monday. Then I think it's not so good, but then warming up for next weekend. So good news.
As Hill bowls now to Pujara, who drives smartly down the ground, but it's to the man at mid-on, and then he spills it somewhat, and they do scamper through for a single as the throw comes in and hits Alsop on the back of the legs.
I like that from Pujara. You're just putting the fielder under pressure there, aren't you? We haven't seen, the fielding has been excellent in this game, particularly the slip catching. But that's the sort of thing, isn't it? You take a single, there's a misfield, and suddenly as the batting side, you think, well, come on, we're doing okay here, 70 for 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were saying earlier. That the sort of thing that Sussex should be doing really is just picking up the runs where they come and turning the strike over. It's left-hand, right-hand combination, always frustrating for a bowling side as Hill comes in now, and Alsop's just right behind that one in defence, and it rolls back down the pitch. There's no run.
Now, Rosemary Cunningham has been in touch. I wonder whether we could have got ourselves an invite to dinner tonight, Charlie. Because Rosemary says, "We're hoping to come to Hove tomorrow, just hope there'll be some cricket, as I've moved Sunday lunch, chicken, bacon, roast potatoes, carrots, green beans and broccoli to tonight. Not so good at 6 for 2, but improving now, touch wood." And Rosemary's enjoying the commentary.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who is behind that one as well, and there's no run.
That sounds a great Sunday lunch for me. Chicken, bacon, roast potatoes, carrots, green beans and broccoli. Bit of gravy, does that float your boat, Charlie?
Yeah, that'll
do.
I'm not a huge roast, but controversially,
Are you?
not a huge roast potato fan.
Really?
I mean, it's fine, but it's not in my top. It's not in my top 2 potatoes, top 3 perhaps.
Oh right, okay.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who is behind that one once again.
What would be your top 3 potatoes? I'm going to guess jacket potato.
Yeah, I think the humble baked potato is an underrated.
Yeah, I like
underrated.
baked potato.
I mean, mashed potato, you can't go wrong with that.
Okay.
Maybe a bit childish, but and then
It's got to be proper. It's got to be proper mash, not out of the packet.
Yeah. You can't compromise on that.
Trouble is, you've got to peel the potatoes then.
Yeah. But good things take work. As Hill comes in now, Bowles and Allsop drives that one, but it is once again straight to the man at mid-off. There's no run. That'll end the over. Sussex have moved to 70 for 2. Allsop has a nice 35 and Pajara 27.
Batting very nicely, these two, aren't they? Partnership now of 64, carrying on the potato theme. So if you had a jacket potato, I'm not too keen on jacket potatoes in the microwave. For me, they have to be crunchy.
You've got to give it a good hour in the oven.
Yes, I agree. I'm with you on that. And favourite filling?
I think you can't get. Well, I mean, you need a lot of butter. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Just cheese, I think.
Bit of tuna?
Oh no. Ooh.
No? Really?
Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, your face. Do you not like fish?
No.
That explains it.
But definitely not cheese. I mean,
No.
But you're here on the south coast. You get the better tins, fresh from the sea. That's what tuna looks like, isn't it? I was very surprised to see what tuna's enormous.
Yeah, it is enormous. Yeah. Have you ever seen a tuna?
I mean, not until I was quite old and didn't realise that it wasn't just a little horrible sort of mushed up. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be what the fish looked like, but it was a surprise.
Change of bowling. Dom Leach is coming into the attack. Down the hill, bowls to Pajara, who plays into the offside. There is no run. I'm very mindful. We always hear at Hoville coming down the hill, and anyone who hasn't been to the ground probably wonders, well, is it a big hill, a small hill? What sort of hill is it? Well, it's a 10-foot drop from the Cromwell Road end, which is at the far end of the ground with the big blocks of flats and the huge houses, some of which, as Charlie was saying yesterday, have got scaffolding up. It's a 10-foot drop down to the sea end of the ground where we're commentating from. So we're looking up the ground, up the hill, and Leach is running towards us. That's very confusing, isn't it? Comes in, balls to Pajara. Now, we haven't seen that happen for a little while. He was looking to play that on the leg side with Pajara. He got rather squared up. The thickish outside edge, the ball goes very quickly to backward point. In the air briefly, but encouragement for Leach.
Well, it would be interesting to see some of that eye-hawk data that we've been hearing about, because I think Leach is... You'd like to see what speed he's bowling at. It seems that one surprised Pajara a bit.
It did. No, it did surprise him.
I mean, we've seen a lot of bounce throughout this match, but that one bounced on Pajara more than he was expecting.
3 slips go down, Leach in bowls, and Pajara plays a majestic shot. He just eased that. That was a deliberate shot. Plays the ball down to third man, picks up a couple of runs. Jordan Thompson is in hot pursuit, but not before Pajara comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 29, Sussex 2, 72 for 2. Do you know, it's no mistake that Pajara finds the gap, having had the pleasure of watching him here for the last 3 seasons. He finds the gaps, and it's not just luck. It's a huge amount of skill in the way that Pajara bats. It's been, a delight to watch him, but he could do with a few more runs here for Sussex. He's on 29. Roaring in is Leach bowls, and Pajara defends into the offside, no run. So, Rosemary, enjoy your roast dinner tonight. I'm sure you will, and we're very envious. But Charlie isn't envious of your roast potatoes. He would come for dinner tonight if he thought you were having can't have jacket potato with the roast.
No.
Can you? Not really.
Not really.
Does that mean you'd get gravy all over the skin and, Yeah, that'd be horrible. And you eat the skin with your hands as well, don't you? I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't...
It's covered in gravy. That'd be horrid, wouldn't it? In comes bowls. Pajara is getting more. It sort of uppercuts that away. That's a lovely shot by Pajara. And it's 4 more. Too much width there from... Leach, and cut away, sort of uppercut by Pajara down to a wideish third man. He goes to 33, 76 for 2, makes the lead to 31.
Well, but Pajara decided that if there's going to be this bounce from the pitch, he's just going to ride it and lift it up over the man at backward point. That was a lovely shot.
Andrew's been in touch, and he says your commentary is better informed from being able to check replays. I'll just check that in a moment, actually. So in comes Leach and bowls, Pajara defends into the offside. There is no run. Sadly, loads of us watching the stream aren't getting to see the replays other than wickets. So I'm not sure. We had, and he says about comments on the excellent stream at Glamorgan last week, which really was a very good stream. What I would say here is there's only our friend Jack next door who operates the stream, and certainly at Glamorgan last week there were 2 guys doing the Jack roll and somebody else operating a camera. So
well, we also benefit from the fact that the stream's slightly behind.
That's exactly
the action,
what we're
so
seeing.
we get a sort of instant replay when we see the delivery for the that they're saying for the first time.
But it was very, very good, the Glamorgan stream, but they did have more people. But thank you for getting in touch, Andrew. Lovely to hear from you. Charlie Askew's been in touch, who's a Norfolk martlet. So, a Sussex fan living in Norfolk. But he's listening from Stend Agricultural College near Bergen in Norway. I've been to Bergen. It normally rains in Bergen. Nowhere flat enough to play cricket, but perfect weather for it. Most unusual for a venue that's normally wetter than New Road, Worcester. Enjoying the commentary. Bergen should be more pronounceable than Benizov. Oh yeah, there was one last week I got totally confused with.
As Thompson, who's into the attack now, from the C end, comes into Alsop, who just works that into the leg side. So a change of bowling from Yorkshire. Hill out of the attack, Thompson in.
You've been to Bergen?
I haven't. No, I haven't been to any Scandinavian destinations.
Bergen's lovely, and I was told, and actually Charlie may let us know, it rains something like, and this I don't think this is an exaggeration, something like 270 days a year in Bergen. But the day we went, it was lovely and sunny. Couldn't believe our luck.
Thompson running in again, now bowling to Alsop, who is there in defence, and there's no run. And
there's a wonderful view you can get. You go up from the harbour, and there's a like a vernacular railway that takes take forever to walk up there. Takes you right to the top and gives you lovely views across the city of Bergen. It's really very nice indeed. That's the place for fish, you know, Charlie.
Is it?
Yeah, right on the coast. Where you get lots of cod there.
Won't be adding it to my top destinations to visit, but I'm sure there are other things.
Yeah.
As Thompson comes in now around the wicket, and Alsop pushes that into the leg side, and there's no run.
I wonder what Charlie's doing at the Stend Agricultural College near Bergen. Do you think he's a student, or do you think he's a teacher, or I don't know.
I don't know. What sort of Norwegian agriculture? Is it fish farming?
That's a good question. I don't know what they grow in Norway. I wouldn't have thought there's lots
pine. It's not really farming, is it?
No, I don't.
It's more forestry.
Yeah.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who's very firm in defence, and some nice footwork from Thompson just to flick the ball up to himself.
I think we find Norway fiercely expensive. I mean, they probably earn more money than us, which would counter that. But I didn't buy much when I was there, but we did go on the vernacular railway.
Be good for summer cricket though. It's very light.
Totally,
you wouldn't need floodlights.
That's a contentious issue down here. Don't mention the floodlights.
Thompson comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who clips that very nicely off his pads. It's going to race away for 4. That was a beautiful piece of timing from Alsop, who's really worked his way nicely into this innings. He moves to 39. He takes Sussex to 80 for 2. Thompson just straying onto his pads, and Alsop very happy just to clip that away. Or maybe they should, would there be a Sussex overseas relocation to Norway? No floodlights?
Yeah, I mean, you could play that till probably about 11 o'clock at night, I should think, on June the 21st.
Well, they're not with all this rain, I guess.
No, that's a very good point in Bergen. Probably see the... I was... come back in a minute, because we're about Northern Lights, Charlie.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls, and that one's driven down the pitch by Alsop, where Thompson gets a hand to it, but no more. That'll be the end of the over. Sussex have 80 for 2. Alsop 39, Pajara 33.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, Leeds, Sheffield, York, and any others I've missed up in Yorkshire. And Sussex fighting back at one stage, 6 for 2, are looking in a real pickle, but now 80 for 2. Partnership between these two of 74. It means the lead is now 35 for Sussex. If you missed it earlier this morning, the last 3 Yorkshire wickets going down for 19. Sean Hunt, the young left armour, who we interviewed last night after the game, picked up his best return, 4 for 64. Revealed he's a golfer, did Sean, plays off 12. So he's useful. But good to see him back and good to see him in the wickets and picking up 4 wickets. Ollie Robinson picking up 3, looking very fit and lean. And he might have had more. He passed the outside edge on numerous occasions. But it's going to be Leach who's running in down the hill. Bowls to Pujara, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Sure who this is from. N. Monham, who says, sorry, Neil from Reading, intending driving down for tomorrow. Hope there'll be enough play. You mentioned Hughes as an opening bat. I wonder if that may unbalance the side, but I keep changing the order. Thoughts, please. I'm pretty certain he's an opening bat, and I hope I haven't embarrassed myself by saying he is. I'm fairly certain he is. Perhaps the guys in the Sussex media team will drop me a note just to confirm that is the case. In comes Leach to bowl to Pujara, who lets that go. That was a good leave and a good delivery. He made the decision very late then, Chetishwar Pujara. Lets the ball go through to Tattersall, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, at the top of the order, I mean, Tom Clark's a fine young player, but it's just been a bit of a struggle for Tom at the top of the order so far in the Championship. I wonder whether perhaps there are plans for Daniel. If he is an opener, I'd have thought that would probably be, and maybe Tom to drop down the order a little. We can see. I'm sure Paul Farbrace will have a plan. As Leach wheels around in his second over, figures of 0 for 6, comes into bowl to Chetishwar Pujara. He's in and bowls. Pujara struck on the pad. That does look tighter. Pujara is given, and that's a massive wicket. Pujara turned round. He looked at umpire Adnam, whose finger was raised, and Pujara has gone. My first inclination on that was that it was tight. We may get a chance to see this again, but Pujara, massive blow for Sussex. Leach in. It looked a good shout. Pujara looks very disappointed, but then you always are. And it's just the way the Yorkshire players celebrated. And the great man, and he is a great man, makes his way off. And the Sussex supporters will know it's the last they're going to see of Pujara for this season. His little stint over here will be finished after the game at Lord's next week. 33 and 56 balls, but he's gone, and that's a massive, massive blow for Yorkshire.
Yeah, just on the replay, I thought maybe he just about got outside the line, but I don't know whether.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that was just he then moved. It's harder to judge exactly when the ball struck him on the pad. I don't know whether he moved in the way that batsmen often do to try and con the umpire into saying, "Oh, look, this is where I was when it hit me." But it seemed less out than the big shout we saw against Pujara a couple of overs ago.
Yes, and that was a huge shout.
I don't know whether that one had a bit of bat, because if it didn't, it seemed more in line with the stumps than that one. But we are not out there in the middle, so it's not always easy to tell from the stream.
So the new man coming out is James Coles, who top scored in the first innings for Sussex. Made 38. So Sussex effectively here. Charlie 35 for 3. Charlie's been back in touch from Bergen.
Yeah.
And he says that Charlie is a teacher. His specialism is in dairy. He says fish is king here, but lots of small farms, and they like to learn in English. My job is import-export of students. It's amazing what people do for jobs. What an interesting dog. How lovely to be living over in Bergen. I say it gets a bit wet there, but nice cold winters with a bit of snow. And just looking who that is in. Oh, I thought. Just looking in the commentary box, someone walked in who I thought was a familiar face, but they're talking to the press guys. Anyway, I'll stop rabbiting. So thank you, Charlie, for getting in touch. And hopefully the guys will let me know about Daniel Hughes, who I'm fairly certain Neil is an opening bat. So here comes Leach. Good bowling change, you have to say. Comes in and bowls to Coles. Oh, my word, he was very nearly gone over a first ball. Playing a miss outside the off stump. The ball rattled through into the gloves of Tattersall. Isn't it strange as well how the balance of a game shifts? All of a sudden, Pujara and Allsop looking reasonably comfortable in the context of the match. Pujara's out, Coles plays a wafty drive outside the off stump, and suddenly you're thinking, oh, crumbs, from a Sussex point of view. Well, he's got away with that, as James. Let's hope that he can play like he did in the first innings when I thought he played very well, where there were wickets just tumbling all around him. Leach in again, bowls. Cole's right behind this, wasn't going to make the same mistake twice, plays it down the track, and there is no run. Do you realise we haven't seen an over of spin in this game?
Yeah. Well, you had your fill with the Kookaburra, didn't you?
Yeah, we did, yeah. It's funny, you know, with the Kookaburra, because up at Leicester I interviewed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who'd picked up wickets. In fact, he picked up his career best figures up at Leicester, did Finn. I said, what do you make of the Kookaburra ball? And he said, well, actually, I don't mind it too much. I feel I have to work much harder for my wickets. I think it means I have to learn other skills. I have to learn new ways of getting people out, which I thought was very interesting. He took 5 for 50 out there. In comes Leach, bowls, Coles, clips to wideish mid-on and picks up a single. He is on his way, and Sussex go to 81 for 3 at the end of that over from Leach, who's bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7, but he can forever say that he removed the great, and he is the great, Cheteshwar Pujara, just as Tom Haynes can say that he removed the great Joe Root yesterday. 81 for 3, Alsop 39, Coles on 1, Adrian Harms, and Charlie Reynolds here discussing all things, well, all sorts of things really.
I think it is a surprise that we haven't seen any spin, to be honest. I mean, perhaps less so from Yorkshire, who have basically picked an all-seam attack, but just from a sort of variation point of view, you would have thought with just a speculative over here or there might just break up. But I guess no one's really, there hasn't been apart from perhaps when Joe Root and Wharton or Joe Root and Tattersall yesterday were going, there hasn't really been a partnership that's needed much breaking up.
No.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls to Coles, who's struck high on the pads, maybe on the thigh pad, outside his off stump, and sails through safely, and there's no run.
Doidge's back, and he's offering to make me another cup of coffee. I don't know whether he's sort of after something or not, whether he thinks I'm going to bring another packet of biscuits or something tomorrow, but it's very kind of you.
He obviously hasn't heard what we've been saying about him while he's out of the room.
No, I know, it's a very, very good job actually. Let's hope no one tells him.
Thompson is at the top of his mark. He's going to run away from us up the hill towards Coles and bowls, and that one's played into the offside by Coles, and there's no run.
We've been saying a lot this. There is no other way, bowls to Coles. And I decided there must be a better way of describing it, and I can't think of one, Charlie. It just sounds like it's a poem.
Yeah. That's the first time I was aware of doing it, but it did. As soon as I said it, I thought, "Ooh, that seems weird."
Yes.
Delivers. As Thompson comes in now and sends one down to Coles, who just pushes that into the offside, and there's no run.
Well done, Charlie. You're far quicker than I am. I couldn't have done that.
All that reading of the thesaurus last night.
Yeah. I can't hope for everybody who's intending to come tomorrow that we do go into tomorrow and have a really good day's play, because quite a few people have been in touch but have had this sort of inked in the diary. Or Sussex, Yorkshire, third day, Hove, lovely.
As Thompson comes in now, bowls to Coles, who pushes that one into the offside, and there's no run.
And I guess from a Sussex point of view now, this is, your linchpin, if you like, is now out. But, opportunity knocks now, doesn't it? Coles batted very well in the first innings. We all know he's a fine player. Big responsibility. This is, these are the games you want to play in, isn't it? Against a top attack like Yorkshire. It's a real opportunity for these younger players to really show what they're made of here.
As Thompson runs in again, and Coles once again is forward smartly in defence. That one just rolls out into the offside.
He's such a stylish player, isn't he? I saw actually when James Coles wandered off yesterday, and Joe Root was talking to him on the way back to the pavilion, and I'm sure that there are very good reports all around about James Coles and what a good player he is. We don't want to overhype him, that would be completely wrong, but you can't help but recognise when somebody is a good player. This may not be his match, but he's a fine player.
Thompson delivers now, and Coles gets a leading edge on that one. It chips invitingly down the ground. It's well over the head of Thompson, and fortunately for Sussex, it's bisects the men at mid-off and mid-on and lands safely enough. But just as we were talking up James Coles. He mistimes that attempted flick into the leg side, and
Yes.
well, it's fortunate for him that he got sort of quite a large amount of bat on it, really. But a false shot, but he survives. That'll end the over.
Yeah. Do you believe in the commentator's curse? I mean, it's nonsense, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously is in reality. I mean, yes, no, I don't believe in it, but
Good.
but it does happen quite a lot. But,
It does.
I mean, we are always saying things, so
Yes.
things and things are always happening on the pitch. So at some point,
It's going to
there's
happen.
going to
isn't
be
it?
there's
Yeah,
going to be.
I agree.
And you can make you can say coincidences can be drawn in many ways.
Yes.
So no, I don't believe in it, but it does happen an awful lot.
Yeah. It does. Leach is coming into bowl his third over down the hill, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop. Alsop right in behind this, plays into the onside, no run. He's faced 91 balls, Tom Alsop, for his 39. Yes, I agree with you, and it's almost inevitable it's going to happen at some stage. Still the 3 sips in place. Doige's made the coffee. He's also coming with a nice box of donuts as well, which is nice of him to pop down the shop for us, Charlie. Oh, no, he hasn't.
A couple of them have
he
been
hasn't.
eaten.
Oh, yeah, no, he hasn't. Thought it was too good to be true. Back to his markers. We've been having great fun at your expense, Doige. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls to Alsop. Lets it go, taken by Tattersall. There is no run. Actually, no, we haven't. We've been. What we did do last time you were in, Jonathan, we were saying we hadn't had many emails, and then we had a glut of them. We've had listeners in Pennsylvania, in New York, in Bergen. We've had Rosemary in touch, inviting us round for Sunday lunch. Actually, that's not true. You shouldn't do that, really, should you? But I'll tell you about the Sunday lunch in a minute, and you can give us. Do you like roast potatoes, Doige? Right, yeah, he says, yeah.
I mean, I think I am the only person in the world
Who doesn't like roast potatoes is Charlie.
they're fine. That's that's my controversial take. They're fine. Yeah, and Doige.
In comes Leach, bowls, Alsop drives into the offside.
The note of
no run.
disgust in the voice of Jonathan Doige, as I
Yeah.
said.
It's fine, like nice. They're nice.
They're okay.
Yeah. Well, Rosemary is coming tomorrow to the cricket, hoping for some play, and they've moved Sunday lunch, Jonathan, to tonight. Chicken, bacon, roast potatoes, carrots, green beans, and broccoli. No Yorkshires in there, though. No Yorkshire pudding, so...
Well, that would be,
Like
traitorous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I bet George you would like his York...
I'll eat the rest and complain after.
Each bowls all sort of drives firmly into the covers. In there is no run. Yeah, all sorts of Yorkshire. It is a Yorkshire, but when I went to York last year for a long weekend, and they specialise in big Yorkshire puddings in York, don't they? They do. Jonathan can tell us. Jonathan's coming in at commentary at the end of this over, so he can tell us all about about York, because I'm sure we walked past a shop and there was queues of people waiting to get in there, and also for the afternoon tea. I forget the name of the tea room. Georgie will know. In comes Leach around the wicket bowls. Oh, and Alsop loses off stump. Well, he left it. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. Oh, you couldn't make it up. You could not make it up. Tom Alsop left that ball outside of his off stump. His off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground. And there is the umpire's arm out, and it is a no ball. Wow. I mean, it was
Drama. What more could he...
Well, I wonder what Tom Alsop's emotions were.
He looked immediately so distraught, because he's batted beautifully, really, today. That one just a catastrophic misjudgment. Off stump, cartwheeling out of the ground, and then...
I better make a note of that in the book. Bowled on 39, but it was a no ball. Wow.
It must have been quite a big one. It was called immediately.
Needs to make the most of that. Leach in again. Bowls to Alsop. Oh, he lets the next one go as well. It goes through to the gloves of Tattersall.
I'm not a professional cricketer, but if you just left, it's a brave man who I feel like
very brave.
Shoulders arms the delivery after
Yeah.
losing his off stump to a misjudged leave. But
No, I agree.
we are also not in line with the wicket, so that could have been very wide of the off stump.
Wow. I mean, the emotions of Tom Alsop from total despair to thinking, oh my goodness, I've got a reprieve, compared to the emotions of Dom Leach, who's probably thinking, yes, and then the high to the low. Leach around the wicket, in and bowls to Alsop, who clips firmly to mid-on. It's a good spell, this, from Leach. I hadn't noticed, actually, Charlie has bowled 2 no balls in this over. I didn't pick the first one. 87 for 3, so that's bad commentary by me. Apologies.
I think we were all recovering from my roast potato.
I think we are. Yeah, yes, we were. Perhaps it was when we were very gently pulling Jonathan's leg. 3 slips go down. It's absorbing cricket at the minute. In comes Leach again, bowls wide. He'll be frustrated. That was a short delivery. The ball goes through to. And I just saw the umpire there, Adam, just sort of almost as if to say, do you think I sort of calm down a little, or don't quite know what it was? Perhaps he's just a little frustrated, is Leach. Anyway, he takes his cap and his jumper. It is the end of the over. What's happening here? I can just see umpire Adam. I think he's just pointing out where the front foot landed there of Dom Leach. Anyway, we're going to have a little change in the commentary box. I think it's time for Doiji to come in for Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. You can go and think about roast potatoes against jacket potatoes, against new potatoes, against chips. What other sort of potatoes are there, Doiji? That's 4.
Sauteed.
Very good. Mashed.
Mashed, yeah.
That's 6. Yeah, 6 types of potato you could have.
Is this me or you?
You.
Jordan Thompson then from the C end, and that's dropped into the leg side by Coles with Revis round to field.
Do you know, all the people that I commentate with, you are the least person I'd have thought would have said sautéed potatoes.
How very dare you?
And tell me about those pies in York. Am I right about Yorkshire puddings in York? Great big Yorkshire puddings. They fill with meat and vegetables.
Probably. I mean, you're just going from an overnight stay there, aren't you? Whatever last week, as Thompson's in, and that's through to Tattersall with the batter shouldering arms. The big Yorkshires are done all over the place, to be honest with you. Not just in Yorkshire, but you need to be in Yorkshire to taste.
Oh, definitely. That's why we thought. Yeah. And what's the name of the tea room?
Betty's, probably.
Betty's, yes, Betty's tea room. There is a massive queue outside Betty's.
It's always there.
Yeah.
I think they just form a queue before they open every morning, and it's just there.
Yeah,
really.
We booked and went had afternoon tea. There was a pianist.
Did you have a fat rascal?
Ooh.
Thompson is in, and that is flicked off the legs. Nicely played in the air. 3 bounces, and it bobbles over the rope towards the scoreboard on our right. 4 runs.
No. What's a fat rascal?
Well, I'll let you go and sample one next time you're at a place where there is Betty's. Right. When are you going? You're going back to York, obviously, in
for the cricket.
Yeah, in July.
Okay.
And you'll be.
Well, I can't wait till then. You're going to keep me in suspense. I might have to look that up. Yeah, I mean they're very nice sandwiches.
Fat rascal, very nice as well. Bit of jam and butter, something like that. Maybe a bit of cream. As Thompson is in again, that's pinged in short, and Cole's happy to duck underneath that. How vital will that miss, if you like, last over be? Dom Leach bowling also with a no ball. Not sure how far over he was, but doesn't matter, does it really? If he's over, he's over. And he couldn't manage to do it with a legitimate delivery. He'll be really frustrated with that.
Yeah.
Always spectacular from a bowler's perspective if the stumps cartwheel. Here's Thompson again, and punching this one towards mid-off Coles.
Good call,
that. Round to field, top ball.
Actually, in all seriousness, though, Jonathan, we were saying a lot of people have been in touch on email, and thank you everybody. We've had so many emails from all over the globe, which has been wonderful in the last half hour since you've not been on commentary. But the amount of people who are coming tomorrow and have probably got this date penciled in the diary, 3rd day, Sussex, Yorkshire. So I really hope we get a good day's play tomorrow.
You're rubbing that in, aren't you? That you've had loads of emails in since I was off the air.
That's completely accidental.
Here's Thompson in, and that's flicked square on the leg side for 4 more. just over pitching Jordan up on leg stump twice in the over. And he's cost him 8 runs, and every single one is valuable. The lead now is at bang on 50. 50 for 3 effectively. And anything north of a 150 chase on here, given the scores that we've had so far, it's going to cause you a few problems, I would have thought. Dean Southall, good afternoon to you. He has at least messaged in, Dean from up in Doncaster, saying, regarding your plea before lunch, I'm listening. I'm not going to say what I'm hoping for, as I don't want to jinx it. Keep up the good work with the commentary and accents. Marvellous. Just magnificent email. Wonderful.
It's going to be Dom Leach. The sun is trying to come out. There's lots of heavy cloud around Hove. Some people have appeared on the balcony of the flats away to our right-hand side. And the sun is just breaking through as in comes Leach. Down the hill, bowls to Allsop. Allsop defends down the onside. There is no run. That's the 99th delivery that Tom Allsop has faced for his 39. We've had listeners in New York, in Pennsylvania. We've now got a listener in Baltimore. In what state is Baltimore in? Well done, Charlie. Charlie knows.
It's in the right state, I think.
Good morning, Baltimore. What's the musical that's from? Good morning. I'll think of it in a minute. Good morning, Baltimore. No, it's from. It's a musical. You don't believe me, don't you? Do you?
I've been on air with the Muppets here.
It's a musical. In comes Leach down the hill, bowls, Allsop drives, and is going to get a fortunate single down to third man. He's going to drive that through extra cover. It ended up down at third man. There is no run.
Can I have another rendition of Good Morning Baltimore,
no, you can't,
please?
but I will remember the musical. Anyway, Jeff says, hello, Adrian, Charlie and Jonathan. Sorry you were feeling a bit lonely this morning. I'm really enjoying the commentary. Don't worry, I've got nothing better to do on this rainy day in Baltimore, and I'll be with you all day. Keep up the great work, thanks. And by the way, he says, I'm with Charlie on his potato rankings. So yeah, it's a jacket potato for Charlie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jacket every time.
Yeah. Oh, really?
I like a jacket.
Yeah, oh, I do. Yeah,
a crispy skin jacket.
Well, we had this conversation. In comes Leach bowls and Coles drives, and Leach fields on the bounce of his own bowling, and there is no run. You're not in the microwave.
No.
Hairspray. Have you heard of Hairspray, Doigi?
What, the musical?
Yes.
Yeah?
That's where Good Morning Baltimore
Is it?
comes
Oh,
from.
I've never
yeah.
seen it, but
Right,
I've heard of it.
Yeah, well, you need to get and see it.
Do I?
Yeah, good musical.
Is that your favourite musical?
No.
I've got you down for you're a Guys and Dolls man.
In comes Leach over the wicket bowls. Oh, Coles is beaten outside the off stump. He was rather groping for that outside of the off stump, and momentarily Dom Leach had his hands on his head as the ball whistled into the gloves of Tattersall, and there is no run. I love musicals like Mary Poppins. I loved.
Just a spoonful.
Yeah,
of sugar.
fabulous. Yeah, I love it. Love a trip to the theatre. 3 slips go down. Oliver.
You're getting names wrong again, aren't you?
In comes Leach bowls. Coles defends down the offside of the track. I'm loving this cricket, Georgie, because it's tense in a lovely way, isn't it? You know, you feel if Sussex have got a little lead here, it's only 50 runs, but if these two can stay together, by the same token, Yorkshire are thinking, well, if we could whip a couple out here, there into the Sussex, middle lower order.
Yeah.
So it's absorbing stuff.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Yes.
Cookies?
Yes. More cookies. No, we've. Oh, I see you open the other pack. Oh, was that Charlie? Oh. Give him an inch. Yeah.
It's like having a squirrel in the commentary box, isn't it? It's just gone.
He comes
Destructive.
Leach bowls. Coles clips onto the onside and takes a comfortable single. He goes to 12 at the end of Leach's over. He's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13. Sussex on 97 for 3. Coles is on 14. Allsop is on 40. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio, Sussex, Yorkshire, Leeds, Sheffield, and any other stations there up in the fine county of Yorkshire. I'm Adrian Harms, Charlie Reynolds and Jonathan Doige, your commentary team. And the scoreboard shows that Sussex lead by 52 on a cloudy afternoon here on the south coast But the sun is trying to break through. Well, you almost feel Doidge, these are good bowling conditions, would you say, with the amount of
you'd
cloud
say so.
cover?
Yeah, I've just been out for a wander round, and it's sort of slightly muggy. I wouldn't want to exaggerate that, but there's just a slight muggy feel in the air. So that generally, as we know in this country, it lends itself to a bit of swing. I'm not sure whether it's been swinging or not, because again, we're not at the right sort of angle to be able to read that.
No.
Unless there's an obvious clue in a stroke that somebody's played perhaps at some point. Matthew Revis then from the C end in a change of bowling. Right arm over the wicket. First delivery is to the right-handed James Coles, who shoulders arms. And that draws some support from his Yorkshire teammates. So yeah, as Harmsy said once or twice, absorbing I think is a good way of describing things at this moment in time.
Oh, John has been in touch with another form of potato, which I'm going to have to get Charlie to pronounce.
Dauphinoise, perhaps, as Revis is in. Oh, and he does have a push at that one, more than a push really. James Coles, he's driving through the offside and then replays the shot as a leave.
How did you know that?
Sometimes these things come to you, don't they? And it just, I've not seen it, but it just came to me that
That's exactly what it is.
Potato.
Wow. Psychic Doidge.
Yeah, doing a couple of readings this evening, and only cost you £250 for a 5-minute chat. As Revis is in, that's dropped into the offside by Coles, and there's no run.
What are Dauphinoise potatoes?
They're very thinly sliced into creamy.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Dauphinoise potato. That sounds very nice. I'm just thinking, because I've got an update to come in a moment.
Leave it with you then.
Yes, I'm going to lock up the Surrey School crumbs. I'm behind the 8 ball here. Yes, thank you, Cameron. Well, Sussex are fighting back. However, they have lost the crucial wicket of Cheteshwar Pujara, who was LBW for 33 to the bowling of Dom Leach. That after a partnership of 74 with Tom Alsop, who is still there. I say Alsop is still there because a few moments ago we thought he'd been bowled. He was bowled, but it was called a no ball. So an escape for Alsop, who's on 40. James Coles is batting nicely. He's on 12. Sussex are 97 for 3, which means that their lead is 52. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey playing Worcestershire. Worcestershire bowled out for 128 yesterday. Surrey just slightly struggling in reply. They're 132 for 4. Jamie Smith still there. He's 13 not out. Rory Burns made 70. There we are. And my apologies, we missed the last couple of balls of that maiden over from Matthew Revis, which was a very good over. And Sussex 97 for 3. Alsop on 40. Coles is on 12.
I know I was going to ask you as a London geezer type thing, all that. I just saw. I love the old footage when it comes up with football memories and stuff on your X feed. Follow a few of those, and you see the old goals and the old kits from the 70s. Love all that. And there was a match on that they showed earlier today. Orient 0, Manchester United 1 in 1974, which would have been, I think, the season that Man U had dropped down into Division 2. Why did they call themselves Orient then, but then went back to Leighton Orient?
I don't know. Is this me or you?
Yeah, you.
Thank you. As in comes Leach and bowls and defended by Alsop down the offside of the track. There is no run. I always thought they were always known as Leighton Orient, weren't they?
They used to. I think I'm right in saying I can sort of see Bob Wilson doing Football Focus and talking about Orient. He never said Leighton Orient,
okay,
and showing the league table with Orient as the name rather than Leighton Orient. I just wondered.
I don't know. More on Hairspray.
Oh, God, yes, of course.
Jeff has been in touch. He says, I highly recommend the original John Walters film Hairspray from 1988, starring Divine and Ricky Lake, says Jeff. In comes Leach Bowles let go outside the off stump by Allsop. There is no run. Do you know Divine?
Yeah, now you say that, I remember Divine being in the charts.
Right, dear.
And that, so that's just come back to me. I was like, yeah, Divine in Hairspray. I
Right,
didn't
okay.
think that when you originally mentioned the musical.
Do you know, I'm very carefully reading my emails because in the last game here I was stitched up on an email. I hope they're listening over in the Sussex balcony. I don't know who it was, but someone stitched me up. And it's fantastic to get all these emails, but I got one as I read it. I was thinking, this... But it's great to have interaction. So, you know, if you get the odd one that, as long as it's all in good heart, in comes Leach Bowles. Also drives down the ground. Nice looking shot by Tom Allsop. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's being chased down at the far end of the ground. The fielder gives up. And Tom Allsop does go through for a boundary. He goes to 44 and the 100 up for Sussex. 101 for 3.
Yeah, it almost felt like he dug it out for 4, didn't it, really?
Yes.
Quite full.
Martin Mahoney's listening in sunny High Wycombe. Hello, Martin. Lovely to hear from you, a regular contributor. He says, have you mentioned chipped potatoes? Yes, we did mention chipped potatoes, chips, but thank you for...
French fries, did you mention those?
No, and there are various sorts of... In fact, when we popped out last night, didn't we, and watched the football in the pub and had a bite to eat, Doige, as in comes Leach Bowles, or sort of lets that go outside the off stump, there is no run. And there, I was asked, did I want chunky chips or regular chips? Yeah.
Well, I think they said to me, do you want chunky chips or... skinny fries, I thought.
Ah, okay. I always go for the skinny because I think you get more. You do, don't you?
You do.
You do.
In terms of number, yeah, not necessarily quantity.
Well, yeah.
Birthplace of Tom Allsop.
Sorry?
Tom Allsop was born in High Wycombe.
Yes, he was. He was, absolutely. Thank you, Charlie. Good spot. Did you know that off the top of your head?
Well, yeah.
Your research?
I've researched.
Oh, I'm impressed. Yeah.
Research, what's that?
In comes Leach Bowles, and Allsop lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall, and there is no run. He is indeed Tom Allsop from High Wycombe. I'm not sure what school he went to in High Wycombe. Let's have a little look and see. Tom Allsop he was born in High Wycombe on the 26th of November 1995. It gives schools in here, doesn't it? But I can't see anything. We'll have to ask him next time we see Tom, who's doing a sterling job for his county here. 44 not out. Sussex 101 for 3. So the lead is growing. As Leach is in, Bowles. Allsop lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall. And there is no run. Terrific cricket. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. 101 for 3. Sussex Allsop on 44. Coles on 12. Just a reminder that Haynes without scoring. Clark for 6. At that stage, Sussex 6 for 2. Partnership of 74. Yes, that's right. Between Pujara and Allsop. Pujara LBW to Leach for 33. Very much the linchpin of the Sussex innings, but it's for others now to come to the party. And so far, at least, from a Sussex perspective, Coles and Allsop have done that. But this is a very fine Yorkshire attack who are probing away. We were saying, Doige, still no spin in this game at all, which is, you know, I guess if there's plenty in it for the seamers, why would you bowl your spinners? But, you know, generally you get sort of an over a spin before lunch or tea, or because the captain feels like it.
Maybe now we've got to this stage, you might just throw it to Joe Root before tea and just see if you can turn it.
You never
just
know.
for an over.
Yeah.
And then it might just bring an extra dimension into the equation. I'm going to nip off after a couple of deliveries here to just do my 3:30. I'll be back straight away.
Okay.
Boss, so
That's okay.
don't mark me down for that, will you?
You're allowed.
Here's Revis. Bowling to Coles. Nice shape as he punches that into the offside. No run. Charlie, you never get a job. Don't even think about applying to go on commentaries with Fletch if you've done research, because the big man prides himself on never doing any of that. Leaves it all to Griff. He'll just feed him with any necessary information as the match goes on.
That's the fellas up at Dave Griffin is the Derbyshire. He knows everything about Derbyshire, every statistic, going back right through the history of the club.
He is to Derbyshire cricket what you are to cookies, as Revis is in, and that's driven into the offside by Coles. And there is no run out. Better pop out now. I'm not late.
Elsewhere around the country, Essex have made a good start to the season in real trouble. at Chelmsford in the First Division, 75 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire's 397, in which Ed Barnard made a 165, his second consecutive 100. Ben Stokes is out for Durham. As in comes Arevis. Bowls let go by Coles outside the off stump, no run. Who do you think got Ben Stokes out? Durham against Lancashire. Think spin. No, Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon. Durham 177 for 5. And Ben Stokes on his return to county cricket making just 2. I bet Nathan Lyon enjoyed that. At Trent Bridge, just break off as Revis is in over the wicket bowls. Oh, slightly wide, and James Coles decided to go after that and didn't time it at all, and playing the ball down the onside of the track. Hampshire 144 for 5 in reply to Notts 235. Ben Brown made 9 for Hampshire. Ali Orr after his 100 last week. Always the way, isn't it? 100 last week and no score today. That's the way it goes. Still raining in Taunton, very frustrating. Kent 8 for 1, Zach Crawley out first ball. Subset 5.54. In comes Revis bowls, and Coles eases that through backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 13, 102 for 3. And Surrey 141 for 4, leading Worcestershire by 226. In the second division, Derbyshire 60 for 1. In reply to Northamptonshire's 422. Middlesex 274 for 4, leading Glamorgan by 91. Mark Stoneman out now for 129. Gloucestershire, a mammoth 706 for 6 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Centuries 4, Bancroft 160, Charlesworth 126, Van Buren 103, James Bracey made 92, extras 78. That's a lot of extras, isn't it? 28 buys. Wow. In comes Revis over the wicket bowl. Oh, Sop is beaten. Well, they thought that's a lovely bit of bowling by Matthew Revis. Tom Alsop was groping for that one outside his off stump. He didn't get a nick. Goes through into the gloves of Tattersall. There is no run. Alsop remains on 44. Coles on 13. Sussex 102 for 3. They lead by 57. I thought he'd nick that one, Charlie.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that.
Wow, down at the Aegeus Bowl, the Vipers are playing the Blaze, and this isn't going to last very long because after 14 overs, the Blaze are 64 for 8.
Oh.
Crumbs. Wow, that is... I mean, wickets pretty much shared around. Davis, Taylor, Knott, Monaghan, Lee and Harmon have all picked up wickets, so that's going to be over very quickly. We'll talk about that in a moment.
Going to get a bowling change from the Cromwell Road end. It's going to be Ben Code back into the attack. He's the man charged with facing him is James Coles. James Coles born in Aylesbury, so we've got the Buckinghamshire boys out there at the moment for Sussex.
Yeah.
As Code runs towards us now and bowls, and Coles thinks about playing in that one and then whips the bat out of the way, but he was in had more than one eye on getting his bat towards that, but he survives.
Just had a little fiddle with that one,
Yeah.
didn't he? Just caught in two minds. Tea today, if you're just wondering, because our timings have changed because of the rain. Tea is at 4 o'clock. And just to give another plug to the Sussex Cricket Museum, if you're from Yorkshire or, well, Sussex or anywhere actually, if you fancy something to do at tea time, go and have a wander around the museum. Doige is making his way back. We're getting back on comms in a couple of ticks.
Code bowls, and that one's wide of Coles' off stump. He lets it go through to the keeper. There's no run.
What we'll do, if you finish this over, Charlie, and then I'll do a couple more overs, and then you finish with Doige up till tea. Does that sound like a good idea?
Sounds good. Aye, aye, Captain.
Tea at 4. There's going to be a lot of cricket after tea, you know, because we've still got 47 overs to be bowled today, so we might get another 7 or so now, so it could be a really long session, and Sussex will be thinking, therefore, well, you know, getting overs into the bowler's legs and, you know, long sessions.
As Code comes in now, bowls to James Coles, he lets that one through.
I'll let Doige answer for himself here, but I was just saying when he comes back on commentary, in the game at Southampton, the Blaze are 69 for 8 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup against the Vipers. So that game is going to finish pretty early, and it just made me think about I think I played a much lower standard of cricket than you, Doige, from the way you talk about cricket. I think, I was a little bit further down the ladder.
As Code comes in now, and that one whistles past the outside edge of James Coles. He was forward trying to play at that one, and it wasn't that far from the edge, you'd imagine.
But when we used to have games of cricket, if sort of the game was over by tea, instead of everybody going home, we always used to have a beer match. I don't know if that's something you used to play. Yeah, we always used to have a beer match, and that meant you'd it was another game, and you'd probably reverse the order, and you'd literally play for for a jug of beer or whatever. Did anyone else used to play a beer match? I wonder.
As Code comes in now, bowls, and Coles this time isn't drawn into playing that one. It flies through harmlessly to the keeper.
It just made more of the day, to be honest, because the game finishes before tea at 5 o'clock. You think, well, I've given up the day to play cricket. What are you meant to do? You can't go home or sit in the bar. So it was just have another game. Maybe that was just a.
No, I think that's a standard
thing to do, isn't it? Yeah.
As Code comes in now and bowls to Coles, who drives that one nicely down the ground. It beats the man at mid-off. They scamper through for a single. Do they think about a second? No, they don't. So that takes Sussex to 103 for 3. Coles moves on to 14. He's one run short of 1,500 first-class runs, with Allsop on 44 at the other end. As I hand back to Jonathan Doige.
I'm back to to Doige because he clearly didn't have beer matches, but we used to. But someone's been in touch. Steve Oxford's been in touch. Hello, Steve. Lovely to hear from you. Doige was talking about Leyton Orient. And I've got a bit of a history of Leyton Orient here. It's amazing what people uncover for us, which I'll try and read during the over. 103 for 3. Coles 14. Allsop is on 44. You're looking at me as if I'm. I don't know quite what. In comes Revis. Bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Coles. There is no run. Steve says, here is the info. Relegated out of the second division in 1929, the club adopted the name Leyton Orient after World War II. They won the third division South title in 55-56 and secured promotion out of the second division in 61-62. They were relegated out of the first division after just one season and suffered a further relegation in 1966. That summer, the club's name reverted to Orient FC, and they went on to win the third division under the stewardship of Jimmy Bloomfield. Revis is in bowls. Coles defends onto the onside. There is no run. Orient spent the 1970s playing in the second tier, winning 2 London Challenge Cups and reaching the 1977 Anglo-Scottish Cup final and the 1977-78 FA Cup semi-finals, before being relegated in 1982 and again in 1985. In 1987, the club reverted to being Leyton Orient again. There we are.
Yeah. So there you go.
Absolutely. We're impressed. Revis is in again. Bowls. Coles. That's on go outside the off stump. No run. 103 for 3.
Your mention of the Blaze, by the way, leads me to remind listeners of a Yorkshire persuasion in particular, I guess, the Northern Diamonds persuasion, that they are playing on, when do we start the next round of fixtures? Friday, isn't it? So they're playing on Thursday night at Trent Bridge against the Blaze, and I am going to be covering that with the help of a couple of friends. The T20 match, Charlotte Edwards Cup match on Thursday evening. So Blaze against the Diamonds. You'll be able to join me on BBC Radio Leeds for that. That's just audio only.
It's played onto the onside. My apologies. So missing a ball. That's not something you're meant to do. Played onto the onside by Coles. Picks up a single. He goes to 1,504 for 3. Sorry, Doige.
So just to point out that if you do want to listen to that, you won't be able to find our commentary on the stream, because that will be the preserve of the hosts. We'll be on the BBC Sport website and app doing an audio commentary on that match.
I'd imagine Marie Kelly might be playing in that. She was summarising with us at Derby a couple of weeks ago. In comes Revis, running away from us. In and bowls. Allsop defends, clips nicely off the hip, down towards deep backwards square. They take one, they come back for the second. Tom Allsop goes to 46. This has been a real battling innings by Tom Allsop. We were saying a little earlier on, someone needed to really get their head down. Did what Joe Root did yesterday. Batting just looks as if it may be a little more comfortable than it was yesterday. Would that be fair?
It's starting to feel a bit more like that, isn't it? Yeah.
But maybe it's because people are batting to the conditions. It's maybe not a wicket for expansive shot making necessarily. Picking the right ball. Revis it again, bowls. Allsop clips this away and gets set down to. I thought that was going more through mid wicket, to be honest, but it ended up down at wideish. A fine leg, and Allsop pinches the strike. It's the end of another over from Matthew Revis, who's got 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. Sussex 107 for 3. Allsop on 47. Coles on 15.
I'm definitely feeling just a touch warmer, a touch muggier at this moment in time. On that Blaze match, by the way, hoping to be joined by Yorkshire and Diamonds president Jane Powell, the excellent Jane Powell, on the comms. And even Graham Hardcastle, of course, writes the website and is sitting just away to our right at the moment. Says he might nip in and add a bit to the commentary. I'm not sure how much he'll be able to add, to be honest with you. He's a Bolton Wanderers fan.
Oh, he's watching the game.
Very, very nervous at this moment in time.
He is. I can see him.
It's a 4:15 start.
Oh,
there,
right.
So,
okay.
So he must be watching the warm-up or something at this moment in time.
Well, it looks a bag of nerves. They haven't even started yet.
He's been backwards and forwards to the toilet for the last couple of hours. Don't know what the blog will look like at this moment in time. Here's Ben Code, meanwhile, down the hill. Incline hill. Round the wicket slope, yeah. And that's pushed into the offside by Allsop. And Masood does the fielding, no run.
Excellent statistic coming from Charlie, who's been doing his homework. He knows that Tom Allsop comes from High Wycombe, that James Coles was born in Aylesbury, and he's just told us now that James Coles has 1,500 first-class runs, which will please James and his parents, I'm sure, are probably watching today.
Yeah, little landmark ticked off as Code comes in, and Allsop just covering that and leaving. Yeah, 84 for 8 now, the Blaze against the Vipers. That's the only Charlotte Edwards Cup match taking place this afternoon. Just checking to see if there's any this evening. No, not by the looks of things. Netherlands due to play Scotland in a Tri-Nations match starting in a few minutes' time. Gloucestershire have piled on the runs, haven't they, against Leicestershire. Here's Code in, and that is flicked into the leg side by Allsop, but can't get it past the infield. 706 for 7. Sorry, 706 for 6.
And 78 extras, Doigi, in that. That's a lot of extras, isn't it? 28 buys, which made you think maybe it's sort of... Wow. This is breaking news. I'm not sure if I'm meant to read that out.
Code turns to brightening skies here at Hove and comes in to bowl to Allsop once again, who this time has to play at that. He's been out there a long time now, Tom Allsop, and good job for his team that he has. 113, survived that in inverted commas dismissal by Dominic Leach, who clearly stepped over. Essex in a spot bother against Warwickshire, 85 for 6 in response to 397. Code down the slope again, 3 slips waiting for a chance, not with this ball though, because Allsop once more solidly behind it and pushing into the covers for James Wharton to field. Duchess potatoes, according to Martin Rowe, who sent us some that are a bit like walnut whip type shape. Django says, saw Divine play a gig at a club called Rock Shots in Leeds in 1981. I have to say, it was an amazing performance. Did you go? No, I didn't. I did go to Rock Shots, but not to that performance, as that is punched into the offside by Allsop, final ball of the over. And there was no run. Belinda's, I think, Rock Shots was also called at one stage. David Coleman says, loving the favourite musicals chat, but for too long at Yorkshire it's been a case of Les Miserables. And we want to come from away out of the second division.
Just some breaking news, actually. I know a lot of Sussex cricket fans are Albion football fans as well. Breaking news, literally in the last few minutes, that Brighton and Hove Albion have confirmed that head coach Roberto De Zerbi will leave the club after tomorrow's final Premier League match of the season against Manchester United at the Amex. So that is breaking news this afternoon. As in comes Matthew Revis running in over the wicket, bowls and let go by Coles outside the off stump. The chairman, Tony Bloom, said, Roberto has given us 2 excellent seasons of service in which he's led the club to new heights, not least our first ever European campaign, which will live long in the memory of Albion fans. We have mutually agreed to end Roberto's contract at a time that suits both parties, allowing us the earliest opportunity to plan for next season. Roberto plenty of time to consider his next move and his future. I'm sure our fans will give Roberto and his staff a wonderful send-off at the Amex before, during and after tomorrow's match, which is against Manchester United. So there's some interesting news. In comes Revis, comes in and bowls, and Coles clips that. That's a favourite shot of James Coles, that clip away off the front foot, backward of square on the leg side, beautifully played. He goes to 19, Sussex to 111 for 3. Funnily enough, in my last break, I was upstairs at the chatting away to one of the Brighton and Hove Albion season ticket holders, who was saying, speculating on De Zerbi and what might happen. So we're here to talk cricket, is what we're here to talk about, but I know a lot of Sussex cricket supporters are big Albion fans as well, and vice versa. Revis is on his way, bowls, and Coles up on his toes and plays that quietly into the offside. And that was very reminiscent, that shot, Doige, of the type of shot that Joe Root played yesterday. Waiting for the ball, taking the single, scoreboard ticks over, low risk shot, 112 for 3, Coles goes to 20.
Sensible cricket.
Totally. Sensible cricket, playing to the conditions. I'll just finish this over, then I'll hand over to Charlie. In comes Revis and bowls. Cole and also defends down the onside of the track, no run. And Michael's been in touch. You were talking about Leyton Orient and going to the semi-finals of the FA Cup. And Michael was at Stamford Bridge for that game. And Arsenal won 2-0 apparently.
So that was a 78 semi-finals. I was going to say, I thought somebody had said 77.
He just says, he says late 80s. I was posted to semi-final late 80s. I don't remember that. Anyway, thank you for getting in touch. I don't know, how on earth did we get onto Leyton Orient?
Me.
Revis is in, bowls. Allsop plays nicely through backboard point, picks up a single. He goes to 48 as Tom Allsop. Battling away is the Sussex number 3. 113 for 3. Why are you laughing?
What do you mean, well, yeah? It was me. I saw some footage of a match between Orient and Manchester United, 1-0 by United in
that's
1984.
right. That's how we got that.
74, sorry. And he just said Orient rather than Leyton Orient.
Yes, got you. The lead is 68, so Sussex effectively 68 for 3. Revis comes into bowl 2. James Coles is in and bowls, and Coles drives that handsome drive by James Coles. It is the end of the over. 113 for 3. We've got about 15 minutes to go to tea. I'm going to wait for Charlie and for Doige.
At last. He's off. So, code 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35 to continue at the Cromwell Road end. Lobs his cap to George Hill, who in turn lobs it on to Hassan Adnan. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1. Kevalino Picks did that some time ago. So listening in sunny Liversedge, where I'm switching from your excellent coverage in the very first live stream at Liversedge CC, set up by my lad Matthew. On the Zach Crawley season average, as we mentioned ages ago, do you think if he didn't score another run before the first test, he'd be dropped? I doubt it. And this is a big problem with central contracts, he says, as Code comes in and Allsop pushes forward into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, I doubt it as well, on the strength of a poor trot in county cricket, unless, I guess, he was in a situation where there were 3 openers and the other 2 had both been tearing it up, and then it might be a case of, well, you know, not showing us enough at this stage, but unlikely, I think, highly unlikely.
I think a big part of the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era has been...
Yeah, code to Allsop, who opens the face and punches that one backward of square on the offside for Thompson to do the fielding, 1 run.
I think a big part of their success has been, backing people to come good in the England team, and not obviously there's importance based on form and things, but I think also letting people, backing them and letting them play for England and see how they get on there more than necessarily the results in county cricket, which I know has been slightly controversial in some quarters.
Here's Code again, and this time Coles gets a delivery straight and turns it through mid-wicket. James Wharton giving chase. He's timed this one nicely because it's running on towards the boundary rope, just pulled in, and they pick up 3 as Dan Moriarty makes his way from left to right in the con box. 12th Manning today by the looks of things, bringing maybe something round for Matthew Revis to drink or to feast on. Pete Bandmaid fan also messaged in a while ago saying enjoying the commentary, listening in sunny exotic Sheffield. It does not get any more exotic than that. Hoping for a Yorkshire victory, but getting a bit worried about the partnership. Well, of course that's since broken following the wicket of Pujara, but this one now is starting to build as Alsop just eased the ball from off stump wide of the cordon. Finley Bean got out quickly though to field it. So 80 when the last wicket went, and they've put on a further 37 here, and starting to get into a useful enough lead. We said they've still got 7 wickets left, 72. Is it getting easier? It's somehow kind of feeling that way. Or are the eyes deceiving us? Here's Code in again. Alsop tries to force that one away into the offside, but bangs it into the pitch, and Bean up again there to field. 10 minutes to go before the tea break. I guess get to this stage, it'll be a case of dig in and make sure we don't lose another wicket from Sussex's point of view, and Yorkshire will want to take another cheeky one before they go off for a cup of tea.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether it's got easier. I mean, I don't think it's by any means become a batter's paradise out there. I think we're just seeing a good innings from Alsop really here, because
here's Code. Ooh, ball takes off to some extent. Alsop did well to watch it on, played it off the back foot into the pitch to complete the over at 117 for 3. Alsop on 49, Coles on 23. Yorkshire ladders sent us a message on X saying 33 degrees Celsius currently just north of Ephesus. Yorkshire lad is visiting the ancient temple tomorrow. Have converted 3 new recruits to the Johnny Tadasol Appreciation Society. P.S. Comms quality is better here in Turkey than in North Yorkshire.
well,
So I'm on TV the other day, Yorkshire lad. He was featured on BBC Breakfast. Everybody wants a piece of him.
as Revis comes in now from the sea end, and that one's wide of off stump, and it's flashed at by Coles. It was a nice shot, but there is a man sweeping out there on the offside, so just be a single.
It was to do with the standing charge has been applied to energy prices.
Oh yeah.
They said, let's go to this chap in Yorkshire for his take on things, and he said, I'm a tight Yorkshireman, I'm not paying it. Not paying it, don't see why I need to pay it. I'm not paying it.
Revis coming in now, this time to Alsop, who's on 49, and that one's wide of off stump, and it's chopped away by Alsop. There is a man out there, but they're going to come back for 2, and that's going to complete an excellent half century from Tom Alsop. He had a reprieve when he saw his off stump knocked out of the ground from a no ball, but he's moved to 51 from 123 balls, a vital innings that's taken Sussex to 120 for 3 in their second innings.
Yeah, a 25th first class half century to go with 10 tons that he scored. 96th first class match.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's left well alone by Alsop as it goes through to the keeper. Some slightly ominous creaking of metal we can hear on the effects spike. I hope that's not one of those temporary stands. mean, it's not very windy, so it should be.
Might have been Harmsley limbering up for his next commentary spell.
Just applying the WD-40 as Revis comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who happily lets that one go through to the keeper.
Other metal lubricants are available.
Or are they? That would be a surprise to find I'm taking backhanders from metal lubricant companies. As Revis at the top of his mark now, running in to bowl to Alsop, who lets that one rise up, and he just dabs it down into the leg side, and he strolls through for a single. He moves to 52.
Yeah, been a really good knock by him. Made that one error of judgment with the Dom Leach delivery, but got away with it on account of the fact that Leach himself had made an error at the other end beforehand.
Revis to bowl. Now he's in past the umpire. That one's again wide of the off stump, and it's crunched through the offside by Coles. It's a lovely shot. In the end, it is pulled in by the man sweeping out there on the offside. He's saved what almost deserved to be 4 runs. That was a lovely drive from Coles down on one knee. He moves to 26. He takes Sussex to 123 for 3. Just a few times of that over from Revis. We saw him just a little wide, and fortunately for Yorkshire, they had that man sweeping there out on the offside because he was needed 3 times in the over and prevented 3 boundaries.
5 minutes to go then before the tea break. We are going to get have a go, Joe, and see if you can get one to turn, because he's going to come on for a token over of spin before the tea break. 4 minutes now before it's taken, so Joe does get through his overs quickly. There may be a chance for another one beyond this. We shall see how much in the way of gardening tactics the 2 Sussex batters have been working on. Alsop's going to be on strike. James Wharton has just received the helmet, and he's going to go back in at short leg here. Adam Lyth at slip. Elsewhere in the field, George Hill backward of point. Jordan Thompson in front of it at a square cover. Finlay Bean at extra cover. Shan Masood at mid-off. Leach mid-on. As Root throws Alsop a wide one to start with, and he's happy to watch it go by. Revis is backward of square leg, about 45 degrees. Ben Code is at a straight mid-wicket, just telling Leach to go a bit wider and a few strides further back. At mid-on. Root round the wicket. Alsop pushing forward, bat slightly behind pad, I think. And there was a bit of a yelp of excitement from the Yorkshire contingent. Ball number 3 of the 41st over, and again he leans into this and tries to cover it with the front pad. Through to Tattersall on the dot. The route turns again. And he comes once more, again wide of off stump, and Alsop leaves. Getting through this over pretty quickly, so I think we will get another one in. Just 2 balls remaining here. Root in again. Alsop covers it again, and is wide of off stump again. Joe giving the ball a good old shine on one side. And he comes again. That's straighter. And Alsop back and across, and successfully defends it. So that is the end of the 41st over of this Sussex second innings. We will get another one in. David Milnes strolling to the back of the stumps at this C end of the ground, and it's going to be Matthew Revis to bowl the final over of the afternoon session on day 2, with Sussex 123 for 3. That is a lead, Charlie, of...
It's a healthy one. 78
Well done, you.
in the context of this match. That's pretty handy.
Mm.
I think anything over, well, if the pitch stays as it's been, anything over 150, 170 is going to be interesting, as Revis comes in now, bowls to Coles, who just dots that down on the offside, and there's no run. Alsop just down the pitch for a little spot of gardening, maybe a word or two to his batting partner. Revis in conversation with Shan Masood as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. He's running up the hill now away from us and sends one down to Coles. That one's too wide for the Sussex man to be lured into playing, and it sails through harmlessly to the keeper. So just 4 balls remaining before tea. Where do you see these two sides in the match, Luigi?
Right at this moment in time, it's probably a fairly even contest, I think you'd say. 78 for 3.
As Revis sends one down and Coles digs that out, and it rolls safely into the offside for no run. Yeah.
Yorkshire will have, I suppose, a bit of scoreboard pressure, won't they, when they get out there? They've got the job of trying to manage this, trying to contain it, keep it down to something that they think is a manageable, comfortable chase. They wouldn't want a chase that's going to set the nerves jangling.
As Revis comes in now, bowls, and that one's edged by Coles, but it bounces well short of the man at first slip. He played it with soft enough hands in the end, but he was lured into just nibbling at that one, and it took the edge of his bat, but the end result is safe enough, and Coles just looking down rather despondently, perhaps having a word to himself. By that one, he would have been furious to get out just before the tea break. He resets himself, gives his bat a little twirl as Revis runs towards him, and that one again almost draws Coles into playing, and Revis is down on his haunches in anguish as he's come, well, you couldn't come much closer in the last 2 balls to drawing the edge of, or not just drawing the edge, but drawing the wicket of James Coles. There will be one more ball before the tea break. Can Revis strike third time lucky? He's running in now past the umpire to Coles, who is forward on the front foot, drives smartly, but it's all along the ground to Shah Masood at mid-off, and there's no run. That will end the over and take us into tea. Sussex 123 for 3, a lead of 78, so effectively 78 for 3, with Alsop on an excellent 52, and Coles, the stand-up man in the first innings, going well in this one too, with 26 from 50 balls, although riding his luck a little in the last over for Revis, as it is fairly honours even in this game.
Yeah, I think you get to this, the stage where we start to talk about add 2 wickets on.
Yes, and plenty of Albion fans here at the cricket. Cam absorbing the news about Roberto De Zerbi's departure from Brighton. But as far as the cricket are concerned, Sussex are fighting back. They've gone to tea on 123 for 2. Tom Alsop with a battling 52 not out, although he was bowled off a no ball when he was on just 39. James Coles, a typically stylish 26 not out. At one stage, Sussex were 6 for 2, now 123 for 2, and leading Yorkshire by 78. Earlier on in the day, Sean Hunt taking a career best 4 for 64 for Sussex. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey building a substantial lead over Warwickshire in their second innings. They're 182 for 4. Jamie Smith on 38, Dan Lawrence on 36. The lead for Surrey now 267. Do you know, it's strange, I was talking to a Brighton fan over lunch and we were having exactly the conversation about Roberto De Zerbi. Ironic, really, just an hour before the news broke. And the supporter said to me he wouldn't be surprised if De Zerbi left. He said the fans weren't singing his name anymore and felt that since the Roma game that maybe things were not all well. So certainly the Albion fans here watching I've had a chance to speak to are not overly surprised, I have to say, that Roberto De Zerbi is going. But that's just the reaction from a few supporters here. So it's back to cricket matters, and Joe Root running in from the Cromwell Road end. Adrian Harms and Charlie Reynolds on commentary. Just skip through his overs here, Joe Root. And actually, Yorkshire's over rate is -1 at the moment. Root on his way around the wicket, bowls, and also lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Johnny Tattersall, and there is no run. Nice hush around the ground. Charlie, people is settling down after their cup of tea or whatever they might have had at tea time. Root in bowls, also defends down the offside of the track, no run. We did speculate, didn't we, that we hadn't seen any spin, and Joe Root just posing, you know, a different problem for Coles and Alsop. Root in again, bowls, Alsop defends into the offside. And there is again no run, 123 for 3.
Yeah, it was nice to see some people out in the outfield during the tea break as well.
Yeah, I mean, really good from Sussex. I think that's fantastic. They let people on. People just like to go and have a little mooch around and look at the wicket and just feel part of the game. In comes Root. Alsop lets that one go outside of the off stump. So maiden over from Joe Root, who's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 0, 1 at 23 for 3. Coles on 26. Alsop is on 52. Just going to see if we can cut that feed out of our ears. Are you hearing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just see if we can get rid of that. Is that gone?
Yeah.
Okay. So, live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, Sheffield, and any other stations in Yorkshire. 39 overs still to be bowled today, Charlie, so this could well be sort of a 7 o'clock plus finish. So lots of cricket. If you're thinking of coming down, you're getting for nothing after tea here at Hove, so why not come down? The weather looks reasonable, well, having said reasonable, except that there's a horrible black cloud away to the right of the ground.
Yeah, I think that's been sort of missing us, that side. I don't know quite where it's going, but
hopefully not on the ground.
We've survived so far.
We have.
It's going to be a change of bowling for Yorkshire. George Hill coming into the attack from the C end as he runs away from us now. That one's just clipped off the pads by Coles, but there is a man there at mid-wicket, so there's no run. As a seagull flies rather low across the pitch. Hill trots back to the top of his mark, gets the ball thrown to him by his teammate Code, and he immediately scurries in now and sends one down to Coles, who drives that nicely into the offside, but it's straight to Shan Masood at mid-off, and there's no run. It's been a good batting performance from Coles in this match. Both innings he's looked, well, a very classy act, which at the age of just 20, I don't think I was doing anything as well as he's batted at the age of 20. So Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's just dabbed down on the offside by Coles, and there's once again no run.
I think the feeling is here, Charlie, for a couple of years, that we're watching the development of a very, very fine young cricketer. You know, the fact he's so stylish, he looks good at the crease, he's got a bit of a presence about him as well, James Coles. He really does look at, you know, goodness knows, he might be out next ball, I hope he isn't, but you know, nothing, you know, he's still a very fine player.
As Hill comes in now, and that one's guided very nicely by Coles, wide of the slip cord, and it's going to run away down to the third man boundary. It is going to be hauled in though by the sweeper on the offside running around, so they just pick up a couple, but that takes Coles to 28, Sussex to 125 for 3.
Someone said to me at T, you know, this is what it's all about. It's all about developing younger players, and all you hope is that you know, the structure of English cricket allows a player like James Coles to stay with Sussex, but still, you know, make his way into into higher honours, because the way he's developing.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's pushed firmly down the pitch by Coles, and there's no run.
And as someone said to me at tea time, what you don't want is, you know, this is why it's so important in county cricket. You don't want clubs just becoming sort of feeder clubs for the bigger sides. I mean, it's a real concern for supporters of county cricket. You know, nobody wants that.
As Hill pauses.
Yeah, no, there's just James Coles is quite right here, just to wait. There's some signals going on. I think they are changing the field.
Yeah, that man that was out deep on the offside boundary is coming in now, and that one is left well alone by Coles as it whistles wide of his off stump. That's the end of the over. Just the 2 runs coming from it. So an economical start from George Hill after tea.
Yeah. 38 overs left to be bowled. Joe Root is going to carry on as a very noisy seagull. Comes and lands on the outfield. Good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. Thank you for all your emails pre-tea, which were greatly... We've got a lot more as well, which I shall read in a few moments' time. As in comes Root. Around the wicket to bowl to Allsop. Allsop defends. That kept a little low. Played onto the onside, no run. And of course, lots of different avenues and permutations become apparent if it can extend this lead to something reasonably substantial. In comes Root and bowls, or sort of forward, plays down the onside of the track, no run. Not least the fact that Jack Carson may well come into play with his off spin. I mean, Sussex haven't got enough runs at the minute, and Sussex won't want to get ahead of themselves, but it just does open up different options. Root in bowls, Allsop works this into the covers, there is no run. It's battling away, fielded there by Finley Bean. Root again. Bowls. Allsop forward. Plays again into the offside again. There is no run.
Well, that is the beauty of cricket, really, isn't it?
It
That
is.
while you've got a set pair going well in a partnership, you can dream of big leads and what you might do with that and how you might bowl.
Root. So that turns past the outside edge of Tom Allsop. He let it go. It wasn't a play and a miss by any manner or means, but this is good tight stuff from Joe Root. Just probing away.
But if you had a wicket for Yorkshire, suddenly Sussex are 74 for 4 and it's all a bit hairy.
Absolutely. In comes Root bowls, and also trying to force that away through the covers. Can't do so. It's another maiden over from Joe Root. 3 maidens on the spin from Root. And Sussex 125 for 3. What they won't want to do here is clearly lose a wicket. By the same token, what they don't want to do is to get bogged down too much.
Yeah.
It's important to keep the scoreboard ticking over. That the priority is not to lose wickets, of course. And so far since tea, they haven't done so.
Well, yeah, that's been really the backbone of their fight back, has been just good turning over of the strike between Sussex batters, first with Allsop and Pajara, and now Coles and Allsop as Hill comes in, and Coles is on the back foot, just plops that one down at the offside in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, we've seen Hill be pretty economical throughout the match, and Joe Root's yet to concede a run in his 3 overs, so there is a danger of just becoming a little pinned down that Sussex will want to avoid. In a low-scoring game, you really need to take the runs where you can get them, as Hill thunders in now. That one bounces a bit high.
Oh.
It's looped up in the air into the leg side. It's going to be caught, and it is.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And Coles just was surprised, I think, by that one, that Hill dug in a little short, and he tried to put it into the leg side, but just the timing was all wrong.
Yeah, he's rather given that away. Hasn't been able to play so well, James Coles. We'll just see this again, Charlie.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a surprise short ball that just, well, he was on it too late, and all he could do was really spoon it up into the leg side, where it was taken well by Wharton.
He'll be bitterly disappointed.
And Coles will have to depart for 28. The Buckinghamshire boys have been broken up, and Sussex are now 125 for 4. A lead of 80. And suddenly the match tips back ever so slightly in Yorkshire's favour.
Yeah, I think so. That's we were talking about different facets of the game coming into play, but Sussex will have to have enough runs to play with, Charlie, and I mean, clearly they haven't got anything like enough runs at the moment. So big responsibility here. I mean, Sussex do bat pretty deep,
Yeah.
but John Simpson a little short of runs recently. Bagged a pair at Cardiff last week. Made 6 in the first innings. If ever Sussex needed a skipper's innings, it's now. Tom Allsop is battling away. He's still there on 52. But somehow these remaining 6 Sussex wickets have got to, well, give yourself a chance. It's a powerful Yorkshire batting lineup. You'd have thought at least a couple of hundred to bowl at.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's funny how statistics often don't tell the full story, because you look at John Simpson's average for the season, it's over 50,
Yeah.
but 2/3 of those runs did come in one knock,
yes,
so
yes.
it's been a bit lean either side of that. Excellent double 100, but Sussex need a sturdy innings from their captain now, as Yorkshire hunt for more wickets after tea. It'll be George Hill coming
Big wicket.
round the wicket to Simpson. He's in now, he bowls, and that one's just defended by Simpson out into the offside, and there's no run.
We've been talking about potatoes all day, and different sorts of potato. I think we got up to about 7. Jeff has been back in touch. Sorry to continue the potato discussion, but it had me thinking about how American and British hash browns are so different. American hash browns are a more coarse grating of fried potato, whereas my experience with British hash browns is more of a potato cake.
Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's pushed firmly in defence out into the offside.
Jeff says, thoughts, question mark, back to the cricket. I'm not a big hash browner, actually.
No, I can't say I've sampled both varieties knowingly.
Were you talking about noise before tea? Because Ian Gray sent in a message just before 4 o'clock talking about the noise if a scaffold is done at the far end of the ground.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's defended once again by Simpson. Yeah, there was a slightly ominous metal creaking sound.
Ah.
Was that something to do with scaffolding?
It probably was. I don't know if Ian's in the ground. He might well be. He says the noise is a scaffolder's gun at the Cromwell Road end. Well, I don't know. Don't even know what Scaffold has gone or whether that's a wind-up, I don't know.
As Hill runs in now for the last ball of the over to Simpson. It's full and it's driven by Simpson. He can't, however, beat the man at mid-off, and Alsop was out of his crease as he considered a run, and there was a throw to the non-striker's end. It was wide of the mark. I think Alsop was safely back in his crease in the end, but a little...
Well, he had to scramble, didn't he? It was a brilliant bit of fielding by Shan Massoud, who picked up, and Tom Alsop was out of his ground. As you say, I'm pretty certain he got back, but let's just watch this again. See there, he suddenly realised, didn't he? His heart would have been in his mouth momentarily. That would have been, well, catastrophic for Sussex. So, Yorkshire have got the squeeze on here since tea. We've only had 2 runs, 125 for 4. Sussex. Joe Root is going to carry on from the Cromwell end. 3 overs, 3 maidens are his figures.
He's had an adjustment made to his boots in some way, so maybe a tightening of the studs or something. So
yeah,
can we expect a bit more whip through the crease as he... don't know what's going on. Maybe just...
Thank you everybody for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as in comes Root around the wicket bowls. Alsop is back on his stumps. I think that kept a little low actually. Alsop doesn't time it, played into the offside, and it's very difficult here, isn't it? I mean, the Sussex, there's no point getting bogged down and just steadily losing wickets. But by the same token, you think, well, if I play an attacking shot and I get out, is that that's not the right way to go either. So it's a Yorkshire in the ascendancy here as Root comes in and also drives. That's a lovely looking shot. Over pitch by Joe Root, and that's a lovely drive by Tom Alsop through extra cover. I kind of guessed that was what I was meaning, really. He's waited for the over pitch delivery and he's drilled that one away. Just releases the pressure a bit, doesn't it? 129 for 4, Alsop to 56.
Yeah, I think you've just, if you're, I mean, it's easier said than done, but I think if you're out there batting, you've got to have confidence in your ability to put away the bad balls and just try and ride that pressure in between.
Routine bowls, Alsop prods forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Root around the wicket, bowls, Alsop. Oh, has he dropped? I think he has been dropped. We'll have to have a look at that. It went to Adam Lyth at first. I don't know whether it was the spin of the ball. Let's watch this again. Root in. Oh, that's the ball before that. So we'll see the replay in a couple. Joe Root really does rattle through his overs. We'll see this delivery from Root. He's in and bowls. Alsop is forward, plays into the covers. Now this is the delivery before.
I think that's just spun out of the foot.
Do you think it's just spun out the foot marks?
Yeah. I mean, it ended up in the hands of first slip, although then shelled onto the ground, but I don't think there was any bat on that.
29.
There wasn't that much reaction from the Yorkshire fielders.
No. Root in again, bowls, and Alsop defends onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 129 for 4. Alsop on 56. Simpson yet to score. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. If you are, thank you for watching. Thank you for your emails and your interaction throughout the day. It's an absorbing day's cricket. I've got Yorkshire ahead on points here, Charlie. Effectively, Sussex are 84 for 4.
Yeah.
And Sussex really can't afford to lose any wickets here. I mean, they've still got some batting to come. Finn Hudson-Prentice, very fine all-rounder, top scorer for Sussex last season. Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, they can all bat. But you just feel Sussex, need a good partnership between this pair.
Hill comes in now, Bob Simpson, who's edged, and that is dropped.
That is a drop.
It was a sprawling catch at third slip. It would have been a tough chance, but he can't cling on. Finley Bean, the man diving, he's a great fielder there normally, but that one shelled, and Simpson gets a lifeline on naught. He was drawn into driving at that one a bit loosely, and, well, fortunate to survive.
Well, very lucky. It looked to me like he was trying to turn that onto the leg side, and he got a leading edge into the slip cordon. Very fortunate to survive.
As Hill comes in again to Simpson, who this time opts not to put the bat anywhere near that one and lets it go through to the keeper.
I just wonder if that's the little bit of luck that John Simpson needs, as you say.
See a
Hasn't he?
replay now. Yeah, he did. It was a leading edge.
Yeah, it was a leading
Tried
edge.
to turn it into the leg side.
Yeah, he has a suspicious look at the pitch.
Well, a lifeline for Sussex. That really would have
that would have been
tipped the match in.
It's heavily in Yorkshire's favour.
As Hill comes in again, bowls to Simpson, who finds the middle of the bat this time as it rolls into the offside. There's no run.
Good tense cricket, isn't it? The light isn't great at the moment. Actually. I mean,
It's got a
it's
bit
playable,
gloomy,
but
yeah.
there's some really heavy cloud. There's very, very little breeze here. Look at the flags,
Yeah,
Charlie.
they've been sort of limp all day.
Totally limp. And the light is not good. Really heavy, threatening cloud over the ground. I mean, the forecast did say that it was going to be dry, and it has been.
As Hill comes in now, bowls to Simpson, who this time does work it into the leg side successfully with the middle of the bat. It's running towards the boundary, but it is hauled in by an sprawling Jordan Thompson, I think that is out there, who hurls it in somewhat theatrically and lands on his back. The end result is a couple of runs to John Simpson, who's off the mark.
Well, he'll be pleased about that. But say time for a skipper's innings.
Yeah. As Hill comes in now to Simpson, who's firmly behind that one with the defensive stroke into the offside. There's no run. Is that member of the ground staff? Just
No, I think
inept in
that's one of the Yorkshire background
Oh.
staff. I think.
I can only see the top of his head, so I wasn't entirely sure. I just worried that they might be readying the covers. But I think we're going to be, well,
No,
So
the ground.
far, so good.
Yeah, you're right.
as Hill comes in now, and Simpson drives that one nicely down the ground, but it's not going to beat Shan Masood at mid-off. There's no run. That will end the over. Sussex have 131 for 4. John Simpson on 2. Fortunate to survive a dropped chance from Finley Bean in that over. Sussex lead by 86 runs
Yeah.
with 6 wickets remaining.
Absorbing stuff. You can probably hear on our RFX microphones a nice murmur around the ground. It's such a key part of the game now. So another wicket and you feel Yorkshire are well on top, but if Sussex can just hang on here. I say the light is not great. It's playable, but you won't want it much darker, Charlie,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Could almost do with some floodlights. Dare I say it?
Don't. In comes Root. Bowls or sop forward. Plays it back down the off. Joe Root has bowled 25 deliveries and hasn't conceded a run. Is that right?
That was
no,
a 4.
conceded
That
a
was a
4.
4.
I'm sorry. Conceded 4 runs, that's all. Yeah, driven 4 through the offside. Root in bowls or sop. Defends solidly into the offside. He's running between deliveries here, Joe Root. I think what that does as well, as a batter, it gives you very little time
Yeah.
to think. You know, what are our tactics? Then there's another over. It just keeps the game moving, keeps the batter on their toes. In comes Root bowls, also works this one into the covers. There is no run.
Yeah, and I think it almost makes it harder as well to just sort of, when your tactics are trying to sort of work it into gaps and just pick up singles here and there. If suddenly the next ball's on you, you haven't really had time to think about where that gap might be, where the next run's going to come from.
Root bowls, Allsop defends into the offside. There is no, I completely agree. The wind has just gone up slightly, actually. The flags are just rustling away on the clock tower scoreboard, and let's hope it blows some of this horrible, or rather angry looking cloud away. Root again, Allsop stretches forward, plays into the offside again, and there is no run. Well bowled Joe is the cry from...
Well, that's what, whenever they talk to batters who played sort of
Benco.
epic innings, that the key is to take a bit of time to yourself to concentrate and
Root in bowls, and Allsop just sets that one past outside the off stump.
All
So
right.
he's bowled 55 sixes, 30. He's bowled 29 balls. Only 1 scoring stroke has come off of Joe Root. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah,
5
pretty-
overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 4. 131 for 4. You always know when the light is not getting great here because the yellow numbers on the scoreboard really stand out.
yeah.
and they are starting to stand out. So
Yeah, it is pretty gloomy.
it is, and it's got in the last 10 minutes or so. I mean, I'm mindful we're looking through slightly darkened glass.
You should probably take our sunglasses off.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but you wouldn't want it any darker. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be George Hill to continue, unsurprisingly, from the C end. He's bowling to John Simpson, who drives that one smartly into the offside. That is racing away to the boundary.
May not go.
Is it going to get there? I think it just is. It teases the fielder all the way, but it was lovely, a lovely piece of timing from Simpson. Just seen some of those hold up a little in the outfield, perhaps still as a result of that rain this morning, do you think, or is it just?
Yes, yeah,
big boundary
possibly.
out there as well. I mean, it's the bigger of the two.
Yeah.
Boundaries, but that was the sort of shot, the sort of timing, and the sort of shot that deserves a 4, and it received one as Simpson moves to 6. Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one beats Simpson on the outside edge. He's rehearses the shot again, but it whistled past his outside edge. Hasn't looked completely at sea against Hill. Or rather, he's been all at sea. I don't know. I think I've got the expression mangled there. Anyway, he's facing Hill now, who bowls, and that one once again flies past his outside edge. He walks off in a little, perhaps having a little word to himself. He's taken a big stroll outside his leg stump, just readjusts his gloves, just trying to focus. I think he's struggling a little bit against Hill. He did get that nice shot away for 4, but he's been dropped once in the slips, and he's played and missed it at least a couple, if not more, as Hill charges in again to Simpson, who once again is beaten on the outside edge, and this time decides to take out his frustration by coming down the pitch, giving a little prod, throwing away a little bit of dirt that was on the pitch.
He's been out of sorts, isn't he, John Simpson? I mean, there's a lovely drive through the covers for 4, but he's been beaten by 2 deliveries, and he's just annoyed with himself, isn't he? You could see the way he walked down the pitch, but he's saying come on to himself.
As Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one again.
I think that's 3 out of 3 he's beaten him, isn't it? I don't think he's pulled the bat inside the line.
No, that one, it looked slightly more controllable, but I think it still was a play and a miss. This is, we should say, excellent, accurate stuff from Hill, but a fine response to that 4 that was crunched away when he slightly strayed from his line and length. But Simpson just looking to survive this over at the moment.
He's got to stay there.
There's one more ball left in it as Hill runs in now, bowls, and Simpson does get the middle of the bat on that one. Well, at least the middle outside of the bat. It's safely along the ground in the end, and that will end the over. It was ultimately a probing one from Hill. He has Sussex 135 for 4. Alsop has been the key man with 56, and Simpson a slightly sketchy 6 at the other end.
Nice message from Barbados. From Joffre Archer's stepdad Patrick. Hi Patrick, he says, I'm here peeking at the cricket while I move in and out. A good fight back by Sussex, but I'm off again to watch a local T20 final in the lovely sunny island of Barbados. So lovely to hear from you, Patrick. Hope you're keeping well. And so Joffre bowling for Sussex seconds yesterday, which was great news. As in comes Joe Root, bowls to Alsop, who plays into the offside, no run. And the T20 international starting next week against Pakistan. And if he comes through those games, hopefully off to the World Cup, which is a massive boost for everybody. So good luck, and good to hear from you, Patrick. In comes Root, around the wicket, bowls, all sort of stretches forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Message in from Martin over in High Wycombe, as we heard from a little earlier. He says, these are the sort of matches whereby it would be difficult to explain to someone who doesn't like or understand cricket that it's actually quite exciting at the moment. He's absolutely right. Absolutely right. How on earth would you explain it? Root, round the wicket, bowls, Alsop, what is that one? Turn away, taken by Tattersall, there is no run. Attritional batting and a very important phase of the match. In fact, a period like this could be season defining, even at this early stage in the competition. Root is in, bowls, Alsop plays into the offside, no run. And you're absolutely right, Martin, because this division is so tight. From memory, 21 points separated the first team, who was Sussex, from the 7th at the start of play. So a couple of wins can move you up the table quite a bit as Root bowls to Allsop, who plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. We're rattling through the overs here with Joe Root bowling. Already we're down to 31 left in the day. Maybe Joe Root's got a dinner appointment. He don't want to be hanging around too long. Here comes Root again. Allsop just takes a step down the wicket, plays him to the offside. He's not to be tempted here, Tom Allsop. He's waiting for the bad ball. And the end of another Joe Root over. Look at his figures: 6 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket. 4-4. It means and this is the other thing of rattling through the overs, that before John Simpson has had a lot of time to think, he's got to face another over now, presumably from George Hill, who has bowled so well since tea. Martin's enjoying the commentary. Well, thank you very much for getting in touch, Martin. Always very kind of you. Well, it is going to be George Hill. If you just joined us, BBC commentary on every game of every match right through the summer. This is BBC Radio Sussex. Yorkshire bowled out for 195 this morning, adding just another 19 runs to their overnight score. Sean Hunt, very fine figures, 4 for 64 for Hunt, career best. Ollie Robinson picking up 3 wickets in the innings.
Hill comes in over the wicket to Simpson, who's back in defence. That one rolls out into the offside safely.
In reply, Sussex off to a horrible start, 6 for 2 with Haynes and Clark both back in their pavilion. Pujara making 33, Coles 28, Pujara and Allsop sharing a partnership of 74. Coles and Allsop a partnership of 43. Tom Allsop is still there, he's battling away, 56 off 162 balls, but the important thing is he's there for Sussex.
Hill comes in now, bowls, and Simpson lets that one go through to the keeper. He doesn't look entirely happy with himself about that.
Well, these are the sort of periods in the match, isn't it? I mean, I think Martin's spot on with this important phase of the match, but it's just all the nets, everything you're doing right through the winter. You know, it's for moments like this, isn't it? For moments when it's so important not to get out. It's absorbing stuff. So I've got Yorkshire ahead.
Yeah, I would say so too. As Hill runs away from us now, up the hill to Simpson, who this time lets that one go through outside his off stump, and there's no run. Well, we've just seen Hill's been very consistent. It's just proven difficult to get away. There was the one delivery he strayed in the last over, but other than that, he's just putting it on a spot, and it's making him very difficult to get away, and he's just keeping the pressure right up on Simpson. And that's just the last thing you want when you're not necessarily in the best run of form. As Hill comes in now to Simpson, who gets his bat on that one, and it's safely into the offside.
I'll rattle through the scores at the end of the over. Doige is back with us, so I think we're going to do Jonathan for Charlie. I will do my update at 5:20, then Charlie will be back on with Jonathan. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Yeah.
As Hill runs away from us now, and that one's
that was better,
played
wasn't it?
Down the pitch by Simpson. He got right behind that. There's no run.
Well, I'm sure no one is more aware of the importance of this innings than John Simpson. As the skipper of the side leading from the front, if he can get through this uncomfortable patch. Joe, the light isn't good, Charlie, away to the west of it. I don't think the weather's coming from the west. I think that's gone, that weather.
I mean, either side of as Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's firmly defended by Simpson to end the over. I feel like either side of to the right and to the left, if there is sort of brighter skies. So,
well, let's hope so.
We'll see.
That's all for Charlie for now. Charlie will be back at about 5:20, which means that the voice of Yorkshire cricket is back with us. Jonathan Doige. Doige, have you had a little wander, or have you been sitting up top?
I have. I've been sitting at first row level underneath that floodlight at the far end.
All right. Did anyone recognise you?
Yeah, I was chatting away to a few people I know. And I've got to say, the light is, when you're out there, is not as bad as it feels like coming back in here behind the dark glass, as Root
That's good.
is bowling to the left-handed Alsop, who pushes one back. But George Hill, yeah, the impression I got from down at ground level was that he was giving John Simpson a bit of a rough time there in the over before last from this end.
Yeah.
As Alsop drives into the offside. Ooh,
So it was a
it's
catch for him, isn't
yeah,
it?
on the bounce. A good piece of fielding by Wharton, diving to his left. He might have been driving as well. Alsop was driving to his left.
There's some good fielding in this match. Very fine bit of fielding that.
Here's Root again, and Alsop pushing forward. It's just added another dimension to an already fascinating match, hasn't it? The fact that Joe Root's come on and he's gone for just 4 runs in 6.5 overs. So it shows, with a bit of control, you know, John Simpson's got this to look to as well with his own spinners if he wants to try that in the Yorkshire second innings. As this is driven up to Masood, mid-off, no run.
Well, definitely, we were making exactly that point, that if Sussex can get some sort of a lead, it brings Jack Carson into the game.
Yep.
In the final innings.
His Root wide on the crease. Alsop goes at this one, and he's got it away past the diving Wharton, out to the sweeping George Hill, and we'll pick up a single. Renko, Phil Wrench, has messaged in saying, "Greetings, Jonathan, on the potato chat. Just heard a comparison of hash browns grated in the USA and in patties in England. Here in St. Petersburg, Florida, hash browns are made from cubed potatoes. Yorkshire just ahead right now. A couple more wickets would put pressure on Sussex."
Amazing. And I mean, it's all, where we have people listening from, Doiji. New York down to Florida.
And Sheffield as well, as Root's in there and bowled, punched up to Finley Bean in the offside, end of the over. 136 for 4 means that Sussex are effectively 91 for 4 here. I think you're right, as I walked back in, you were saying Yorkshire just in front, and I think it's kind of 55-45, that sort of feel, 60-40 at the most, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sussex will feel there is the Root factor when Yorkshire comes back again, because he looked in good touch in the first innings. But, you know, Ollie Robinson seems to be bowling himself into a bit of form. You know, if Sussex, you know, could somehow get to around 200, they'll feel they've got a chance. I'm not saying it's going to be a winning total, but at least it gives them something to bowl at. Come on, Georgie, is the cry from the slip cord. I think that was Adam Lyth. As George Hill runs up the hill away from us in and bowls to Simpson. That gets a bit low through to Tattersall, who takes it confidently. I like Tattersall as a keeper. He's very unfussy. Elsewhere around the country, Warwickshire 397 all out. Essex 144 for 7 at Chelmsford. Essex with a good start to the season, but struggling in that game. Durham 233 for 9 in reply to Lancashire's 357. Ben Stokes out for just 2, a victim of Nathan Lyon. Good recovery by Hampshire at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Hill in bowls. Well, balloons over the head of Tom Alsop. He's going to run down to the boundary for 4 very welcome byes, I think they're going to be. Yes, indeed they are. And that just breaks the shackles a little bit, and you know that's what that boundary just takes some of the pressure off of Tom Alsop. I'm sure he's concentrating like mad. 140 for 4. The lead goes up to 95. Yeah, Hampshire at one stage in all sorts of trouble. They were at 77 for 5, now 234 for 6. Keith Barker making 74, Liam Dawson 74 not out. Hill in bowls, Alsop defends. Onto the onside, no run. It's been a stop-start day down at Canterbury, where Zach Crawley's poor form continued. Out for a first baller today. Doidge was adding up Zach Crawley's innings so far, which reads 5, 4, 41, 1, 6, 10, 0, 67 runs. An average of 9.57 for Zach Crawley. Kent 21 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 5.54, but there's been very little play there today because of rain. In comes Hill bowls, Alsop defends to mid-off, there is no run. At the Oval, looks like Surrey are building a winning lead against Worcestershire. At 228 for 4, Jamie Smith, who smashed it all round the Oval last week, making 150 odd, is at it again. He's on 70, Dan Lawrence on 46. He looks a terrific prospect, doesn't he, Smith? Hits the ball really hard. I think he can keep wicket as well.
Yeah, he can.
Hill in bowls, also defends into the offside. There is no run, so the Surrey lead now is 313. Derby in the second division, Derbyshire 119 for 2. Brooke Guest 58 not out. That in reply to Northants 422, so Derbyshire trailing by 301. Raining now in Cardiff. I think that rain has sort of been spreading west throughout the day. It's affected Taunton and now it's affecting them down in Cardiff, which will frustrate Middlesex. In comes Hill, bowls, Allsop clips firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run. And it is the end of the over. And over there was just the 4 byes. 140 for 4, Allsop 57, Simpson 6, Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doige on commentary here from a slightly gloomy Hove. Elsewhere, Middlesex 281 for 4, Middlesex leading Glamorgan by 98. Mark Stoneman making 129. Ryan Higgins 36 not out. What a good cricketer he is. Leicestershire 77 for 1 in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 706 for 6. I bet that was breaking all sorts of records. Marcus Harris, the man, out for just 5. Louis Kimber on 42 and Rishi Patel, very fine player, on 23. End of the over. Ben Code, 12 overs, 1 maiden. 1 for 39 is coming back into the attack from the Cromwell Road, and as the light just gets a little better, I think.
And 28 overs remaining in the day, so at the usual sort of rates, that means that we are pretty much set till 7 o'clock as Code comes in. The ball here, gone. Root takes the catch at first slip, and Simpson has got an edge on what he was a difficult 23 deliveries for him out there in the middle. Sussex 140 for 5, effectively 95 for 5, and Code strikes first up.
Well, it's very easy, isn't it, from inside the commentary box, but he just looked as if he was struggling, John Simpson, didn't he, throughout that innings? He kind of looked frustrated a little earlier on, and he'll be bitterly disappointed. Good bowling change though. Code back into the attack, take Joe Root out of the attack, bring Code in, and first ball that he bowls, a little nudge through to the slips. It was a unconvincing shot, wasn't it? Let's just see the replay of this. Ben Code coming around the wicket to John Simpson. Yeah, and tucks the bat under his arm and walks off, and he'll be bitterly disappointed, the skipper. So Sussex needs someone to come here and bat with Tom Allsop. Is Finn Hudson-Prentice that man? Leading run scorer last season, missed out in the first innings here, making 14. A good 70 last week down at Cardiff. He does like to attack the bowling, Finn Hudson-Prentice. That may not be the worst thing in the world for Sussex. I mean, clearly it's this fine line between, do you go on the attack, do you defend, what do you do? But I think he's the sort of player who will want to, if the ball's there to be hit, he'll hit it. But that's a massive wicket as far as Yorkshire is concerned. 140 for 5.
Yep.
Simpson gone.
Yeah, comfortable catch. Watched it well into the mitts.
And he was dropped
Joe Root,
when he hadn't scored, John Simpson. Dropped by Finlay Bean.
Yeah, that was a
tough
sharp chance. It was turning it to the leg side, wasn't he? Leading edge or back of the bat on it.
Yeah, I think he got a leading edge. Yeah.
Finlay, certainly a really good pair of hands, so if he's putting them down, you would think they're not easy chances.
No.
Ben Code then switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 14 first time around, and Code was the man who got him, and he nearly has him first ball there, with a ball that leaves him hands-on faces around the Yorkshire contingent, not least the bowler, as it passes the outside edge of Hudson-Prentice's bat on the rise, and he goes for a bit of gardening and a word of consolation and maybe advice from Tom Allsop from the non-striking end. 3 slips in place.
That wasn't far away from the outside edge or the off stump.
Here's Code again, and this time Hudson Prentice does what he likes to do, which is get bat on ball. Don Bess, who's out there substitute fielding for somebody, dived to his right with a good stop. Always in the thick of it, Don Bess, when he's out there in the field.
Well, more messages, which I shall read in a mo.
I think it could be, who is it who's gone off? Just looking around the field, trying to identify in a mo. Meanwhile, here's Code once again, wide of off stump and left this time by Hudson Prentice. Jordan Thompson, I think, is the man who's just nipped off the field.
Credit here to Sham Masood, though. I think he's juggled his bowls around well here today.
Yep.
Just bringing Joe Root into bowl at the right time, just keeping one end really, really quiet. Sussex have barely moved since tea. What were they at tea? 123 for 2 in 42 overs.
Here comes Code again, and Hudson Prentice solidly
So
behind this one, no run.
since tea, Sussex have added 17 in 12 and a half overs.
Yeah, so it's good bowling, isn't it? They've definitely been better. Strangely enough, for the majority of this innings, it's felt like they've been more on it from the word go.
Yeah, I would agree.
And haven't been as loose as they were first time around, but they found taking wickets more difficult. That's been a feature of all matches this season for Yorkshire. Second innings wickets have been more difficult to come by than first innings ones, as Code's in again and driven firmly back to him by Hudson Prentice. Got his hand on that, tried to cannon it onto the stumps but missed out. End of the over. So Code 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39, as accurate and nagging as ever.
Very good.
And the lead is still 95, 5 down.
Susie G has been in touch. Susie was in touch a bit earlier on. She was on her way to adjudicate auditions for the Strasbourg National Opera Children's Choir. And she was listening to us. And she's been back in touch. And Susie says, audition's over. Listening again now on my way home. Born in Yorkshire but brought up in Sussex, so I really can't lose. But secretly hoping for a Sussex win. George Hill comes in, bowls to Allsop, lets it go outside the off stump, no run.
Excuse me, born in Yorkshire but hoping for a Sussex win.
Born in Yorkshire, brought up in Sussex. So hoping for a Sussex win. That's fair enough.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. You might have been born in Yorkshire and maybe only spent a couple of days there, and then you come and live. I don't know how old Susie is. You never ask a lady her age, but if you say lived, I don't know, 20 years in Sussex, that's your home, isn't it? No? Oh, come on. You're just winding me up. In comes Hill, bowls to Allsop, who defends into the offside, no run. She says, thank you for the commentary from a cold, rainy and thunderous Strasbourg.
You're going to tell me you're a Chelsea fan because, they won the FA Cup replay in 1970 and that was the first game you ever watched and you suddenly felt an affection towards them?
No, I think that if you've lived somewhere for a long time, it's like you get these. Just wait, break off for a minute. In comes Hill, bowls. Allsop, pull. Oh, not sure where that's gone. I lost track of that. It was short. Looking to pull it onto the leg side. Slightly a suggestion there that Tom Allsop just maybe looking to get on the attack here. It was a shorter delivery. It's like the qualification process, isn't it? For example, Dan Worrell will qualify play for England next year because his residency, that's the word I'm looking for. So, Susie might consider herself a resident of Sussex. As opposed to, you're winding me up, I can tell by your face. In comes Hill.
It's working as well, isn't it?
Runs in, bowls to Allsop. He's at it again, pulls it to mid-wicket. There is no run. This is terrific cricket, Georgie. It's championship cricket at its best. Tom Allsop will know he doesn't want to get bogged. Sussex are bogged down. They've only added 17 since tea. It's been really good, accurate bowling from Yorkshire. They'll know once they're through these two, with respect to Lamb, Carson, Robinson and Hunt, that you're deep into the lower middle order. Not to say these guys can't make runs, but Allsop is playing a good hand here. In comes Hill, bowls. Allsop defends down the track. He's been in for 178 balls. His 57. Without his 57, Sussex really would be in a pickle.
Yeah. Charlie, talking of being deep into things, he's deep into the second stick of his Twix here.
I'm amazed it lasted that long, actually. Jeff in Baltimore, we're talking about cubed We call cubed potatoes home fries, says Jeff, in Baltimore.
Okay. Home fries.
In comes Hill Bowls, also defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. It's a good tidy over from George Hill. I've been really impressed with George Hill. Look at his figures, Jonathan. 14 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 25. Excellent stuff. 140 for 5, also up on 57. Hudson Prentice yet to score. The light not good. Georgie was saying he was out there, and it's better when you're out there. But there's just no wind. Look, the flags are absolutely limp to the flagpoles, and you know the chance of getting in. Well, what have got 26 overs to go? That's probably an hour and a half, isn't it? Gets us to 20 to 7. Whether we'll get them all in, we'll have to see. A couple of lighter patches coming in maybe from the downs, but the forecast for today wasn't good. When we arrived yesterday, there were people saying there'd be no play today. So actually, we've done pretty well.
We have as Ben Code turns then to come in and bowl here to Finn Hudson Prentice. Delivers it now, wide of off stump, and Hudson Prentice leaves. You'll be happy because Chelsea have won the title again. Beaten
WSL, yeah.
Yeah, the WSL.
Yeah, good stuff.
Emma Hayes and co.
Well, she's leaving, isn't she? She's going to coach America.
Yeah, she signed off in style.
Just thinking here about the situation of the match. Clearly, Sussex don't want to lose a wicket, but is there some merit here, maybe, of Hudson Prentice, but playing really positively, maybe trying to take the game to Yorkshire a little?
Could be, because it's such a tight game that a quick 30 or 40.
Well,
could make a massive difference, yeah, with some assistance at the other end. Here's Code again. Hudson Prentice pushing at 1. Oh, not so far away from another nick on that one.
Didn't really go after that, did he? He was, he sort of tentatively. I just wonder whether in this stage the bowlers are on top here. So do you think to yourself, do you know what? We need to take the game to Yorkshire here. I know that's very difficult. If you get out playing a flashing drive, everyone says, well, what an irresponsible shot. But I just wonder if there is some merit in that.
Well, I suppose there's only merit in it if it comes off.
No, of course, yeah.
So you've got to take that gamble yourself as the player out there, as he gets in behind this Code delivery and blocks it into the offside, no run. Oof, that's a bit of a crushing defeat for the Brighton women's team, isn't it? 5-0 against Arsenal.
Must be pretty much the end of things. That's the last games, isn't it?
Yeah. Chelsea won 6-0.
Wow.
Against Manchester United.
I was just thinking as well that, I'm thinking ahead here, Doiji, and we may not even get there, but just break off.
Here comes Code again, and Hudson Prentice, back foot, sort of drags it slightly into the onside, no run.
And this is a way off, but if you're thinking about the game going forward, maybe into tomorrow, there'll be a new ball available. Is that 56 overs gone?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we get through these, you've got a new ball available first thing in the morning with rested bowlers. So, do you think to yourself, this might be the time to not swing the bat, but maybe get on the front foot?
Yeah, could well be. Code in. Hudson Prentice, lovely shot. Just a check drive, really, a push. Shan Masood's going to chase it down, and they're going to settle for 2, but from a Sussex perspective, nice to see a little bit more of an expansive shot.
Shan Masood is an excellent fielder, isn't he? I've thought that throughout the... Well, I think he is. I think he's fielded really well.
I think they get a lot of ones out there sometimes in matches. He's a bit deep sometimes at mid-off and mid-on. I think it's been mentioned on comms before, okay. But he'll chase a ball down fine, yeah, as he just did. Here's Code. And stepping back and cutting firmly, Hudson Prentice here. That's a lovely shot, just too short from Ben Code, and he knows it. And he's gone for a few.
Let's go.
So, 6 off the last couple of balls, 146 for 5, all useful, and that means that the Sussex lead now just goes over 100, 101.
Yeah.
Graham Hardcastle next door in the press box is not going to be a happy man at the moment. Half time in the League One promotion playoff final. Bolton Wanderers 0, Oxford United 2.
Oh dear, poor Graham. Might ruin his evening. Interesting that over though, Jonathan, was we just wondered whether is this Joe Root coming on from this end, from the C end?
Yes,
that's a change. So interesting skippering here by Shan Masood today. That just relieves the shackle. I think it helps Tom Alsop, who's been in there for 179 balls for his 57. It just gets the scoreboard moving on. I mean, Sussex need more runs. I mean, I still think in this position, Sussex effectively 101 for 5. Yorkshire, for me, are in the driving seat here. But, Sussex not out of it.
And they've put on a couple of partnerships in this innings, and if they could stick another 50 on this pair, then it's back in the melting pot.
Yeah, it is. Joe Root coming in around the wicket. The first time he's bowled from the C end, bowls to Alsop, who's carefully forward, plays out into the covers, no run.
They've got their over rate back up to +3, by the way.
Yes.
How does that work over 2 innings? Because they were behind in the first innings, but of course they stayed behind because they ended up bowling out Sussex.
In comes Root, bowls. Also using his feet, maybe for the first time against Root, just getting down the track. In fact, and it's strange, isn't it? Because I thought they tended to adjust the over rate at the end of each session, but clearly the scorers are maybe doing it in conjunction with the umpires because they've got walkie-talkies and all the rest of it, haven't they? Communication to the score box. Root bowls, also hammers that away to Masood, who was at mid-off. He stopped the ball. He's hurt his hand, I think. Or did that hit his knee? Or is he just disappointed? I think the last of the three. It was in the air. There's a fielder in there, Finley Bean, at short extra cover. He had no chance, but it wasn't. Tulsop just showing here. I just sense he's looking to get after the bowling here. Joe Root waits, and he's suggesting to the umpire that the ball has maybe gone out of shape. Umpire Milnes has a look, and he's going to show it to umpire Adnan. And it could well be we're going to see. There's Brenda. Here she comes. She's got a greyish coloured mac on. She might be on. It could be the first time we've seen Brenda in the match.
Meanwhile, Shan Masood, having taken that knock, whatever it was, is leaving the field, and Don Best coming on to replace him.
I wonder if he hurt his finger then,
Doige,
because it was hit crisply by. Now we're going to get a new ball, I think. And here comes Brenda, out onto the field. Good old Brenda. She's first in the queue every day. And it must be a bit chilly out there because she's got her mac on today. And one of the Yorkshire fielders very kindly goes and gets a selection of balls. Always intriguing is that when a ball is changed, 57 overs, you've got to find something that's going to replicate that. That's not necessarily easy.
No. And
there will be a box of balls that are bought out. So we've got a break in play. Time for Tom Alsop just to perhaps relax for a couple of minutes. You want to relax too much, though. The Yorkshire lads are engaged in conversation with him. I think we do have another ball, which is good news. The umpires making their way. Applause for the day. There we are. That's what you get when you're Brenda. Listen to that. Well
magnificent.
Done. Yeah. Well done, Brenda. County cricket, that's, whatever changes they make to county cricket or changing it, the authorities just to remember there's people like Brenda who love the game. Must never ever forget that. If we do, then we're in serious trouble. Root waits. A slip and just the slip of the close fielder's Root in, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop drives. I was just frightened for a minute then that Tom Alsop might have lost concentration when you get a little break like that and you've been concentrating so hard.
Yeah.
146 for 5. The lead is 101. It's tight, tense cricket. Root in, bowls to Alsop, who's down the wicket driving into the offside. There was a cry there from somebody. I'm not sure who. I don't know if that was. I don't know who that was. It's sort of more of a frustrated cry, but Tom Alsop has certainly shown a little more inclination to go on the attack here. Sensible attack. He's not running down the wicket, but just using his feet slightly. He goes to 58, 147 for 5. I'll have an update to do in a moment. And then I will leave you with Charlie and Jonathan. Hudson Prentice just surveys the onside field. Then comes Root. Round the wicket, bowls. Hudson Prentice. I wasn't sure. I think he was caught in two minds there. It very nearly looked like he was going to get a leading edge back to Joe Root. He didn't in the end. And I just wonder, it's like easy. The way that Finn plays, which is naturally an attacking game, it just might be better going through with the shot. Nonetheless, he stays. There is a little conversation in the middle of the pitch with Tom Alsop. 1:47 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, Sheffield, York, other stations in the north of England.
Nearly this time, nearly.
Yeah, what other ones
Before
are
the
there?
end of the match.
Leeds, York, Sheffield.
Humberside.
All right, okay.
Tees.
Wow, okay, they come within your remit, do they? Right, okay.
Got the biggest job in the county game, mate. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Get used to it.
Yeah. Is this you or me?
It's me. Code into Alsop, who drops that out into the offside, and there is no run.
I hadn't finished saying what I was saying. I was going to say Adrian Holmes, Jonathan Doidge and Charlie Reynolds on commentary here in Hove. Hope you're enjoying our coverage, despite the constant mickey taking of Mr. Doidge. No, it's been great fun. We've enjoyed it. It's a super game. You know, it's what county cricket's all about. Lots of interaction from listeners. It's been really thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, cracking cricket. As Code comes in down the slope. Ooh, Alsop's just got that towards the inside of the bat. He does actually play the ball quite firmly, quite a lot, doesn't he?
Yes.
When you consider how this pitch is played and what might happen when you do that, but he's seen more of it than anybody else. 186 deliveries. He's easily the longest knock in the match so far in terms of balls faced. He's doing a sterling job for the hosts here as he waits in that slightly crouched position. And Code slightly short of length, punched up to Dom Leach, who feels the ball and does a press up.
Actually, by a long shot, Doidge, I was just thinking, well, how many did Joe Root face? He faced 88 balls for his 67, so he's faced double the amount of balls that Joe Root faced.
Well, this next delivery will make him 100 more than that. Waits again then. And Code round the wicket. Solidly behind it, Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Still really lovely atmosphere down here. As Holmes has said on several occasions, not a breath of wind today really at all. Any clouds overhead have only very gradually slid by, and the flags limp away to our right by the old clock there on top of the scoreboard. Go down the incline once again. It's wide this time, and Alsop tries to get his hands through it, but didn't strike it as cleanly as he might have done. Ends up at the feet of Jordan Thompson in the covers. Dot ball. The wickets to have fallen in this innings. Tom Haynes caught Masood bowled Thompson without scoring when the score was on 4. 6 by the time Tom Clark then played an injudicious stroke to Ben Code and was caught by Matthew Revis for 6. Code's in to Alsop, who goes back foot and punches once again to Thompson to complete the over at 147 for 5. Third man out, Cheteshwar Pujara, was LBW to Dom Leach for 33. Second time in the match that Leach has taken the big wicket of Pujara. Then he bowled Tom Alsop with a no ball. And although Alsop certainly hasn't raced along since then, he's stuck around for a further 19 runs beyond the 39 he had when he left that straight one. James Coles, when the score was on 125, got underneath a George Hill delivery, caught by James Wharton for 28, and then John Simpson, who found things tough going out there, caught Root bowled Code for 6 from 24 deliveries. The most recent man out 7 runs ago at 140 for 5, and here is Dom Leach once again.
Interesting tactics by Shane Masood, wasn't it? Joe Root just came on and bowled the 1 over. I wonder if that was just for 1. You see what's happening from the C end, but he's been whipped out the attack. And Dom Leach into the attack. Picks up this very important wicket. Dom Leach of Cheteshwar Pujara, LBW for 33. He's racing away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, carved away by Hudson Prentice down to deep backward point. Didn't time it really. Hudson Prentice to 7. Total goes to 148 for 5. I apologise. Lead is 103. I'm just waiting for this update, and then we'll hand over to Charlie and Jonathan.
I've got one at 5:30 as well, my last one actually, 5:30.
Okay, all right. Well, perhaps I'll stay on until you come back. Is that the best thing to do? Still 22 overs to be bowled after this one tonight. Slight delay as Leach suggests a fielding change to his skipper, who's fielding at mid-on. But I think it's going to stay as it is. 3 slips in play. And Leach runs away from us. In and bowls. And Alsop is dropped! Was a caught and bowled opportunity. He was back. He didn't time it. And I think... I mean, nothing's ever easy. It's very easy from the commentary box, but I think he'll be disappointed he put that down.
I think he will. I think, yeah, you'd always say it's never easy because you've got to readjust, but that is one of those that I think you have to say he should have taken it, really.
Yeah, and that's the second time, because it was Dom Leach who actually bowled Tom Alsop with a no ball, and he was on 39.
Yeah, it's catchable high, it's not hit hard.
In comes Leach. Around the wicket bowls to Alsop, who clips this one firmly through square leg, picks up another single. Alsop, he goes to 59, 149 for 5. Could be Tom Alsop's day, you never know. Let's make a note of that. He was on 58 and the score was 148 for 5. So he's had 2 lives, Tom Alsop. Actually, just as that ball was about to be bowled, there's suddenly a lot of seagulls around the ground. I just wondered if that was going to distract Tom Alsop slightly. Look, it's all of a sudden. Leach in bowls. Hudson Prentice hit on the pad. There's a loud shot. I reckon he might have got a bit of bat on that, Hudson Prentice.
Right, yeah.
Just from the sound. We'll get a chance to have another look at it in a moment's time. Umpire Milne's finger stays firmly in his pocket. I wonder if we're not going to have an update. I can't hear anything. I wonder if we're still going out, aren't we? Still on air? Yeah. A bit odd. In comes. Just watching the replay, actually. Yeah, I think maybe there was a bit of an inside edge on that. In comes Leach, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clips his way through mid-wicket. That should race away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. And I just wonder if this is just a slight, ever such a tweak of the tactics from Sussex. Just maybe looking to get on the front foot if they can. The light is improving, actually, and Charlie's back with us. Good stuff in it, Charlie.
Yeah, this is just what Sussex needed to just try and break the shackles. They've got to make the most of that reprieve that they got from Leach, who could have...
Yeah.
We could have had Alsop twice in this innings.
Yes. Leach again.
Runs in now to Alsop, who's onto the back foot and pushes that into the offside as cover fielder swoops in and ensures there was no run.
I just thought for a moment that the sun was maybe threatening to make an appearance.
Bit bright over there.
Yes, it is.
Still haven't worked out which way.
No, nor have
clouds,
I.
I mean, there's naps at wind, so it's. But somehow it does eventually.
I think it's sort of drifting in from the downs slowly. very slowly.
As Code comes in now, bowls to Allsop, who's struck on the pad, but it's high,
So
and
over the top, isn't it?
there's only really a half-hearted appeal from the Yorkshire fielders. Allsop does get quite squat at the crease, so, but that one was never going to be out.
I'm here just to let the studio know. Do you mind if I take over, Charlie?
By all means.
And then I will hand over to you in Jonathan, a couple of minutes' time. As in comes Code around the rock, bowls to Allsop, who clips this one through the onside. They pick up a single, does Tom Allsop. He goes to 60, and Sussex to 154 for 5. Three slips in place. Ben Code in his 16th over, figures of 2 for 46. Hudson Prentice sort of surveys the field. Also, there are 3 men saving 1 on the offside. 2 on the leg, a deep backward square. And it's going to be Code in again, bowls. Well, Hudson Prentice virtually running down the wicket. That was extraordinary. Took a couple of paces down the wicket. We did say whether Hudson Prentice may be looking just to disrupt the line of length of the ball. I mean, I think in a sense it's kind of no bad thing, Charlie, maybe to just try and knock the bowlers off their length to get the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah.
I don't think Sussex are going to win this game with a lead of 109.
No, I mean, we saw Yorkshire have more success with the bat actually when Joe Root did some things like that.
Comes Code again, bowls. Hudson Prentice drives, but he's driving across the line. The ball ends up at mid wicket, and there is no run. Right, we're ready for an update to our listeners. $154 for 5. Code again, rolls. Hudson Prentice watches that one go harmlessly by outside of the off stump. 154 for 5. At the end of the over, Ben Code, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46. If you just joined us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio. Sussex, Leeds, Sheffield, York, Humber, Tees, I think Jonathan said. So welcome wherever you're listening from. We've got an absorbing day's cricket here at Hove.
And a bowling change as well.
Yes, so that's 3 times he's changed the bowling in the last 3 overs. Oh, here we go. Yes, hello George. Well, if you enjoy your county cricket, this is a really intriguing battle today. Sussex in their second innings are 154 for 5. It means they lead by 109. So effectively Sussex 109 for 5, George. And it's Tom Allsop who's holding things together for Sussex as he picks up another single, Tom Allsop. He goes to 61. Sussex to 155 for 5. Earlier on today, Yorkshire bowled out for 195, 4 wickets for 64 for Sean Hunt. Career best figures for him, 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson. Sussex at one stage was 6 for 2 in reply. But Pujara's made 33, Cole's 38, the out-of-form John Simpson just 6 today. But Tom Allsop and Finn Hudson-Prentice battling away to give Sussex some sort of a lead that they can bowl at tomorrow. Intriguing stuff here. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey in their second innings, 255 for 5. Dan Lawrence, 63 not out. Jamie Smith just out for 72. It means the lead for Surrey over Worcester is already 340. Can you hear anyone in your ears?
No.
Charlie? No.
I cannot.
Okay. Thompson. Back to his mark. Runs away from us in and bowls. Oh, he's going to be out. Oh, that's a poor decision. I don't mean it's a poor decision by the umpire. I mean it's a poor decision by Finn Hudson-Prentice to pad up. And that just looked out from the minute he hit the pad. and he'll be bitterly, bitterly disappointed. Well, I just wonder whether Hudson Prentice might be the man to take the game to Yorkshire, because I'm afraid this lead won't be enough, 110. But that's a poor error. Let's see this again. Oh, yeah, that's more than out, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there is always that thing of when it hits the batsman on the pads not playing a shot, that it's sort of, you always think it's automatically out, and sometimes you see a few dodgy decisions, but that was not one of them.
No,
that was pretty plumb.
I don't think the umpire had an awful lot of
hesitation.
Yeah, I just wonder in defence of Hudson Prentice whether whether you are stuck in thinking, well, I mustn't get out, but by the same token, I just can't get marooned. I'm just looking here. Since tea, Sussex have scored 32 runs in 20 overs.
Yeah, so not exactly.
So that's 32 runs in 20 overs, during which time Yorkshire have picked up 4 wickets. So they completely strangled Sussex for runs and taken wickets. So I think at this stage of proceedings, Danny Lamb's coming out to bat. I think there's something to be said here if they're going on the attack. I really do.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think
for Dan, to say, right, we're not going to win this game defending 110. So it's no use just pushing and poking around. We need to support Tom Alsop, but perhaps we need to take the game to Yorkshire. Anyway, what do I know? Charlie's going to carry on commentary. Doidge's back from his update. Speak to you in a bit.
Welcome back, Jonathan. Everything's going Yorkshire's way as Jordan Thompson comes in from the sea end to Lamb, who plays his first ball safely into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, they need a win, Charles, and there's no two ways about it. They need a win, so they'll take them any way they can get them, however they manage to get across the line, if they do that is. And still got 4 wickets to take yet, and then knock off whatever it is they need. So
as Thompson comes in, bowls, and that one's wide of off stump, and they in fact scamper through for a bye as there was a misfield by the keeper behind the stumps, and Sussex add a run to the total, a precious run. They're 155 for 6 now, and that brings Alsop back on strike. He's made 61 of Sussex's runs from nearing 200 balls, so it's been a epic innings from the left-hander, anchoring things for his side as Thompson turns, runs in and bowls, and also just chops that down in defence, jams the bat on it, and there is no run. That will be the end of the over, a wicket-taking one from Thompson, the bowling change from Shan Masood reaping instant reward, and Yorkshire well on top here in the evening session.
So Code is set to continue at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Not quite sure why my chair keeps... I keep having my knees under my chin every time I come back into the chair. I've not adjusted it myself. There must be a chair ghost in the com box here. Or maybe it's the weight of all those cookies that I'm supposed to have eaten during the course of the last 2 days, all 2 of them. Here comes Code then. Sweatband on the left wrist as ever. Bowling to the right-handed Danny Lamb. Pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Lamb, well, we know he's a first-class centurion, but he made just the 3 first time around when he was a victim of a good catch by Finlay Bean at third slip off the bowling of George Hill. First ball of a George Hill spell. We've seen Code take a wicket with the first ball of a spell in recent times in this second innings. 156 for 6. Nelson the lead, 111. Getting a bit brighter as Code comes in. And Lamb chooses to leave a ball wide of off stump. So we felt there was a stage in this innings where batting looked like it might have got a little bit easier, maybe 10%, something like that. And that was that partnership of 74 between Alsop and Pujara. Maybe it was just the quality of what they were producing with the bat that made it look easier, because as a general comment on the 2 days so far, it has not looked easy for men with willow in hand. Here's Code bowling to one of those, Danny Lamb, who's leaving one wide of off stump. Johnny Townsend almost knocked over in taking that.
Yeah, he seemed to sort of throw it into his own face slightly.
I think his dad Richard is on the ground somewhere up the far end. Family trip down to see JT in action. Got some runs with the bat. Might need to do so again at some point in the next 24 hours or so. Halfway through his 17th over here, Ben Code, 2 for 46 against his name, coming into bowl to Lamb, who turns this one into the leg side where Jordan Thompson is round to field. And there is no run. Neil Allison says it might push 3 days this match now. Looking that way, isn't it? Given the number of runs that needed to be scored, 19.2 overs left, you don't see it finishing today at all now, really. Still 4 wickets for Yorkshire to take as well. So we will go to day 3 as Code's in again, and ball short of length this time, dropped into the offside by Lamb, who's not the tallest, compact sort of a player, all-round cricketer. Out there to do a spot of gardening between deliveries.
Well, it's good to know that Rosemary's rearranged lunch plans won't be in vain. She'll be getting some play tomorrow.
Here comes Code once again, right arm over the wickets. Ooh, Lamb pushes at that one, and he'll be glad he didn't push a little harder and get an outside edge on it. End of the over then. Danny Lamb yet to score from 8 deliveries, Alsop 61 from 197 of those, and 156 for 6. Still gives Sussex a lead of 111 runs.
Going to put you on the spot here. Do you know the unique first-class achievement that Danny Lamb can lay claim to? Achievement, perhaps the wrong word.
No.
He was the first concussion replacement in English first-class cricket.
Was he really?
In 2018. As Thompson comes in now, bowls to Alsop, who is firmly in defence as he has been so much of this gargantuan innings. He's nearly up to 200 balls faced now for his 61.
I remember the first concussion victim in a match involving Yorkshire, and that was just down the road at the Aegeus Bowl. And it was Ian Holland who came on as the substitute for, I think it was Lewis McManus. He was out first ball.
Oh dear. As Thompson comes in now and Alsop defends again.
True story. Another true story. True story, yeah. It was 2019 season, that.
Thompson receives the ball from his skipper, catches it one-handed and polishes on his trousers as shouts of "come on Tomo" from somewhere in the ground as he is in now, bowls and pulls up onto the back foot, trying to find a gap on the offside, but he can't. The cover fielder swoops in and cuts off the run, and the score remains 156 for 6. Alsop has now faced 200 balls for his 61, so he's really keeping this Sussex innings together. And they'll need him to stay there if they're going to have any chance of winning this game. Thompson turns, bustles in, past the umpire. Alsop whips that nicely off his pads, but can't beat the fielder on the leg side. It's straight to the man at mid-wicket and there's no run. It's busy at the crease, Alsop always. He's got that late trigger movement.
not seen Harmsy go through his trigger movement to the kettle just lately. Well, as there's no water at all in the press box, a cup of decaf coffee would be lovely. Thanks, Harmsy.
As Thompson's in and Allsop defends. It's like inside edge of the bat on that one, but enough of the middle too, and it just dribbles into the offside. There is no run. Blue skies above. Well, at least a peak of blue sky in between some patchy cloud. Much lighter than it was earlier anyway. As Thompson turns and runs in again. Bowls to Allsop, who drives smartly down the ground. That's going to run away for 4. It's a lovely shot, just straight back past the bowler. And Allsop moves to 65. He takes Sussex to 160 for 6. That's a nice way for the home side to end the over. And something for the crowd to cheer.
Yeah, lead goes up to 115. Still 4 wickets remaining. Still a lot of interest in what goes on from this point on in this contest. Yorkshire without a win in the championship this season, their 6th match of the campaign now. Began the season as pretty strong favourites to top the division. May still be good enough to do that, who knows. Here's Code in to Lamb, who thinks about an expansive drive and then slightly checks on the stroked shot. Up to Shan Masood at mid-off, dot ball. Harmsy's gone off to poison the decaf. No doubt. Code turns again then. In he comes past umpire Hassan Adnan, wide of off stump, and Lamb shoulders arms to this one. Yet to get off the mark, Danny Lamb. Still plenty in, not as many as yesterday at any point today, I don't think, but still there's been a decent crowd in and good atmosphere. Had a wander round, did one of my updates, the 4:30 update I did from over in the car park away to the left. At which point I could confirm that Fishwa Fernando has definitely been on the ground because he walked past me. Punched out into the offside to cover where James Wharton does the fielding. No run. I think it was number 39 on his Yorkshire County Cricket Club bag as he walked past, as if he was leaving the ground. So I can confirm sighting thereof. He'll be playing, barring disasters I suppose, against Northants next week. And he should be opening the bowling with this guy, Ben Code, who bowls here. Good delivery to, yep, Danny Lamb. Finger raised by Hassan Adnan. It just felt like it somehow. We're nowhere near straight on, but he didn't get anywhere, and it looked like it might have hit him on the back leg, I think. We'll get a chance to see the replay hopefully, but either way the umpire's given him, he's got to go. 160 for 7, effectively 115 for 7, and Lamb goes without scoring. Oh no, it was front pad actually, wasn't it? But it was slap bang in front. Thank you very much. No milk.
Oh, sorry.
Half a job harms. So 160 for the loss of 7, and for long enough we've been saying today, could it be a 2-day finish? Well, it's not going to be, is it? But just as you kind of discounted that possibility, then there's a flurry of wickets, and feels like it could be shortening the game, whatever is left of it tomorrow. Jack Carson, the new man, walking out to the middle. Jack, we know, can also bat. He's scored a few against Yorkshire before. He didn't score in the first innings, and this time replaces Danny Lamb, who unfortunately for him didn't manage to get off the mark. So what are we at? 10-6 here. Still a good hour or so of play. 17.2 overs to come. Ben Code 3 for 46 now from 17.4. And that wicket falling after 64.4 overs. Thank you very much, Adrian. That's very much appreciated. Thank you. Carson takes his guard. It would be nice if there was some water around, wouldn't it?
It's all salt water around here.
Anybody from the Sussex staff who's listening and might bring us a bottle tomorrow, something like that, before play starts. A waterless press room. As Code comes in here to bowl to Carson. Ooh, slightly squared up and watches it though. That was the key thing. He kept his eye on it. Pushed it out backward of point there to Matthew Revis. Certainly somebody's chipper out there. Ali Maiden just down to our right. Pick up what he's saying on the microphone with Don Bess with the bucket hat on alongside as Code bowls again to Carson, who punches it out into the covers for the final ball of another successful Ben Code over, going at less than 3 and over once again. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 46. Another significant contribution from the Yorkshire opening bowler.
Well, Yorkshire well on top here, and they've just been able to rotate through the bowlers as well. There's been some good captaincy from Shah Massoud. He hasn't never let Sussex get away any time there's been a sense of things slipping. He hasn't been afraid to mix things up, and Jordan Thompson in now bowling to Alsop, who pushes that one back down the pitch. It's fielded by the bowler and there's no run.
There we go.
Sussex have added 37 since tea for the loss of 5 wickets, so it's all been all Yorkshire since the last break, and really they've got a huge squeeze on here. The lead just 115 with only 3 wickets remaining, and it's looking good for the visitors as Alsop digs that one out and pushes it back past the bowler, but it's fielded by Shah Massoud, running around from mid-off, and there's no run.
If David Coleman was here in that magically exaggerated way, he had of saying things with his hyperbole, he'd be saying something like, "And only Alsop now between Yorkshire and victory," wouldn't he? Because that's what it kind of feels like.
That is definitely, it's as Thompson comes in now and Alsop is there once again resolutely in defence. Well, he could have been out twice, both times to Dom Leach. He was bowled off a no ball and he was shelled off a relatively easy caught and bowled, but other than that, he's been the glue that's held this Sussex rearguard effort together. But they're going to need him to bat through the innings, you feel, and just pick up as many runs as he can. As Thompson runs in again once more, and Alsop once again bats it back in defence past the bowler, who doesn't actually collect it, but it's fielded well enough by the man at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, Alsop just needs someone really to stay with him. I think that hope of maybe a rapid counter-attack might have slightly withered for Sussex, who just need to, as Thompson comes in now and Alsop drives that one into the offside, but he can't beat the field, and it's collected by the man at cover. I think Sussex just need to survive a bit now, put some bit more time out there in the middle, because They've only got 3 wickets left, and the lead of 115 is, although this is a low-scoring match, not going to be enough. Alsop the key as Thompson runs towards him now, ball in hand. He bowls and Alsop chops that down as the offside, but can't pierce the field, and that will end the over. Sussex remain 160 for 7. Alsop has 65 and Carson yet to score.
You know what, I mean, yeah, you say it won't be enough, and we probably all feel that way, but we love cricket for many things, and one of them is that it provides us with upsets and shock results, and so 115 will, I'm sure, not be the lowest lead that's ever been defended in a county championship match, and it is a pitch that's lending itself to the bowlers clearly. So
no, I mean, that is the beauty,
you can't
that it
totally rule out
it could be enough.
a Sussex win.
I feel like it won't. But
Ben Code from the Cromwell Road end to Jack Carson, and he's pushed that into the offside where James Wharton does the fielding, and there's no run.
But in a way that almost sort of emphasises the need just to keep going to get as many runs as they can, because if a lead of 115, we're talking about being, you know, a very, 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 very outside chance of being enough runs, then, you know, a lead of 150, 160 becomes a bit stickier.
I think 150, you're certainly in the game. Might still be a fewer percent lower than the team who've got to score them, but you're in the game, as this is turned into the leg side.
Well,
By Carson, no run.
Certainly if Ollie Robinson can replicate the sort of form that we saw in the ball with the first innings. He didn't really have the luck in picking up the wickets, but
now Ben Code just pulled something at the bottom of his back. Here you go, you see, these are things that happen in games of cricket, and so he's just feeling something at the base left hand side of his back, maybe sacroiliac, something like that. And he's called on Ed, the physio. He's walking off and wants some treatment from Ed.
Joe Root's going to have to finish the over, so that's really not what Yorkshire wanted to see.
Not with 3 wickets still to take. Hopefully, a bit of treatment and it might be okay, but clearly feeling some pain now. Hopefully he will be all right and soon. And so, substitute fielder will come on, which may be Don Bess. Did he jog around? He was walking past us with Ali Maiden a few minutes ago. Ali's still around further around the boundary talking to George Hill at the moment, but they'll want to get their 12th man out there. And so Joe Root, Dom Leach, Jordan Thompson, George Hill. Yorkshire left with 4 bowlers at this stage. They can of course use Adam Lyth if they want to do that. Don Bess it is, yeah, he was quickly nipped round, got whatever it was he needed to go out in, and he's out there fielding at mid-wicket. So complete change in the field, given that Code is now off. And Joe Root going to complete the over for him. Carson solidly behind that one, pushing back to the bowler, no run. So 160 for 7 at that point. Here's Root again. Carson drops this into the leg side where James Wharton's gone under the helmet at short leg. No run. Adam Lyth at slip.
Carson on a pair, so he'll be extra keen to get off the mark here.
Root over the wicket. Carson turns it just short of James Wharton. He can't quite reel it in, but it's another dot in the scoring facilities. 1 ball remaining, the 67th then. Floats this one up, and Carson once more Just happy to push that one into the onside. End of the over then. 160 for 7 means still a lead of 115. That was, well, it's a maiden, but
combined maiden.
Yeah, combined maiden.
Well, it's going to be Jordan Thompson to continue from the C end. He's going to be bowling to Tom Alsop, who's batted almost all the way through this innings with that early loss of wickets. For Sussex, he's on 65 from 209 balls. It's been a epic innings and a couple of strokes of fortune as Thompson comes in now, bowls, and Alsop just tucks that off his pads nicely. They run through for an easy single, and the score moves to 161 for 7, a lead of 116. A couple of pigeons fly overhead. Got quite the range of avian life down here. Thompson pauses before delivering. Carson's not quite ready to face. He is now. He steps into the crease as Thompson runs in and bowls, and Carson plays and misses at that one. It whistles past the outside edge of his bat, and Carson Jonathan Doidge tucks into a big bag of salty nuts, I think, something like that. Fruit and nut mix, keeping healthy. Got to get the 5 a day. Thompson back to top of his mark. He's running in again, bustling past the umpire as Carson finds the bat this time, just pushes it safely into the offside, and there's no run. Got a little bit gloomy again, but we are getting fairly late in the day, so that's probably to be expected. Still over 14 overs set to be bowled as Thompson runs in past the umpire and delivers, and Carson's there just to push it into the offside, and there is no run.
I'm a maverick. I like to defy convention on commentaries and, you know, just turn the mic off and have a few nuts now and again.
Have a gobble of some nuts. What nuts are we talking? What was it? Is it a mixed selection, or
they're those cheapo everyday essentials ones? Nothing special.
Everyday nuts. None of any macadamias in there? Your fancy foreign nuts. Thompson comes in now, bowls, and Carson again plays and misses at that one through to the keeper. There's a cry of anguish from behind the stumps.
And there might be a cry of anguish from the press box next door, because Oxford United continue to lead 2-0, and they're getting on towards the last few minutes of that League One playoff final up the road.
Well, we can't have everything going Yorkshire's way this weekend.
Bolton Wanderers are not Yorkshire.
Are they not? No, of course. The way of the north, then.
Bolton Wanderers.
As Thompson comes in now and bowls, and that one's driven crisply through the offside. It pierces the gap. The fielders stood totally still as it raced away for. That was a lovely drive, high elbow from Carson, who's off a pair in style. He picks up 4. Sussex moved to 165 for 7.
Where did that come from? That's a shot of a bloke who's got 155 not out or something like that. Just stood tall and punched it away, and it was a lovely, lovely echo about the sound off the bat.
It was like sort of Viv Richards.
Cracking shot. Hamsey, you need the cans back, do you?
That's all right.
And so we're going to see Don Leach.
Then we can change things around before the close of play. Well, we've got 14 overs left tonight. That was a lovely shot. Well, he has a top first class score of 87, Jack Carlson, so he can back. But I mean, you know, this is tough. This is quality bowling in a pressurised situation. As in comes Leach around the wicket, bowls, and crumbs of Allsop nearly played that onto his stumps. There is no run. We were saying and just wondering this idea of, I mean, the lead. I don't believe a lead of 120 is enough, Jonathan. I mean, you know, maybe you can nudge your way up to 130, 140, 150, but I just wonder whether there is. I mean, a new ball will be available to Yorkshire in 11 overs time, so pretty much. I mean, they might even take it tonight, but certainly first thing this morning, and that's not easy when you're 9, 10, 11 coming into a new ball against this quality of bowling. In comes Leach, bowls, Allsop turns onto the leg side, picks up one. They'll think about two. It isn't there though, as the field comes in very quickly. Masood gets there and feels there is just a single to Allsop. He's done his bit, Tom Allsop. He's the joint highest scorer in the match with 67. It's taken him 212 balls, which is an irrelevant statistic really. He's anchored the innings. But that middle order for Sussex has rather fallen away, hasn't it? Simpson for 6, Hudson Prentice for 11, Lamb without scoring. But it's been a tremendous effort from Yorkshire since tea. I mean, just they a good captaincy. They've strangled Sussex really, and picked up wickets along the way. Leach in bowls, Carlson drives to mid-on. And there is no run. Adam Lyth is signalling, as is Joe Root, towards the balcony. They want something bought out or getting some messages.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire's second innings bowling performance has been at least as good as what they produced in the first, even though they've got more on the board.
Yeah. No, I would agree. Comes in again, does Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Carlson places firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. Charlie Tier, the young Sussex player, out for 6 in the international match for Scotland against the Netherlands. A wicket for Brad Curry, who took 4 overs, 1 for 27 in that game over in Holland. Turning at the far end of the ground is Leach, running in, bowls, and Carlson's beaten all ends up. Taken by Tattershaw, and there is no run. I just wondered, Doidge, sometimes in cricket, players talk about, don't they, about having, you always feel the next ball got your name on it. And I just wondered, for that reason, if nothing else, whether, whether this idea of just trying to get a quick 20 or 30, just in this situation, I mean, Sussex are effectively 121 for 7. It is another, if you feel that, the way that that Yorkshire have bowled here. In comes Leach, bowls, Carlson drives down the ground, good stop by Masood, sliding stop prevents a run.
I suppose you could argue that there's been some of those shots played by some of the batters.
Yes, they have.
And they've not got away with
it. No,
you're
right. You'd say Haynes, Clark, Coles.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, this is... Yorkshire were favourites for promotion from this division for a reason, and the reason is they're a good side and they bowled very well in this match, and they've had the standout, well there've been 2 standout innings, Joe Root's yesterday and Tom Allsop today.
Yeah, I think this is, unfortunately for Sussex, but this is Yorkshire's best bowling performance across the 2 innings of a match that I've seen so far this season. Yes, the pitch is clearly providing some assistance. It's the same for both sides in that respect, but they are actually using the conditions pretty well, I would have said, as Thompson is in and bowling there to the left-handed Allsop, who turns that into the leg side. Bess, 12th manning still for Ben Code, does the fielding. Hopefully Ben Code is okay. He's disappeared out of view, so presumably maybe receiving some treatment in the changing room.
He just pulled up. I didn't see that, George. He just suddenly felt his back. And
yeah. It's not the first time.
Back some bowlers. Let's just hope he's okay. And it's perhaps just a muscle spasm or something.
Yeah, there was another moment earlier in the season, a few games ago, forget which match specifically now, as driven firmly and well fielded off his own bowling, as Harmsy says, by Jordan Thompson. To save what would have been 4, because it was struck firmly by Allsop, over pitch really by Jordan, but he's got out of it with a good piece of fielding. Yeah, so there was something, and he felt the bottom of his back, and there was a moment or two where he thought, oh no, and then he must have clearly tried to bowl through it, and did, and carried on bowling for quite a long time, so it didn't affect him longer term. Thompson is in, and that is angled down towards third man by Alsop, who will pick up a couple. Matthew Revis round to do the fielding there.
Jane in Shoreham by Sea has been in touch. She says, hi Adrian, Jonathan and Charlie. I hope you spelt your name right. Well, I think you're a Charlie, Jane. But enjoying the commentary with the banter and joshing between you all. Very exciting, but Sussex's chances not looking good. No, they need some more runs. Jane, the lead now 123. I think they need a few more than that.
Here's Jordan Thompson again past umpire Milnes, and flicked away through mid-wicket, where Dan Moriarty also comes in off the boundary to field. So Yorkshire have got both 12th men, as it were, on, or 12th and 13th men out there. And so somebody else, in addition to Ben Code, currently off the field. We have Root at first slip. We have George Hill at second. Now, Adam Lythe must be the man then.
Looking here, Deutsche, we were talking about the Blaze v the Vipers. The Blaze won that game. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah,
Did they?
did, yeah.
What did they finish with?
Won by 3 runs. They made 112 in their 20, 112 for 9. The Vipers, 109 for 9.
Thriller by the sound of it then. Good win against the Vipers as well, is that. Short ball here by Thompson, and that's turned around the corner by Carson up on his tiptoes. We'll pick up another single. 170 for 7, the lead 125.
Well, the Blaze were 48 for 8. They was hit after 11 overs and won the game, so there you go.
Good comeback.
Yeah, very good.
And they beat the Diamonds in a game that I did cover a few weeks ago at Scarborough, start of this month. That was in a Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy game. Here's Thompson, driven into the onside, where Moriarty is round to field to complete that over. Jordan Thompson, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 47. So a bit tighter than can be the case. And he's joined in with the rest of the team here. Dom Leach, 7 overs, 1 for 24 against his name. And 170 for 7, that lead still 125.
Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Leeds, York, Hull, Sheffield, Tees. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Jonathan Doyd. It's been great to have Charlie Reynolds here, cricket journalist for the last couple of days as well, and we'll be back tomorrow, because it will go to tomorrow. How much will, well, you know, at the moment Yorkshire are going to need 125 to win. It just feels, I just don't feel that's enough. What can Carson and Alsop do here as in comes Leach rushing in down the hill and bowls, and Carson is forward, plays it back to Leach, who fields up his own bowling, and there is no run there. We're in the 71st over, so the new ball would be available tonight. I have to see whether Yorkshire might think, well, I have 2 overs with it, there's nothing lost.
Look, sometimes the new ball, you know, can have the reverse effect. It can disappear more quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Don't give it up completely.
No, Yorkshire might feel, well, hang on, we've picked up 5 wickets. Sussex are finding it very difficult to score, so perhaps we just keep going. Leach is in, bowls, Alsop, Carson's forward, plays with no run. I've been impressed by Dom Leach, Doidge. I think he's running really hard. He's only in his 8th over, but he just comes steaming in. Figures of 1 for 24. He'll be disappointed that he dropped Tom Alsop a caught and bowled opportunity, but he did also bowl Alsop off of a no ball.
Yeah, the ball was changed just before Alsop was dropped by Leach off his own bowling, and then 2 wickets subsequently fallen.
Leach bowls, Carson drives down the line. Good shot by Jack Carson. He's going to get at least a couple of runs here, and maybe even more. In fact, he's going to get all 4 runs. Nice shot, drills the ball down the ground. Jack Carson goes to 9. These are all valuable runs. 170 4 for 7. The lead goes up to 129.
They are, and we've praised Yorkshire's bowlers because they deserve it in what they've produced so far. They wouldn't, not now that Ben Code, you know, the metronomic Ben Code is off the field, they wouldn't want a little 20-30 minute spell here, would they, where they just start to tire a bit, leak a few, and let Sussex go into a more substantial lead.
Reaching again, bowls, and Carson defends onto the onside. There is no run. Elsewhere in the Championship in Division 2, Leicestershire struggling against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire looking for their second win in a row. 706 for 6 they made. Leicestershire 130 for 4. So a lot of work for Leicestershire to do there. A couple of wickets there for Ed Middleton. And they're back on in Cardiff. Middlesex 297 for 6, leading Glamorgan by 114. Change in the field, the mid-wicket has gone back to almost a deep mid-wicket, almost a deep square leg. The light again has just faded slightly as in comes Leach, bowls, Carson defends solidly, played out into the offside. There is no run. Looks like a flattish track at Derby. Derby 170 for 2 in their first innings in reply to Northamptonshire's 422. Brooke Guest on 76. The evergreen Wayne Madsen 28 not out. Does go quite flat at Derby, doesn't it? It's
I think so, but looking at the scores, I mean, I've only ever been there once to report on a game 20 odd years ago, and Yorkshire always play at Chesterfield, you see.
In comes Leach bowls. Carson lets that go. Good tumbling take by Tattersall in front of Joe Root at the first slip. There is no run. End of the over. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Sussex 174 for 7. Allsop on 70. He's the high scorer in the match. Jack Carson is on 9. Is it a nice ground? Is it Prince's Park?
Queen's Park.
Queen's Park. Okay, that was close.
Yeah, it's a right sort of
area.
royalty feel about it. Yeah,
Nice ground.
Yeah.
They get
nice
good crowds.
Yeah, they do get good crowds in. Several deep, sitting around the boundary edge. Yeah, nice ground. You've got the little train runs down the bottom end of the ground. There's a little mini lake there as well.
Oh, nice. Okay. Been impressed with George Hill in this match, Doige. I thought he bowled excellently in the first innings.
Yeah.
And
he bowled well across the both, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he has. Very good indeed.
2 for in this one, and he's replaced Jordan Thompson. His first delivery to Allsop is solidly blocked, and there is no run in this second innings. George's figures 14 overs and 1 ball now. 7 maidens, 1 for 25. Obviously got my figures wrong. I thought he'd got 2 so far in this second innings, but he got 4 for in the first, so he's got 5 in the match. And he has bowled well, and he comes in here. Oh, now then, that keeps low.
Was that a bit of an underedge?
Yeah, I think it might have been, you know, because they stifled their yelps.
I don't know how that didn't
Corden
get
and
through.
George himself.
Yeah.
It was almost a gazunder, wasn't it? Squirted out along the ground away into the offside. Jack Carson's having to wander down the pitch as the ball gradually makes its way back around towards George Hill.
Oh, that did keep low. But he kept it out, that was the main thing.
Yeah.
What can Sussex sort of rustle up from these 3 wickets?
Here comes Hill again. The scoreboard just struggling to keep up at the moment. We've still got Leach and Thompson down as bowling. The ball short of length, that's pushed out into the covers. Revis in to do the fielding. Allsop picks up a single. Ben Code 3 for 46. Off the field at the moment. Jordan Thompson 2 for 47, now having a breather. Dom Leach 1 for 28. Matthew Revis wicketless in the match. 6 overs for 17 in this second innings, none for 30 off 7 in the first. And then Joe Root yet to strike in this the second innings as well. He's kept it tight when he's been on. Hill in. That's punched out through the covers by Carson. He was going to be kept to 1 by a typically sliding Dom Best stop.
Sorry, the scoreboard is showing this as Thompson, but it clearly isn't Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier in the over, it just...
Sorry, I was distracted by something on the screen here.
But it's definitely George Hill. Dom Best just been brought up, having disappeared off to the mid-wicket boundary. So he's up in the ring, still 3 slips. Yorkshire attack and try and push on for these last 3 wickets. Here's Hill again. Ooh, Alsop has a flash at this one. Perilously close to getting a nick on it. Tattersall makes the take successfully.
He really went after that, didn't he?
Yeah.
I guess...
They have now changed it to George Hill.
I mean, he belts that through the covers for 4 runs, and we'll say shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
131 the lead. 3 wickets still to take for Yorkshire. It's bubbling, this one, as Hill is in again, and Alsop solidly behind it. 222 deliveries Tom Alsop has faced, and he's done a tremendous job for Sussex here.
Yeah.
71 he's got against his name, 176 for 7. The lead 1-3-1 going into the final 10 overs of day 2.
Yeah, it's been an excellent effort by Alsop. The light's about to improve a bit, Dorsey. Possibly the rest of the day. There's quite a big patch of blue sky that's starting to appear over the ground. Tom Alsop's waving to the balcony. What do you reckon? Pair of gloves, drink. He's been out there a long time. We'll tell how many minutes he's been out there for in a moment. As in comes Leach down the hill. Bowls to Carson, who clips this away for 4 runs. That's a nice shot. But he's really annoyed with himself, his Dom Leach. He pulls his shirt over his head as if to say, why on earth did I bowl a half volley on leg stump? But Jack Carson said, thanks very much. Clipped it away for 4. He goes to 14, 180 for 7.
Yeah. So going up just under 4 and over now, Dom Leach, which is not what he'll want. He'll want to tighten that up.
It's been in the best part of 5 hours, Tom Alsop. It's a terrific effort.
It is, it really is. He'll be feeling this one tonight, won't he?
He will, yeah.
Mentally, then he'd be drained, won't he?
Yeah.
All that concentration.
Leach again on his way down the hill. Bowls Carson up on his toes, and he plays that down to fine leg. Picks up a single, does Jack Carson. He goes to 15, 181 for 7.
Just asking Charlie if he wanted to do a bit, and I'll come back on for a few overs just before the end.
Yeah, we can do that. Juggle things around a bit. Yeah, we're going to be another 9 overs after this. We're probably looking 7 o'clock finish. We've had 92 overs in the day. I guess we could make some up tomorrow. I think that's going to be largely irrelevant, to be honest. Weather forecast good for tomorrow. Leach around the wicket, bowls all down the leg side. Tom also was just annoyed with himself. He just would have hoped to have just clipped that one down here to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Given the doom and gloom about the weather today, we were lucky to only really lose 45 minutes.
Definitely. Yeah, we were, certainly. Funny thing was, we just lost 4 overs because of that. I never quite understand how these things are calculated. But it's been 2 really good days cricket. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls. Alsop drives through the covers, and he's going to pick up just the single. Every run is being cheered by the Sussex crowd as they eke out this lead, which now goes to 137. Tom Alsop to 72. Georgie's right, actually, Charlie, because it's the mental side of this, isn't it? It's the concentration levels required, because he knows he's been absolutely key to this from the minute that Sussex was 6 for 2, and he's seen a lot of partners come and go during that time. Leach in and bowls. Carson is solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run.
Yeah, I think that was why it was so particularly difficult when Joe Root was just racing through overs, because there was so little time for
Yeah, no, you're right.
Allsop just to have to himself in between these, intensive periods of concentration, every ball having to be back and focused. Made it all the more challenging, but it's been a superb innings from the left-hander.
Leach, final ball of his 9th over, figures of 1 for 34 in over the wicket bowls. Short pulled away by Carson, and he's got a single down to fine leg. Jack Carson goes to 16, Sussex to 183 for 7th. So a partnership of these two now worth 23. Normally that doesn't sound a big partnership, but in the context of this game, could be important runs. I think that blue sky's drifting this way, Charlie.
Yeah, I still I have no idea. I don't know what direction the clouds are moving. I try and work it out, and then I forget, and then the sky's completely changed, and none the wiser. But I don't think we're going to lose any overs to bad light tonight, which is a result.
Definitely.
It's going to be George Hill from the C end. He's facing Carson, who's just adjusting his gloves. He's ready now, and Hill immediately runs in past the umpire bowls, and Carson pulls that
Shot
nicely into the leg side. It is almost directly to the man at a wide, fine leg, so it's just a single, but he was well on top of that. He's a tall man, Carson, and he pulled that down into the ground. A puff of something from the grass as it bounced. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Carson moves to 17, Sussex 184 for 7. Allsop back on strike as Hill runs in. He's crouched down ready to receive the ball, and he just works it into the offside, but it is almost directly to the man at cover, who collects it as it rolls along the ground, and there's no run.
He supports his bowler's here, doesn't he, Shan Masood? I mean, for every seamer, he's always looking for wickets. He's had those 3 slips in pretty much all day.
Yeah, and he's mixed.
I've been impressed by the way he skippered the side.
Yeah,
I think it's been excellent.
Definitely. As Hill runs away from us in the evening sun to Allsop, who drives, doesn't find the real middle of the bat. It's a more leading edge than anything, but it lands safely, and then there's a slight misfield from the man at cover, so they scamper through for another precious run. The lead up to 139 now. Allsop on to 73.
Never run on a misfield, they say. I don't know, Sebendoiji was early in the game.
As Hill runs in now to Carson, who's there solidly in defence.
I was just saying, Doiji, never run on a misfield. I'm not sure how true that. It depends how bad.
Depends on the misfield.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think it's one of those.
I guess don't automatically run on a misfield is probably the real answer, as Hill turns at the top of his mark and runs in to Carson, who's forward solidly in defence.
Here comes the sun, I reckon. That blue sky is inching its way towards us. Yeah, it's the best part of the day.
Jack Carson with the England Lions call up this winter to India. He picked up a 50, so he's no mug with the bat, and Sussex rather, would desperately love a good contribution from him here as they try and build a defendable target. Their lead is up to 140. They've got Tom Allsop on 73. As the sun is beating down now in the late afternoon, early evening here at Hove, and that one's well wide of Carson's off stump, and he gratefully lifts his bat and gloves out of the way, and that will end the over. The score is 185 for 7, a lead of 140 for Sussex. Just a useful little partnership these pair are putting on.
Oh, it is. What have they put on? 25. I don't know if they're having a party up on the balcony in the flats away to our right-hand side. Or if they might be listening to us, you never know.
Not much of a party, probably, if they are.
Yeah, I don't think they are listening, because they'd have probably waved if they're up there enjoying the sunshine. It is the best part of the day. If you're around the Brighton area, you're going for a barbecue or something tonight, it'd be very pleasant, I should think. We've got a change in bowling. He has juggled his bowling around, hasn't he, Shan Masood? He hasn't left anything for too long. It looks like it's going to be Matthew Revis who is going to bowl. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17. 8 overs remaining in the day, 6 overs until a new ball would be available. The Sussex lead 140, effectively 140 for 7. And Tom Alsop, who's been batting for 5 hours pretty much. 73 he's made in 226 balls. He waits as Revis runs in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. In and bowls, and Alsop is... No, well, they thought they got their man. Well, Tom Alsop didn't move. Matthew Revis pulls his shirt over his head in frustration. They were absolutely convinced they had Tom Alsop there, but Alsop wasn't going anywhere. Tattersall was up. Revis is incandescent with annoyance and frustration. Let's just see this again. Well, it went a long way, didn't it?
Yeah, it moved.
It did go a long way. But umpire Hassan Adnam was unmoved.
Sort of almost shrugging to the
He is, yeah.
Yorkshire slip call and saying, well,
sorry, it's not out.
didn't
yeah.
hit it.
In again, bowls, Alsop drives to mid-on. There is no run. If these two could just survive for Sussex, what are you saying there, Dodgy?
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Good spot. Okay. You wouldn't have thought Yorkshire want to take too many risks, would you, here over the last 7 overs or so. Revis back to his mark. Over the wicket, bowls, and Alsop works this one through backward point, picks up a single down to third man. He goes to 74.
Yeah, Code, who is back out there, just feeling that bit of his back in between deliveries. He slightly twinged as he went down to field that ball 2 balls ago. Should be presumably out there if Yorkshire were to take the new ball in just over 5 overs time. But he doesn't look very comfortable.
Revis again bowls. Oh, Jack Carson, well, he was looking to just hammer that one away through backward point. And there is no run. 186 for 7, the lead 140. Well, we talk about bowlers making an impression potentially for England, and 2 that we were talking about today, Dylan Pennington and Ollie Stone, both in the wickets for Nottinghamshire today. Pennington, who was at Worcestershire last year, picking up 3 for 70. Ollie Stone, who is quick, 4 for 62. I remember seeing him bowl at Edgbaston a few years ago for Warwickshire, and he was really quick. In comes, Revis bowls, and he really bent his back there, did Revis. Carson looking to drive that one away, the ball whistled past the outside edge.
Yeah, the problem with Stone is with so many quick bowlers is just sort of stringing together games between injuries. He's been so injured throughout his career.
Deutsch just saying that Code was off for 34 minutes. In comes Revis bowls down the leg side. Oh, good stop by Tattersall. Was disappointed he didn't take it cleanly, but it was a good stop. It would have been 4 byes without. That is the end of Revis's over. He has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Sussex 186 for 7, also on 74. Carson is on 17. 7 overs left in the day. I'll do a couple of more overs, then we'll bring Doige back in with Charlie to finish off the day. So it was 160 for 7 when he went off, now 185 for 7. He's off 34 minutes. Good stats, Doige. Impressed. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it did seem to be a bit of a
turning
point for Sussex.
Yeah, well, let's hope he's okay, because no one likes to see. And you always, with back, you always think, oh, crumbs, that's bad news. But he's back on, and that's.
Yeah, he's back out there in the field.
That's good news.
It's going to be George Hill to continue from the C end. He's in about the most amount of sunshine we've had all day. As now Bos and Allsop drives that smartly through the offside. It's half stopped by the man at cover. They're just going to get a couple. I think that would have been 4 if not for a smart diving stop by the fielder. So 2 more.
There's water in there, I think.
Added to the because you can see the pads under his trousers. So an even better stop. I don't know whether it's. You'd presume it's slightly harder fielding with those big shin pads on.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, I guess maybe easier to more protection if you're diving around on the ground. As Hill comes in now, and that's just dabbed very nicely down by Allsop, who just strolls through for a single. Good rotation of the strike. He moves to 77. He takes
really good
Sussex to 189 for 7. The lead up to 142. Inching closer to.
Yeah, I think it's a bit
something.
Yeah, something something to bowl at. That's
to bowl at, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just the thing in these low-scoring games, is it doesn't take all that much. Just a little partnership here, a little partnership there, and suddenly the game back in the balance as Hill comes in, bowls now to Carson, who just pushes that into the offside, and there's no run.
He does look like he's struggling out there, Benko, doesn't he? I just looked at him running, and he just looked a little tentative. But I'm sure the physios wouldn't have let him out there if it was anything too serious. So maybe it is who knows, a back spasm, or not that back spasms aren't serious. They can be jolly painful.
As Hill runs in now, bowls to Carson, who drives that smartly back down the ground, but Hill gets a hand down to it and takes all the pace off it to ensure there's no run available. It does seem perhaps a little unwise to be risking Ben Code out there for not much, not much reward, when he could, rest up and come back tomorrow, presumably to finish off this Sussex innings. As Hill is in now, and Carson just plays that safely in defence.
Well, as Doige was saying, will it be a quandary to take the new? My feeling is that they may not take this new ball tonight. Maybe they will, but I thought they'll definitely take it first thing in the morning.
I
see no reason why not.
I assume that's the only reason Code's out there. No?
Well, quite possibly. He could bowl 2 overs, couldn't they? Well, he could bowl 1 over tonight. Is that right?
Hill comes in now, bowls, and that one's again pushed into the offside by Carson. This time he finds a gap, so they do come through for a single to end the over, take Sussex to 190 for 7, the lead up to 145. Allsop has 77 and Carson has 18.
Well, the good news is for those folk who were not too sure whether to come along tomorrow, they ought to see, the lead is 145. So, folk coming along tomorrow, you should see a reasonable amount of cricket. You're certainly going to see probably a session and a half, maybe 2 sessions of cricket, possibly more. And as you say, who knows where the game may go? I still think Yorkshire favourites. I think if you're leading by, 145 for 7, effectively Sussex. They're just eking it out, aren't they? Sort of run by run. Revis in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Carson, who pulls the bat inside the line. The ball goes through to Tattersall. There is no run. Good carry again.
Yeah, we're not seeing
to the keeper.
Any reduction in the bounce.
No, we're not.
Of this pitch. So, Ollie Robinson will be licking his lips. He'll be key, but also, Sean Hunt bowled very well in the first innings, didn't he, with those 4 wickets. So, Sussex by no means out of this. Another
as I say, there is the root factor. He batted so well in that first innings in difficult circumstances. Revis in, bowls. Ooh, Carson's beaten. Outside the elf stump, there's a good delivery. He's got his hands on his head as Matthew Revis.
Yeah, I didn't quite realise when he was out in the field quite how tall Sean Hunt is until walked past him as I was leaving the ground. He's absolutely enormous.
Yeah.
I guess we're a floor up here, but it feels like we're quite close to the ground.
Yeah.
You get down there and they're all giants.
Well, he justified his selection. You know, he hasn't played so far in the Championship this season. To pick up 4 wickets justifies his selection. The question is, will he be able to do it again? Revis from the Cromwell Road in bowls. Carson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tattersall. And there is no run. I mean, Deutsch is quite right about how sometimes the new ball can disappear. I mean, look at yesterday morning when Sussex scored, 42 in the opening 8 overs or so. The ball was going all over the field. If that were to happen tomorrow morning, Sussex would have a lead, something approaching 200. On the other hand, a couple of quick wickets and, you know, the lead is only 140 odd, so it's game ebbs and flows. In comes Revis over the wicket, bowls. Carson again lets that one go outside the off stump. I think he's sorely tempted to have a dip at one of those because there's no third man. There are 3 slips and a point, so there's quite a big gap between third slip and point. I think Jack Carson is maybe thinking, well, I could probably work it down to that boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he gets another one short outside the off stump, there's not that much harm in just trying to. I mean, I guess it's a harder shot in practice than in the imagination, but that sort of uppercut.
Yeah.
It's a big gap down here in front of us.
Revis again. Bowls. Carson is beaten. That's a good delivery. I have to say, I've been really impressed with the way Yorkshire have bowled in this match. I think all their seamers have bowled in an excellent line and length. They haven't made it easy at all for the Sussex batters. Joe Root is coming out of slip. Maybe he's got an idea. No, he's not. You just toss the ball to James Wharton. Still 3 slips in place. Now this is interesting. Now a sort of a wideish third man has gone in place. Down below us, that's Dom Leach, who's gone back from point. So perhaps they're looking to give Carson the single here. In comes Revis, bowls, and Carson clips this firmly through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up at least a couple of runs. In fact, they might well get up. Oh, is that a good bit of fielding? It's a brilliant piece of fielding. Very, very good indeed. Tom also needs to get a bit of a move on, but that's excellent. And very good, this very sporting Sussex crowd. That was a brilliant stop. Who's that out there, Doidgy? Well, that was brilliant. I mean, that had 4. It was clipped away and the ball was gathering pace, or seemed to gather pace going towards the boundary. And if Yorkshire win this game by 1 run, well, who knows? Good shot though by Carson. He goes to 21. Sussex 193 for 7. So this partnership is now worth 33. And a good partnership it's been. I think that's it for me for the day. I'm going to leave you with Jonathan and Charlie. Thank you everybody for your emails and your texts, etc., etc. And thank you to Doidgy and to Charlie for your company. It's been great fun.
Thank you, Adrian. It's going to be, after some delay, George Hill to continue from the C end, I think. There's just some discussion between Root and Shan Masood and perhaps Adam Lythe as well in the slip cordon about something or other. Shan Masood comes back to Hill with a message and, crucially, the ball that he needs to bowl with. He polishes it on his shirt and runs in. Carson facing, he drives that one down the pitch and it's along the ground to the man at mid-off and there's no run.
Thanks for your kind words, Adrian. Wish we could say the same ourselves, eh, Charlie?
I'm remaining neutral in this north v south spat, as is my role.
Well, it's a big fight tonight. It's a big fight tonight. Yeah.
As Hill comes in now to Carson, who works that off his legs. Is that with the bat or is that just pad? Well, the umpire looked like he was going to signal leg by, but he's just not. It was off the bat. 1 for Carson, he moves to 22. Sussex inching closer to 200 there. 194 for 7 as that sun that we were enjoying is now once again disappeared behind a rather thick grey cloud. Tom Alsop just checks his guard once again. He's still out there, having faced 231 balls. He's batted almost all the way through this Sussex innings as Hill comes in now and Alsop lets that one go outside off stump. It goes through very low to Tattersall, who takes a good sprawling catch behind the stumps. There's no run.
All those little things that, you know, and the odd one keeping low. Just a little smile from a Sussex bowler or two, maybe thinking, yeah, okay, we're not done yet. Yorkshire are going to need a minimum of 150 to win this match, and that feels like a reasonable lead. Certainly a lead that's going to ask a few questions. What are we waiting for here?
Umpires having a chat. Is this going to be about the light? I don't know. Or are they just confirming?
We've booked a table. Don't forget, we've booked a table for 7 o'clock, old boy.
Yeah.
It's 14 minutes to now. That's what the umpires were saying to each other, Adrian.
As George Hill comes in now, bowls, and that's driven into the offside by.
Where are you going, Sir Samson?
Alsop, and there's no run. I think.
Oh dear me. I think I've just seen Frank Spencer disappear out the back of the box.
Well, the umpire's still not happy about something. He's now having a chat with Ben Code at mid-on as Hill comes in now to Alsop, who's back in defence. And it really is quite dark now. You can see the lights under the eaves of the pavilion away to our left.
As we welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra with the news that the umpires Hassan Adnan and David Milnes are conferring about the light, and you won't get a ball on the broadcast, I'm afraid, because they're going to leave the field of play 13 minutes before 7 o'clock with Jack Carson 22 not out, Tom Alsop 77 not out, Sussex on 194 for 7, leading tantalisingly by 149 runs, and this really is an absorbing game of cricket. It has been throughout the 2 days, with ball in charge of bat and batters having to work really hard for their runs, and what a monumental knock it's been by Tom Alsop for Sussex. 77 from 234 deliveries. He's lived dangerously at times. He was put down off his own bowling by Dom Leach when on 58, and prior to that, when on 39, Leach took his off stump out of the ground, a ball that Alsop left, only to look around and see Hassan Adnan with his right arm held out horizontally, and it was a no ball and therefore did not count. But a cracking second day of cricket, I think you'd agree. Sussex, as I say, 149 runs ahead, and all set fair for a very, very interesting day 3, when not guaranteed to see a finish, but it's highly likely that we'll do so, with still time to make up from both of the first 2 days. Yorkshire's bowling figures so far in this second innings. Ben Code, well, the other point of news, I guess, is that he had to leave the field of play, having tweaked his back slightly. Got a stiff back, apparently. That's been confirmed by the sound of things by the club. And so he was off the field for about half an hour, which was 7 or 8 overs. I did write it down for Harmsy, but I think he's still got the sheet of paper, which meant that, of course, he won't be able to bowl for that spell when he came back on the field. He came back on before the end of play and immediately went down to field the ball, and also felt his back. He was off for 7 overs and 4 balls. A second new ball is looming. They've only got 2 overs and 1 ball tomorrow before that can be taken, so that could hurry the game along again. So all sorts of different permutations, but Code 3 for 46, Thompson 2 for 47, 1 for 34 George Hill to go with his 4 for in the first innings, Dom Leach 1 for 35, Matthew Revis and Joe Root also played their part but weren't able to take a wicket today. So from Charlie Reynolds, from Adrian Harms and from yours truly, many thanks for your company this second day of play, and we'll look forward to a very interesting third and probably final day of this match. We'll be back with you in time for the start of play at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Goodbye from us from Hove for today.